A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my
More
God!
terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball sign failed!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, in Louisiana, a young man guards his family home
Oh my God!
as Hurricane Ida rips apart communities
Get inside! Get in!
and takes down houses.
There it goes!
In Norway, high seas and high winds force the captain to abandon ship.
I gave the international jump signal,
In California, a dream ranch is surrounded by wildfire.
That's almost to our property right there. We gotta go. Let's go.
And the animals are abandoned.
I don't even care about the house. We're gonna lose the animals.
And in France, a kiteboarder gets sucked inside an avalanche.
Mais c'est vrai qu'elle était tellement d'une grosse ampleur que pour moi, c'était les derniers moments de ma vie.
Hurricanes can be one of the most lethal forms of weather. In the US, the state of Louisiana is low-lying. Much of the south is coastal marshland, bordered by the Gulf of Mexico. It's the late summer of 2021, and a tropical cyclone's blowing in from the Caribbean, warmed by the sea.
I was monitoring when it first formed, and it was slowly getting closer and closer to Louisiana.
Pipefitter Jamie Lyons is working near Pittsburgh when he realizes the hurricane's heading straight for his mother's home.
I decided that I would just pack up a week's worth of clothes and pack up my camera and make the 1,000-mile trip back to Louisiana.
Home is Chauvin, a small settlement in the heart of the swamps and bayous of the Louisiana southern coast. By dawn, the sky is ominous.
It was around 5 or 6 in the morning. The sun was slowly starting to come up, but of course you couldn't see it because there was already like tropical storm conditions happening with rain showers and gusty winds.
40 miles east in Lafitte, the fishing community is preparing to protect its boats. Ronald Dufresne is a fifth-generation shrimper, owner of his fishing boat, Mr. Jug.
A couple hours before the storm really got intensified, And we locked up and went across the bayou, got on the boat. And that's how I prepare for the storm. You know, I put my outriggers down in a sea state. We'll crank up the boat, go drop anchor into the bayou, tie there, and I have dead men on the land that we tie it to also. It's like 3 lines of defense, plus my driving capability. We had the wind, but we also had that tidal surge. It looked like a black water raft. The marsh that came through the backside of the land was just like tumbleweeds coming through.
Alongside Ronald, his wife Jan.
Well, it's a given fact every storm that's coming. When they say a hurricane's heading this way, I know exactly what's going to happen. We got to go to the boat, and I never want to go. I always want to stay home.
Hurricane Ida's predicted to be big. Weather watchers are drawn to the area to document the storm.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mike here, and I am on the road.
Mike Boylan's followers on social media are with him all the way.
I'm going to check out Hurricane Ida. Got a Category 4 hurricane, and the satellite doesn't lie. So it's definitely following National Hurricane Center expected path. The latest spaghetti models just came out. Every single one of them. That's high confidence. We have a tornado threat in the yellow and the dark green through the night. So it's a big deal, it's serious. It's Category 4. Anytime you get a rapidly intensifying hurricane before landfall, it's usually trouble, and it's almost worst case scenario.
I went to Slidell, man, but that all those roads were almost underwater.
I started getting a little second thoughts, like maybe this isn't a good idea. This is going to be a monster.
The hurricane can turn at any time. Mike's caught in the middle of Ida's path.
And I knew I needed to get the heck out because the water was starting to rise.
Nothing can prepare Mike for the power of Hurricane Ida.
I want this thing to get any stronger, so it's mellowed out at 150 miles an hour.
It was like a snap of the fingers. All of a sudden, it got worse. And its trees started literally falling down in front of me, over top of me. I was dodging trees, power lines, and it was a race just to get the heck out of there. And I found myself driving on the other side of the road because the power lines were actually at 45-degree angles.
In a matter of minutes, Ida's a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 150 miles per hour.
That was probably the most scariest journey ever.
Mike needs to find a shelter and spots a hotel.
So I made a run for it. Like I said, those were the scariest 30, 40 minutes of my life.
In Chauvin, the winds from Hurricane Ida are picking up to dangerous levels.
You could hear it building up, and really during the height of the storm, it almost seemed like it was like almost a screaming sound, you could say.
Every house on stilts is vulnerable.
Oh, God.
The house opposite is exposed and struggling to stay standing.
I was getting kind of concerned that due to how close these trees were, that they would potentially fall on the house.
There it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Oh my God.
Carport next door was basically peeling, but there was a strong gust and it ripped off the sheet.
Get inside! Get in!
And it wrapped around the power line and it just missed him by inches.
Watch
Watch out, Tommy!
Eventually, it started sending the sheets of tin across the street. The stilts were starting to slowly lean. Knew that eventually a strong gust would come and it would knock it down.
Oh, there goes his house!
I was shocked. It was really unbelievable to see that happen.
Roll tide now. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Meanwhile, in Lafitte, Ronald Dufresne also decides not to evacuate.
Man, she ain't letting up.
Guarding the boat that gives him his livelihood.
You know, people say we're foolish. You know, a lot of people call me idiot. Well, Jan, we still tied to the bank. Don't worry about it. You know, I know what I can do, and I know what my boat can handle. 40, 50, 60 knots. So we were in the eye wall, but on the outer edge of it. And that's when you see the whiteout. It's just so intense. It's almost, say, a snowstorm, you know, you just can't see through it. When that wind hits you, you'll feel the boat start to go back, you know, put it in gear and start pushing back. It's pushing me, but I'm pushing back. I'm pushing. You know, so it's like a give and take. It's a game, and when it slacks up, I slow down. I'm moving them, Jan. Calm down. Jan.
Alongside Ronald, his wife Jan is sharing the burden.
We couldn't see anything out the windows when we were in the cabin. Nothing. It was like snow. It was white. Like, couldn't see no boats tumbling by, passing by, no anything out the front windows, because it was like a sheet of white.
The biggest gust yet. Katrina was a piece of cake compared to this one.
"30 miles north in Butte, weather watcher Mike Boylan is holed up in a hotel.
We started seeing metal starting to fly. We saw that houses next to us were starting to lose shingles and roofs. We saw fences starting to fall down. I seen trees go down. A neighboring house started losing pieces of their roof. You know, things were slowly going downhill quick. We started hearing loud thuds, and every thud, there was a little bit of scream, a little bit of panic from the hotel staff. It was like big crashes. We didn't know what the heck they were. One particular guest reported that they saw kids next door at a mobile home. There was a lot of fear because we saw the roof getting ripped off at the same moment.
Down in Chauvin, property isn't faring much better. Hurricane Ida's tearing up the neighborhood. There's only one option for Jamie Lyons in his childhood home.
I had to hunker down in the bathroom. Felt like I was vibrating, like I was in an earthquake. And I decided just to hide behind the washing machine until the storm was over. And I was stuck in here forever and never going to end.
The world's oceans experience some of the most extreme weather. Huge vessels negotiate giant waves created by extreme winds. It's April 2021. The Norwegian Rescue Center receives a mayday call from a cargo ship in trouble 60 miles west of Ålesund. A heavy storm has loosened the top deck cargo of the Eames-left Hendrika, and she's listing badly.
The forecast said heavy storm, close to hurricane, out on the sea, and big waves.
Alvin Finn is part of the rescue team on 2 helicopters.
It was up to 15-meter waves, which is same as 50 feet. This was the maximum wave height, and the significant wave height was like 12 to 13 meters. It's a huge ship. It's more than 100 meters.
The Eames-left Hendrika is so unstable, it's an ever-shifting target.
Because of the listing was moving up and down, and at the same time it was rolling sideways. And in addition to that, it was also moving left-right. It was moving sideways, so it was moving in 3 different directions. And that was what made this extremely demanding.
It's almost impossible to board.
To hoist a person down on a ship like that, you have to find that moment. You have that window of opportunity for a few seconds.
But there's a break in the weather, and Alvin decides he'll risk it.
At this point, the waves is everything from 12 to 15 meters. And the wind is between 50 and 60 knots. It might sound strange, but you're very calm. It's probably compared to maybe soldiers during war, or like in these really, really intense situations, you just focus on your job and you know that you have to do everything correct. If not, this might hurt you.
The crew are waiting for his arrival. But conditions remain dangerous.
It was very difficult to stand up. It was actually not possible to stand up at all time. Since the ship was rolling, like in between I could stand, but a few seconds later it was listing that much that I had that we were kind of sliding on the deck. I found some anchor points on the deck where I could put my feet. So every time or my body wanted to slide, I was kind of using my foot to stop.
It's too risky for a standard rescue.
Normally we are able to hoist 2 persons at the same time. But because of the difficult conditions and all the moving, didn't feel safe about doing 2 at a time. So we chose to do only 1. They were 12 people. They had already decided only to evacuate 8. So that's what we did. The captain on the ship it's his decision.
With 8 of the crew safe, Alvin and his team head back for more fuel, while a second helicopter is left to watch over the 4 that remain on board. But when Alvin gets back, conditions have deteriorated.
The weather changed from heavy showers of rain to heavy showers of snow.
It's getting dark, and the captain makes a bold decision.
He decided to leave the ship, abandon it, which was a very wise decision.
But it's no longer safe to land on deck. There's only one way off.
The next step is to jump into the sea, and we pick them up from there.
Hans Jonas Eng is dangling by a wire, waiting for the last 4 to take a leap of faith.
looked really bad. There were 4 people left on board. If the ship goes down or capsizes and they are not really close to an exit, there's game over. They're not gonna survive it. And there's nothing we can do to help them.
It's also getting dark, and they're running out of time.
The ship was listing even more, and the waves were getting even bigger, and it was starting to snow, it was starting to rain. It was Armageddon.
It's now or never.
I gave the international jump signal, you know. And it took a couple of times. The third attempt, the first guy jumped, and that's okay. Yeah, he made a good decision and timed it well. So, but that's more like a dynamic approach, you know. We always try to get closer, closer, closer.
The captain's already injured and can only slide down the back of the boat into the turbulence.
So when the survivor jumped in the water, we were moving in, and tried to get me as close to him as possible in the sea.
Hans has to reel him in.
Yeah, down in the water it's a different ball game. You start to swim as hard, as long as you can to get to the survivor as fast as possible.
In the end, all the crew are rescued. But the Norwegian Coast Guard is worried she'll drift and crash into the shore, polluting the coast with her fuel and cargo. Later, Alvin returns to the ship to attach guidelines for the tugs to tow her to safety.
Attached to this! Get over there!
The Eamslift Hendrika is now safe and eventually made it back to port. But Alvin and Jonas continue to battle potentially deadly, ever-changing weather.
I think every day how the weather now is changing. The bad weather is worse and it's much more unstable. Like when it rains a lot. It didn't used to be like that. So for sure something is happening with the weather. It's more extreme and more variable than it used to be.
You better respect the nature or else you're gonna get hurt or killed.
In California, if you go down to the beach with raging offshore winds, it's probably best not to swim. Crashing waves and undercurrents can endanger life. This family dived into 40-foot waves at Goat Rock. They were ill-prepared and rapidly swept out to sea. State Park's lifeguard was called and quickly prepared their gear in a helicopter borrowed from the sheriff. The only way to save the family was by sending in someone else at the end of a rope.
I told this family not to go swimming. I walked away, and 20 minutes later, they're being swept out. So stupid.
Despite the conditions, one by one they were plucked from the water and safely landed on Sonoma Beach to recover. There was no safety in numbers until the cavalry arrived, risking their lives to save others. It's not just the wind that can cause problems, but the tide. These lighthouse enthusiasts in China got so caught up in their expedition, they lost sight of the shore. Volunteers had to swim out to make sure they were okay, risking their own lives as they were smashed around by the waves. Only a thin line was keeping them from being thrown out to sea or crushed against the rocky seabed. Incredibly, this part-time lifeguard managed to pull himself out of the water to prepare the tourists for evacuation. Only hours later, as the tide went out, when it was getting dark, was it safe enough to get them on shore. Some people unaccustomed to surviving at sea just picked the wrong vessel. A 3-year-old girl took flight on an inflatable unicorn after leaving Antirio in southern Greece. The wind was pushing her further out to sea. The captain of the Salamino Matches ferry diverted course to intercept the intrepid young girl and her galloping ride. He cut the engine while his brother plucked her from the sea. Months of extreme heat result in tinderbox dry vegetation. It can be the perfect fuel for wind-driven wildfires. Since 2011, America has had an average of around 60,000 wildfires every year. 40% of the damage has been in California.
Are you ready to be country gunner? Uh-huh.
Ryan Fusco has lived in Southern California all his life. At the age of 30, his dreams come true when buying a 42-acre ranch near San Diego. It's September 2020, and Ryan set up home with his girlfriend and dogs.
I came around the corner and saw this beautiful, flat, 42 acres of usable property in Southern California, and I couldn't really turn it down. What makes it a dreamland is just, it's the terrain, it's the scenery, it's the animals, not only ours, but the wild animals that come up.
Walter, you want an apple, buddy? There you go, yeah.
The land's dry, but water stored on site feeds sprinklers to create a little oasis of green.
The sprinkler setup right here, previous owner was very, very proud of this nice grass section. It's beautiful.
But just 2 weeks after they move in, there are sparks of a wildfire nearby.
We got a big one going on back there behind me. The animals now, I feel really bad for them right now because they're kind of in a panic. And again, we really don't have a fire plan put together.
It's accelerating straight for Ryan and the animals.
So we were kind of watching it at a distance, but it still didn't quite register as immense and intense as it was.
It's moving very, very quick. Hand me this sprinkler over here. All right, sprinkler, do your best. Save us. The CAL FIRE plane, I don't even know if that's on the camera right there.
Probably a good 1,000 feet from our property line at that point, and we saw 20, 30, 40-foot flames coming over the top of the mountain.
We get a small victory every time we see a little plume of white smoke like that, but it's very short-lived.
Turned pretty catastrophic pretty quickly. It was definitely one of the most worrisome situations I've ever been in because it evolves so fast and things are changing so quickly.
Don't know what else to do. We got flames coming up over the hill now. I just saw them cresting up there.
It was massive, it was violent. It was creating its own weather. There were fire tornadoes. It's an incredible force of nature when a fire comes ripping through like that, and until you see it in person, you just don't understand.
There's nothing else we can do, we gotta go.
Ryan and his girlfriend have time to evacuate, but the animals have no such luxury.
Come on, animals, you guys gotta get out. Come on, guys.
So we opened all the gates, we let all the animals out, and at least they had a fighting chance of survival.
That is insane. We gotta go. Dude, we're gonna lose everything. Hey, we gotta go. Go, let's go, let's go. That's almost to our property right there. We gotta go, let's go.
So it's basically just watching your dreams crumble in like slow motion.
Feels so horrible right now. I mean, this is literally watching my dream go up in flames. I've never felt this helpless in my life.
You're watching these giant flames and, 100-something foot fire tornadoes. You're basically watching like doom.
Look how close that is to our house. We're done.
Driving away not knowing what was going to happen was probably one of the worst feelings that I've ever had in my life.
I don't even care about the house. We're gonna lose the animals.
Ryan and his friends make it to higher ground, but watch the wildfire surround his home and animals. Ryan spends the night not knowing if his house or animals will survive. First impressions aren't good.
The dirt was no longer brown. Everything was just this gray, black, smoldering ash, and it just looked like you were in a completely different planet.
We got flames again, and this whole smoke cloud's been getting bigger.
Almost 24 hours after the fire started, it's still burning on his property.
That black smoke's close. Yeah, we gotta get water over there.
Ryan still doesn't know if his house or animals have made it through.
But as we started coming up the driveway, we one by one started seeing all of our large animals.
Oh, we got a house. We got a bunch of donks. I see geese.
The wildfire destroyed multiple homes, causing millions of dollars of damage.
We definitely have a newfound respect for Mother Nature. It's a wake-up call to appreciate everything around you.
Again, we're safe. We got a house, and our animals are alive, which is like, that's priority numero uno.
Animals can often be most vulnerable in the face of extreme weather. This mom and her puppies were buried alive during a mountslide in India. Up to their necks in dirt, their owners raced to rescue the family. Finally, she's free. 2 of her puppies survive. With their mouths full of dirt, they have to be cleaned up quickly. A bottle of water and a towel is all they have to get them back to black and bringing air back into their lungs. Later, under the house, an exhausted mum is reunited with her offspring. Slowly they regain their strength with what little milk she has left. An incredible survival story, in the face of the power of the rain to remold the landscape in seconds. In Kenya, rising water levels on Lake Baringo are forcing conservationists to move a few of the remaining giraffes. This male bull is called Labernotti and had the trip of a lifetime on a barge made by the local community. While his home disappears underwater, Labernotti joins 2 female giraffes, Asiba and Pasaka, on a bigger area of land. With only 3,000 Baringo giraffes left in Africa, they're hoping Labernotti will enjoy his new life and soon be a proud new father. Meanwhile in India, extreme temperatures meant this thirsty tiger came for tea at a farm in the Warora forest. He stayed for 3.5 hours as they used a wooden cot to encourage their unexpected guest to head for home. Which he does by clambering up the wall. Back on the southern coast of Louisiana, Hurricane Ida is cutting a path through the community. Chauvin on the Mississippi Delta is hit hard. Witnessed by Jamie Lyons sheltering overnight behind a washing machine.
It's not good, y'all. I didn't really feel the full effect until the morning when I woke up and stepped out on my porch to see all the damage that happened. Damn. It basically looked like a bomb went off. The level of destruction, I really still can't wrap my head around it. It was just unbelievable.
A nice chunk of wood to the wall.
I really do feel lucky to be alive after experiencing that hurricane.
In Lafitte, Ronald and Jan's boat is safe, but back in town, their home is surrounded by water.
I'm here this morning at my house. The things that nightmares are made of. Very fortunate. My home survived. The water came up to this step here. As far as, you know, what breaks my heart, driving through my community now and seeing it the way it is. Realize my old neighborhood where I live, where I grew up as a child, was annihilated. Look at the mud coming on your driveway. It's a new construction.
It was sad, like very sad. It's still sad down here. You know, I feel for the people who lost everything. Houses were moved, floated down the way. This one was like I've never seen the devastation.
In Boot, weather watcher Mike Boylan realizes he's lucky to have survived the night in the hotel.
Good morning. This is the day after. No internet, no power. You know, this house sustained a bunch of damage. Next to us, fence is down, the roof's down.
Saw a gas station completely destroyed. Saw power poles everywhere down, power lines down. Started really seeing that we were lucky as far as complete, destruction.
The town is unrecognizable.
I feel like I was extremely lucky. You cannot win. You cannot overcome what Mother Nature has in store. You want to be away, far away, because you're not going to win this battle.
The state of Louisiana reports 12 storm-related deaths, and the destruction runs to an estimated cost of over $20 billion.
First of all, you can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth. You know, you can't stop it.
You just can't compete with Mother Nature. She's gonna do what she wants, no matter what. It's scary, very scary.
Wind and water don't always mix, even when it's for sport. High speeds of the high seas slowed down show just how close he came to being knocked unconscious or even decapitated. Luckily, he survived, collects his board and counts the lucky stars he's seeing. This kite surfer also lost control in the coastal winds. Luckily, he didn't hit anyone on the way down. His friends run to the rescue, but the force of the wind clearly has the power to make you fly, but also dump you in the drink. Paragliding in the Canary Islands on the coast of Tenerife seems like fun. The views are great, but if you don't know the winds or where the landing strip is, concrete can be less comfy than seawater. Fortunately, the parachute handles could be put back together to help his steering for the next trip. After dusting himself down, it turns out he wasn't the only one losing the battle between man and wind direction.
Stupid landing. Huh? I didn't see the flags. I couldn't see which way to come in. Yeah? You had a bad landing or good landing? Bad landing. You did? Yeah. Me too.
Most of the time, the sheer power of the wind can be used to enhance the human experience.
I'm Laurent Guyot. I live in the French Alps, Serre-Chevalier Valley. In the summer season, I do kite surfing. So kiteboarding is a super sport because we use elements to have fun. We can ride with the wind, with our kite. It's a big freedom. We can jump high, we can go free riding. I really love this sport.
But in the winter, when the temperatures drop and water turns to ice, the boarding surface changes.
I feel really alive here in the mountains.
It's January 2021. The joy of life in the arms of the wind is about to be taken away by the cold embrace of winter. Three days of heavy snow have fallen in the Haute-Alpes department at the Col de l'Autaré mountain pass.
Like the days before it was snowing a lot. So yeah, maybe it was about 60, 80 centimeters or 1 meter pure fresh powder.
Laurent Guyot was snow kiting on the northeast face of the Chaillot Ridge with his friend Lionel Bonnefou.
Bonne neige, joli soleil, on était tous entre copains, donc tout allait bien.
The powder is fresh, but the air temperature's rising.
It's so beautiful when you see the summits with the snow and the wind blowing, the snow flying in the air, you know. The colors are really beautiful. It's all white and blue.
As the powder gets cut up and the snow melts, the risk of avalanche grows.
I realized something was wrong when I heard someone screaming. And then I look up and I saw this huge avalanche coming right to us. At the beginning, it was like a little avalanche, but I knew it was going to be really, really big because there was a big powder condition.
But Laurent's friend Lionel is up the mountain and up close with his orange kite.
J'ai commencé à réaliser qu'il allait se passer quelque chose de grave quand j'ai commencé à entendre le souffle de l'avalanche. Donc j'ai pu voir un gros nuage de neige qui arrivait sur moi avec un bruit assourdissant.
Snow, rocks and ice are hurtling towards him.
I heard like a big explosion, something really, really huge. It was like a tsunami of powder.
Lionel is in a race for his life.
J'ai commencé à glisser avec mon snowboard et au bout d'une dizaine de secondes, l'avalanche m'a impacté dans le dos. Mais c'est vrai qu'elle était tellement d'une grosse ampleur que pour moi, c'était les derniers moments de ma vie. Et je retombe sur la fin de l'avalanche et à ce moment-là, je me fais ensevelir Et je suis sous la neige à peu près entre 5 et 10 secondes. Je sens que donc je glisse avec l'avalanche, à essayer de nager dans l'avalanche pour pouvoir rester à la surface de la neige, de l'avalanche.
Simon, Lionel, il est dans l'avalanche. Au milieu, in the middle.
I was very scared to find my friend Lionel dead.
Là, au-dessus. Au-dessus, up.
Somehow Lionel manages to find the will to live.
Au bout d'une dizaine de secondes, l'avalanche s'arrête. Et avec beaucoup de chance, je suis sur le dos et je commence à vouloir bouger. Donc je bouge mes bras et là, j'arrive à me dégager de l'avalanche.
Lionel!
When Laurent gets there, he thinks Lionel is still buried in the snow. But Lionel's already halfway down the mountain.
I remember I was thinking, okay, we had the chance of our lives. Like, it's so big, so huge. Like, I can't believe Lionel is alive. Yeah, it's a miracle.
For Lionel, it's been a rebirth.
Ouais, cet accident m'a beaucoup changé. Au niveau de psychologiquement, c'est vrai que pour moi, comme je le dis régulièrement et souvent, je recommence une nouvelle vie.
Avalanches are deadly. Mountain rescue teams recommend you never do alpine sports alone. In this episode,
I'm moving them, Jan. Calm down.
we've witnessed the destructive power of Hurricane Ida.
Oh my God!
We've seen how quickly a combination of wind and waves can force a crew to abandon ship. We've learnt that wildfires can strike anytime, anywhere.
Literally watching my dream go up in flames.
And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
absolutely crazy.
Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, in Turkey, a major earthquake causes serious damage.
My legs felt like spaghetti.
And fearless rescue teams battle to save survivors.
Elimi tutar. Ver, tabii ki tutarım.
In the US, a wildfire in Oregon leaves one resident risking it all.
I thought that there was no way my house could be there.
A violent storm ruins a fairy tale wedding in Texas. And in Hawaii, a climber faces a terrifying brush with death. The Aegean coastline of Turkey lies on some of the world's most active fault lines, the population living under a constant threat from earthquakes. The gateway to the region is the sprawling city of Izmir, home to nearly 3 million people. Tutor Andrew Symes has lived in the city for 4 years.
We're surrounded by beaches, north and south of the city. So it's a very pleasant and peaceful place to live.
But despite its beauty, small earthquakes are a part of life.
We get the occasional earthquake every 6 months to a year. The worst are usually in the high fives.
It's 30th of October 2020, and Andrew tutors his neighbor's sons on the 7th floor of their apartment building. Suddenly, the unmistakable tremors of an earthquake.
As I was walking into the living room, I felt a tremor. The first thing I noticed was the cabinet moving. I didn't think much of it. As I moved towards the cabinet, the earthquake intensified.
A powerful earthquake hits magnitude 7 and rocks the whole apartment building.
I started hearing the windows rattling. The heavy furniture started to move. The screeching sound of the couch on the floor, that's something I will not forget. I tried to backtrack to the dining table. My legs felt like spaghetti.
Andrew can only brace himself, powerless to reach the children.
The kids obviously were panicking. They were asking for their mother. The only thing I could muster was to tell them that it was going to be okay. It was intensifying as I was telling them that. They hid under the table. I felt very much that the building would collapse.
Finally, the terrifying tremors ease off.
I don't think the building could have taken a couple of seconds more of that. One of the boys, he said that Albert was under the clock.
Amidst the chaos, one of Andrew's dogs is trapped.
I didn't know what I would find underneath the clock. Thankfully, his dog bed cushioned the blow.
Andrew and the boys escape unharmed. But out on the street, buildings across the city are on the edge of collapse.
You could see buildings swaying. That's when we realized that it was a very big earthquake.
Underground tremors are toppling buildings across Izmir. Paramedic Edanur Dogan is working in a disaster zone for the first time.
Bizim edindiğimiz bilgilere göre 11 tane binada bina enkazı olduğunu söylediler.
A young girl is trapped beneath rubble, and Edanur must crawl into a ruined building to find her.
16 yaşında olduğunu, işte yanında da köpeği Fıstık'la birlikte olduğunu öğrenmiştik. Evet, belki hayatımı kaybedebilirdim ama benim için gurur verici bir durum oldu.
Estacada, Oregon, picturesque city at the base of the lush Mount Hood National Forest. 5 miles out of the city lives Jason Hamlow, his wife Becky, and their 2 children, And for Dad Jason, their family home is a dream come true.
Out here, we're on 13 acres. We have a stream running through our property. We have giant trees, fresh air, and room to play. It was my dream as a kid, you know.
It's September 2020, and high temperatures and low humidity have dried out the forest, setting the stage for a wildfire. Jason and Becky are aware of the danger, but braving an alfresco anniversary dinner.
A windstorm had just kind of picked up out of nowhere. It was forecast, but it went from a really nice afternoon to super windy, and it blew the smoke in from this fire.
30 miles away, fires are growing near the Mount Hood National Forest. Hot, dry, and windy conditions fan the flames, and the next day, a blazing front line is critically close to the house.
As I was driving home from work that day, the closer I got to home, the more dire the situation was looking with the smoke.
Powerful winds are driving the fire west towards Estacada.
I saw police officers going door to door, telling people they had 10 minutes to evacuate. I had my small children with me, and to find out suddenly that everything I own could possibly go up in flames within a matter of hours was completely overwhelming. I was trying to stay calm for my kids, but I didn't know what to do.
Jason makes it home with his children, but his wife Becky is still at work.
I called her and said, we just got evacuated and it is very scary here.
Sheriff just stopped and said that the fire is right on the other side of that ridge. And I believe him.
I just stood in my driveway looking at this ominous sky. The sky was purple and gray and orange. Never seen anything like it. It was like a wall of doom closing in on us. I hooked up to the trailer and pulled out of the driveway and waited for my wife at the street.
Our house is right down there. Here comes my wife, and we are getting out of here. Massive wildfire.
After dropping what they could at a friend's house, a few hours later, Jason heads back to the area to try to salvage what more he could from home.
It was a totally different scene when we came back. The sky had completely closed up over our house. There were ashes the size of a sheet of paper falling from the sky.
Super eerie. There's ash falling all over the place. There's huge chunk of ash.
We were constantly looking around to see if there was fire coming. This was the most scared I've been as an adult. We just basically grabbed some necessities and got the heck out of there because nothing was worth getting trapped and getting hurt or worse. I basically made it back out of there just in the nick of time.
Well, we just missed the road closure.
The roads had all been closed, and so nobody else was able to get back in.
As Jason escapes, warm 75-mile-per-hour winds whip up the wildfire above his head, launching the flames closer to Estacada. Residents are rushing to leave.
Line of traffic trying to get out of the closure area.
There were probably 100 cars and trucks and trailers and people with horse trailers and animals, livestock, and basically everything they could grab. I saw how fast this was coming at us, and I didn't know if I was going to be one of these pictures of these burned out cars sitting on a road where you don't know what happened.
Evacuating from an unpredictable wildfire can be a race against time.
Oh my God.
In Alaska, a couple are forced to flee the Swan Lake fire in their motorhome.
Oh my gosh. Dear goodness.
Powerful winds fan the flames rising from the edge of the highway.
Are you sure this is cool?
And it's a fast and furious drive past the inferno. As the fire threatens to overwhelm them. They make it out the other side and escape with their lives. On the opposite corner of North America, an out-of-control forest fire has spread to the outskirts of Miami, Florida. Flames rip through vegetation at a staggering pace.
Wow.
And the fire engulfs everything in its path. The fierce flames spread across the road, giving this bystander only one option.
As if it couldn't get any weirder.
It's not just humans who have to evacuate wildfires.
A herd of elk is crossing Highway 34 to get out of town.
In northern Colorado, a large herd of elk from a nearby national park have been displaced by the fire.
There's the buck. They're not stupid. He's got all of his ladies across. Good job, buddy.
Back in Oregon, high winds are stoking a dangerous wildfire. Jason is back on the road again after a desperate dash to his house to collect essential belongings.
It was very unnerving. It was one way in and one way out.
He makes it back to safety as the fire rapidly advances towards his home.
I basically went to work and thought about whether or not I had a home anymore. I'm about an hour away from the fires, and it is just like the fire is right here. I couldn't get any reliable information. I was trying to keep in touch with my neighbors to see what they had heard, and they were hearing their house was gone.
Later, desperate to know one way or the other, Jason and a friend take a risk and drive back to the house, not knowing if it has burnt down.
It was like the foggiest day you've ever seen, except you know in the background that you could run into a wall of fire at any time. The wind had blown the fire and it would hop areas. There would be areas that weren't burned, and then there would be areas just decimated. I probably saw half a dozen houses that were wiped out. In my head, I thought that there was no way my house could be there with these houses being gone.
Oh, this is all burned up.
As we made our way up to my street, the smoke was so thick you could hardly see houses from the street. I was driving up our shared driveway and my neighbor's house came into view.
Oh, Melvin.
Yeah. The closer we got, I could see that my neighbors had lost absolutely everything on their property. Their house, their camper, their boats.
God, it's all burned here. Oh, man.
They'd lived there for over 30 years and everything they had was ash and twisted metal, and it was just unbelievable. I still couldn't see my place. As I drove through my gate, I noticed immediately that I had two buildings that had burned.
My dad's chalet is gone. Shed's gone. Holy smokes.
I drove the rest of the way down my driveway. I felt there was no way my house could be there.
It's there.
How is this house still here? That is awesome. All right.
It wasn't until I got basically within 100 feet of my house that I could see it was still there. There was ash everywhere, but my house was still there.
Well, guys, it is really smoky, but right now my house is here. Relatively unscathed so far. I do have some outbuildings that burnt.
It was a really big relief.
Somehow, it looks like the fire just stopped right there. Didn't go down the driveway to my house.
At the same time, it was devastated for my neighbors. So here is where my trailer was parked the other day when we left. You can't see anything now. Unbelievable.
The Riverside fire ripped through 140,000 acres. 3 months after it started, the blaze was finally contained, and charred forests continued to smolder.
So this is the right side, Narutil. Completely burned out. But nothing on the left.
The whole forest had been burned, and there were fires that kept popping up out of old tree stumps. Literally 75 days after the fire, there's still stumps smoldering all over the place. I noticed an open flame not far off the street. I hopped out and grabbed a shovel and did my best to extinguish it.
It's been a lucky escape for Jason and his family.
We ended up finding out that the fire had actually burned down to literally 1.5 feet away from a woodshed that's 10 feet away from my house. I'm certain that if that building had caught fire, our house would have been gone, and this would have been a different story for us.
Back in Turkey, the city of Izmir is reeling from a devastating earthquake. Paramedic Eduna Dogan's mission is to rescue a young girl trapped beneath the ruins of an 8-story apartment block.
Gelsin o an enkazın içerisine girdim ben. Ve nefes alamıyordum, yani alan çok dardı.
Eduna has finally reached the girl, 16-year-old music student Ince.
Tabii ki. Korkma. İnci, şöyle söyleyeyim, İnci ile benim aramda bir tahta parçası vardı.
Deneyeceğim.
Bak, birazdan dışarı çıkacağız seninle. Ben İnci ilk vardığımda zaten bilinci yerindeydi. Hani bilinci açık bir şekilde benimle konuşabilir bir vaziyetteydi. İnci çok korkmuştu.
Abla çok korkuyorum.
Ablam, korkacağın hiçbir şey yok, tamam mı?
Ama çok acıyor.
Bak dur, bekle bebeğim.
20 miles away, in the coastal district of Seferihisar, buildings aren't collapsing, but the earthquake is about to produce a different threat to life. Marina manager Farouk Gunlu feels the earthquake tremors.
There is no problem on the buildings and no one injured. I said, okay, let's continue to work.
There's more trouble, and it's brewing out to sea.
One of my plumber told me that the water sea level is going down. I told him that don't worry about the tsunami and it will never happen this area.
Major earthquakes can trigger terrifying tsunamis, which are often preceded by a dramatic fall in sea levels.
The water level went down 2 meters. Most of the sailing boats, their keel touched the bottom of the sea.
Across town, tourist Beryl Demirali is on the waterfront sightseeing with friends.
My friend went to see what's happening. And then he came and he said just to run because the water was coming.
Inside the marina, things quickly start to escalate.
The water came so quick and so powerful. I totally afraid about the people's life.
Waves throw million-dollar yachts around the marina like bath toys. Manager Farouk tries to alert colleagues by filming the destruction.
There was a high bridge. I was watching everything on that bridge. The mast of the boats crashed. There was a lot of noise in the marina. But it was a horrible time.
Also caught up in the chaos, tourist Beryl escapes to the second floor of a nearby building.
In 1 minute, the water came to the first floor, and I thought the water was coming to the second floor, and there were no third floor. I thought, okay, it's not going to stop and we are going to die here.
Back in the city of Izmir, violin student Inci fights for her life, both legs trapped under concrete rubble.
Saat 15'te oldu deprem. Ben o saatten beri bacaklarımı hareket ettiremiyorum. Seni çıkarttığımıza bakacağız bacaklarına bak.
Rescuer Edanur knows it's crucial to keep her calm and awake.
Ben o saatte Aksaray'daydım. Senin için Aksaray'dan geldim ben. Buradan dışarıya birlikte çıkacağız diye onu sakinleştirmeye çalışıyordum.
Ben keman çalıyorum abla.
Aa ne kadar güzel.
İşim bu benim. Ben bir şey olsun istemiyorum. Elime koluma.
Olmayacak bebeğim. Psikolojik olarak da ona destek vermem ve güvenini kazanmam gerekiyordu.
Elimi tutar mısın?
Ver, tabii ki tutarım. Tabii ki.
The islands of Hawaii, a geological wonder of lush forests, spectacular waterfalls, and deeply dramatic volcanoes. Hawaii's Big Island is a home and playground to pilot Mike Cogan.
Flying here in Hawaii is amazing. There's all kinds of incredible sights to see, volcanoes, and then just the general ruggedness of the terrain.
And the sky's the limit for this thrill seeker.
I enjoy doing things which have an element of risk to them, such as spearfishing, surfing, and most definitely canyoneering.
Canyoneering is the high-risk sport of navigating steep-sided canyons. Hiking, scrambling, and technical rope skills all play their part.
The ultimate goal is really just to have fun and kind of see some places that not many people have seen before. You get a bit of an adrenaline rush out of it, and you just feel that kind of raw power of the water and just being in the elements. You really can find yourself in some extremely remote, hard to get to areas.
Laupa Hohi Hohi Reserve on Big Island, Hawaii, is a canyoneering paradise. Steep valleys and 130-foot waterfalls carve through the landscape. Mike is still a novice, but goes out with some more experienced climbers to explore the forest's waterfalls.
I was kind of the apprentice, and they were showing me the ropes. Beautiful day, really nice weather. We decided it was a good and safe day to go out and attempt this particular river. We think that this was the first time that anybody had attempted canyoneering this river. We started going down a few smaller waterfalls, doing lots of swimming. I was having a great time.
The group reached the first of 3 rappels, a 135-foot drop. Days of rain have turned waterfalls into thunderous plunges.
We anchored up the rope and sent it down. The waterfall itself was a vertical face, and at the very bottom it opened up to be a very small, flat little plateau. There was no pool of water at the bottom of this waterfall. It was basically just jagged rocks everywhere. Two of the more experienced guys began their descent first, and I connected my harness to the rope and I swung myself over the edge.
Still learning the ropes, Mike begins his rappel down the waterfall.
As you go down, you get completely bombarded by the volume and by the pressure. You are drowning almost. Or maybe like being waterboarded, you still need to breathe, but you've got constant water filling the nostrils, filling the ears, filling the eyes, and filling the mouth. I started to reach a lot of sort of slippery, mossy growth on the face of the falls, which made it very hard for me to push myself out of the direct flow. I had reached a point where I had lost control, and it's kind of a sickening feeling.
Bombarded by water, swelled by days of rain, Mike begins to panic. All he has is rope to guide him down.
Fear is healthy, but panic is deadly. At one point, I ended up losing grip of the rope. It happened so fast that it was a feeling of helplessness When I lost grip on the rope, there was nothing stopping me from completely free falling the rest of the way.
Mike has plummeted 40 feet to the jagged rocks below.
I thought that it was going to be the end of me. When I actually hit the rocks, I landed on my right knee and immediately onto my back as well.
Fortunately, Mike has a climbing rope coiled in his bag. It cushions his fall and protects him from a broken back.
I knew I was still conscious. I knew I wasn't paralyzed. I got myself out of the way of the waterfall, and I called my friends over who were standing nearby.
So, looks like I've had a bit of an accident.
I had a moment to sort of sit there and warm up and look down at my leg, and there was a lot of blood coming out. Yeah, it hurt.
Mike is in need of urgent medical attention. He's stranded and badly injured in a remote location.
I knew I was in a bad situation. I knew I couldn't continue. I couldn't go back up. Walking out was obviously not an option. We called 911 and the Hawaii Fire Department was sent out. They sent 2 helicopters when we could see them both flying around.
Why would they send 2? I don't know.
But they couldn't use the bigger one because of the shape of the terrain. There were steep sides not only at the waterfall, but kind of all around us as well.
The forest is dense. There's only a narrow clearing. It's a complex and potentially dangerous rescue.
I have a lot of respect for the skill that these pilots and these rescuers have.
What's your name? Michael. You never got knocked out? No. Any numbness, tingling? Legs numb. It's all in the knee.
He basically helped me over into the gurney.
Is that okay? Good. Okay, there we go.
Then they called the helicopter back, connected it, and lifted both myself and the rescuer out of the gulch.
Mike secured into the basket and hauled into the air. But suddenly Mike's sent into a dizzying spin by the rescue chopper's propellers.
The downwash from the helicopter blades was interacting with the gurney and made me spin as we were climbing out.
Mike makes it to a waiting ambulance and is rushed to hospital. Miraculously, Mike escapes with just a few cuts and bruises. It's not long before he is back to his thrill-seeking ways.
I have actually gone back and continued canyoneering since then. I can't stay away from it. I love it. It could have been a lot worse. I could be paralyzed, I could have landed wrong and even died. So I consider myself lucky.
Mother Nature can be awe-inspiring and deadly in equal measure. Intrepid explorers sail close to a giant iceberg in the waters of Svalbard, an archipelago near Norway. Icebergs are known to hide 90% of their bulk underwater.
Le plus dur dans cette expédition, c'est l'approche sur les fesses de Fred.
Crampons and ice picks at the ready, this adventurous duo venture onto the iceberg. They begin their climb on a delicately balanced lump of ice. As their boat silently retreats.
Ciao.
But their combined weight upsets the giant ice cube. A scramble up the ice is futile, and they're tossed into the freezing Arctic Ocean. Incredibly, both climbers escape without injury and live to explore another day. Spantic Peak Base Camp in Pakistan.
Holy
A 1-ton boulder has missed this climber by centimeters. Leaving the survivor and witness knocked for 6. In Turkey, a major earthquake has hit the city of Izmir, leveling buildings across the city. Rescuer Edunar Dogan is with Inci, a 16-year-old student buried in the debris of a flattened apartment block.
Tamam, hiç korkma. Korkacağın hiçbir şey yok. Ona işlemleri de anlatıyordum. Bilsin kafasında herhangi bir soru olmasın. Hatta bana...
Inci's dog is also trapped, and the frightened pet is hampering rescue efforts.
Sürekli böyle mesela biz onu çıkarmaya çalışırken elimizi ısırdı.
Şunu al Eda. Ana dışı bok oldu dikkat et. Bizi zor durumda bırak. Bir dakika abi. Abi gel.
Bacaklarımı, ayaklarımı hissettim. Ne olur çıkarın beni artık.
Rescuers carefully remove unstable debris from above in a desperate attempt to save Inci and her dog.
Kum taş parçacıkları falan yağdı yani kafama, omuzlarıma, bacaklarıma. Yok. Sadece üstüne bir şeyler attı.
Abla çok korktum.
One wrong move and the rest of the building could come crashing down.
Sorular soruyordum. İnci bana bak. Ne zamandan beri keman çalıyorsun? 10 yıldır. 11 yıldır. Annene çok benziyorsun. Dışarıda annenle konuştum. Annen gayet seni bekliyor, tamam mı? Biz senden haber ilettik. Bunları söyledim ve bana daha çok güven duymaya başladı.
Ben çok önceden su içtim.
Trapped under heavy debris for almost 17 hours, Inci's massively dehydrated and in need of fluids.
O yüzden de vücut içerisinde bir sıvı kaybı gerçekleşiyor. Ve bu insanı ani bir şekilde ölüme götürebilecek derecede şiddetli bir kanamalar meydana gelebiliyor.
Çok canım yandı.
Bir tane daha alayım.
Hemen veriyorum.
Özür dilerim canını yaktığım için.
Hayır, ondan değil. Bacaklarım çok acıyor. Ne olur çıkarın.
Tamam, çıkartacağız seni ablam.
Freeing her is a delicate operation in unstable surroundings. Every second counts.
Daha sonra işte İnci'ye dedim hani seni sırt tahtasına alacağız, bak canın yanabilir.
Yavaş. Elini kaldırma, sırtını kaldırma. Böyle. Yavaş.
Tamam dur bekle ben çekeyim.
The rescuers are struggling with a stretcher in the confines of the rubble.
Tamam.
Meanwhile, the earthquake has triggered a tsunami, flooding the coastal district of Seferihisar. Despite the danger, Farouk stays behind on a bridge to supervise the evacuation.
My colleague told me that we should go another place. The bridge is not secure enough.
Farouk finally scrambles to safety as boat owners rush to save their cars from the flood.
Some of them can go out, but some of them they couldn't. The cars was floating. 300, 400 boats floating around, and we can't do anything.
The water stops rising. Beryl is on holiday and trapped inside a building on the nearby waterfront.
All the furnitures in the buildings were around. The big umbrellas and the big tables, everything were on the street. I thought we stuck there waiting for the help.
It takes hours for water levels to drop. And Beryl makes it out, but it's been a life-changing experience.
I felt like it's a survive because it was huge. You plan everything in your life and everything might go suddenly.
Across town, boats lie crushed and piled high.
It was real mess in the marina. There was 300 and 350 boats damaged. We were lucky that there is no injured people.
Back in Izmir, A glimmer of hope in the darkness as Inci and her dog are rescued alive.
Fakat insan hayatını kurtarmanın çok güzel bir duygusu var.
Edanur is exhausted and finally takes a well-earned break. More than 5,000 rescuers worked to reach survivors of the 2020 Aegean Sea earthquake. Despite their best efforts, 117 people died as a result of this natural disaster. Edanur visits Inci as she recovers in hospital, unsure if she will ever walk again.
İnci,
Merhabalar.
nasılsın?
İyiyim, daha iyiyim.
İyisin değil mi?
İyiyim, iyiyim.
Çok
Teşekkür
korkmuştum.
ederim. Ama çok korktum.
İyileş, seni tekrardan ziyaret etmeye geleceğim ben, tamam mı
Tamam,
canım?
teşekkür ederim her
Bana
şey için.
keman çalacaksın.
Çalacağım.
Kemanı dinleyelim.
Hatta biz enkaz altında İnci bana keman çalma sözünü vermişti. Çok yetenekli bir kız gerçekten.
After 9 months of intense physiotherapy and surgery, Inci is finally able to take her first steps.
İşte bu. Bir daha. Şimdi hiç yanına almadan normal. Normal biri gibi yürü. Evet. Dışarıda dolaşıyorsun. Süper oldu.
And the earthquake has forged a bond of a lifetime between Inci and her rescuer, Edanur.
İzmir bana bir kız kardeşi hediye etti.
Austin, Texas, a city which sees over 300 days of glorious sunshine a year. Living in the city's suburbs are Kim and Colin McHale.
I met Colin in the fall of 2017. We actually met on a phone dating app.
You know, it's funny, you meet someone that way, but then it just ends up clicking perfectly.
Within a year, the lovebirds are planning their dream wedding.
I just wanted to, really knock it out of the park and have the best night ever.
What I wanted for the wedding day was just for it to go as perfectly as possible and for my wife to have the best day of her life.
But there is one aspect of every couple's big day which can't be controlled: the unpredictability of the weather.
So we had picked a space to have our ceremony that was, under some trees. It was outside, and we knew we were taking a risk.
Their outdoor ceremony is booked. Kim and Colin find a local custom they hope will help ward off any wet weather.
So there is a tradition where you can bury a bottle of bourbon upside down a month before the wedding. And then, as the legend goes, you can dig it up at the wedding. The weather's nice. The bourbon has warded off all the rain.
It's May 2019, and the couple's big day has arrived. It starts out with blissful blue skies and sunshine.
I remember going to my bridal breakfast with my bridesmaids and just saying, I can't believe it's sunny.
Tradition dictates the bottle of bourbon is dug up for the bride and groom to enjoy with their guests on the morning of the ceremony.
It's been supposed to rain for 5 days now, and it hasn't rained because of this bourbon. I gave a whole speech and bragged about how we warded off the rain with the bourbon, and I guess I did a little too much taunting.
Keeping a close eye on the weather is the couple's videographer, Adam Gumbo.
We could see the storm clouds coming over the horizon, and it was an ominous sight, to be sure.
Kim and Colin pose for photos before the ceremony, unprepared for what's about to come.
The skies just opened and it started raining.
The rain, once it started, it just kept going.
I truly thought it was just kind of gonna stop.
Kim waits in the bridal cottage for the rain to pass. But an unexpected guest is about to make a surprise entrance.
I could hear the rain on the roof. I could hear the wind, and I knew that this was not a regular storm. The tornado touched down.
a tornado gate crashes the celebrations.
We had a beautiful champagne wall that was shattering.
The whirlwind wreaks havoc in the dining area.
We could hear everybody working the event shouting to try to save the wall, and we could just hear things being shattered and being blown around.
Nobody knew what was going on. I honestly think at that point people were worried whether or not they were going to be seriously injured. People were being pushed all across the patio, and people are struggling to stand up, people are running for cover. I thought, this could be it. Everything's going to be destroyed.
As the couple and their guests shelter from the storm, videographer Adam ventures outside.
I went to go step outside, and that's exactly when this massive wall of water just hit everybody in the face. You were drenched within 1 second. It was pandemonium.
The twister combines with a dangerous deluge of rain, which creates a flash flood.
The amount of rain that fell was something we hadn't experienced ever out there. It was frightening.
Behind the venue, there's a very small creek. And there was so much water and flooding that the creek had completely overflown, and the yard of the venue was basically a lake.
The worst of the storm passes, but the couple's dream wedding is a washout.
Everything was flooded. The ceremony site was flooded. Flowers were floating down the stream. It was a disaster.
I cannot believe this is happening. And especially, I cannot believe this is happening today.
Bride Kim refuses to let the weather dampen her spirits.
So once the rain was less severe, some of my friends and bridesmaids were able to get a bunch of umbrellas and kind of hold my dress, and we truly ran from the bridal cottage to the venue. All of our guests were in there, and I immediately saw that everyone looked happy, everyone had a drink in their hand. So despite the weather that was happening outside, I just immediately felt a huge relief.
The outside area is totally flooded. Kim and Colin must tie the knot on the dance floor, surrounded by some very soggy friends and family.
We're like, this is it, this is where we're doing it, let's do this.
Your soul is larger than life, and forever and always, I soulmate you.
Kimberly, you're the love of my life. You make me feel like I'm right where I need to be in life. I vow to carry that passion through our entire lives.
Multiple tornadoes were reported the day of the wedding, bringing damaging winds and torrential rain. But come rain or shine, this happy couple can look on the bright side.
Not many people can say that their wedding was crashed by an actual tornado.
People actually have come up and said, now this is a wedding I will never forget.
When it comes to momentous occasions, Mother Nature can't resist stealing the limelight. A white wedding in Colorado.
Well, Mike and Leah will be walking through the lineup.
A pile of snow from an overhanging tree is dumped on the arbor, covering the bride, groom, and a bevy of bridesmaids in the frozen confetti.
That's $1 million freaking shot right there.
Giving this couple and their excited wedding party a frozen nuptial that makes the heart melt. A bachelorette party in Texas.
It's downpouring in Austin. Oh my God!
The downpour has flooded a gutter. The ladies keep their cool to rescue their handbags.
This is happening!
Luckily, no one was hurt, and the venue got a brand new water feature. A winter wedding in Russia. And this gallant groom carries his bride from the church. Trying to throw your new wife from an icy platform isn't a great start. And won't go without a frosty stare. In this episode, we have witnessed the extreme natural power unleashed by a magnitude 7 earthquake.
We realized that it was a very big earthquake.
We have experienced the white knuckle ride of wildfire.
You could run into a wall of fire at any time.
We've seen Mother Nature make a mockery of our best laid plans. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now? In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, a once-in-a-generation eruption on a volcanic island.
Mental. That is huge.
Flattens homes and devastates lives.
It was a real moment of panic.
People fleeing from their homes, grabbing whatever they can do to get out.
In the United States, heavy rain and snowmelt submerge a town.
That car got flipped over. Oh boy.
A father and daughter are trapped in their car.
You guys want to come in here? Okay.
In Italy, giant hail pools up pavements and traps drivers in their cars. Off the northwest coast of Africa, the Spanish island of La Palma. 85,000 people have set up home beneath a volcano that hasn't been active since 1971. 50 years later, there are rumors of a potential new eruption. Kelly Smith has lived on the island for 13 years.
A friend from Tenerife messaged me and she asked me if the rumours were true. And I said to her, what rumours? And she asked about the volcano. And I said, what volcano?
Andrew and Ailey Miles have only just moved to the island and have been exploring the Cumbre Vieja National Park. The old volcano crater is just a passing, dormant feature of the landscape.
We're aware of seismicity occurring on a fairly regular basis and it being not that big a deal because it's just part of the fabric of where we live.
Long-term resident Catherine Gouffron suspects something isn't right.
There are earthquakes in the night and I wake up and I feel I have this, perhaps we should go.
It's September 19th, 2021, and the rumours turn out to be true.
We felt a huge earthquake and it was a real moment of panic.
We stood up from our sun lounges. We could see the plume of the initial eruption.
So this is my first volcano.
Initially, it's a novelty for most people.
There she blows. Wow.
But early fascination soon turns to fear.
I went outside and just saw a puff of smoke coming from the middle of the mountain. If I'm honest, I was a little bit nervous. My stomach started to churn.
Over the next few days, the eruption from the Cumbre Vieja volcanic ridge is beginning to develop.
I don't think many people have dealt with a live volcano in front of their face.
It's like nothing on Earth.
I was scared. My first reaction was the lava was going to come towards the house and wipe us out.
Andrew and Ailey are away from home, and it's not clear if their house is vulnerable.
It was immediately a much more tense situation. It was scary. It was potentially going to be where our house is. We watched the volcano for a while, just trying to process what had happened, generally being in awe of the sight that we were seeing. It was surreal.
Catherine's home is so close to the stream of lava, there's only one choice.
I thought, that's it. We need to go. Everything in your body is shouting, run, Forest.
I contacted a friend in Tenerife and quickly booked a ferry so that we could be away from it in case all hell was going to break loose.
People are leaving their homes by choice and by order of the authorities. An exclusion zone set up around the volcano, while fountains of molten lava spew to the surface. British volcano tracker Chris Horsley is zoning in on the eruption.
On arrival, the skies lit up red. I mean, it looks like there's a huge fire, the Earth's fire, coming present to land. Everywhere you look, there's a blue flashing light.
People fleeing from their homes, grabbing whatever they can do to get out. And the constant rumble. And it's not pulsing, it's non-stop. Whoa! And that is over 100 meters in the air. Whoa! Mental. That is huge. One of the craziest things I've ever seen.
It was very incredible to look at. You felt that that's what people wanted to see, the kind of Hollywood special effects of a volcano. Whereas for us, it was very much, yeah, but what's happening on our street?
More deadly than rivers of molten lava is fast-flowing floodwater. In the summer of 2021, the city of Zhengzhou in the Henan province of central China was underwater. One woman has no way out of a shopping mall. A rescue line and muscle power her only hope. The strength of the community saves many lives. But 12 people are killed after the heaviest rainfall the province has ever recorded. In late 2020, Typhoon Ulysses hit the Philippines. The town of Marikina was reported to be in a state of calamity by its mayor. Residents' homes were devastated and family pets abandoned until their owners could return to help them out. The Marikina River rose a spectacular 22 meters, forcing the community to make homemade tightropes to reach isolated buildings. With one rescued, this fearless dog lover went back for his second furry friend, but keeping his balance was tricky. Quick thinking kept the frightened pooch within reach until he refound his footing. Navigating downed power lines and a broken rope, he clings on until the desperate owner can be reunited with her dog. And he can save himself. The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plains. But in late autumn of 2021, excessive rainfall catches out motorists as roads flood in minutes. Firefighters turn their ladders into rescue beams, dangling from ropes to pull this driver to safety. His car is abandoned to the raging torrent below, while he clutches what little he could grab. And he's escaped an impossible situation. On the border of Canada, in the northeast corner of Washington state, lies the small town of Sumas. Early Dutch settlers drained huge lakes to make them into farmland. The area's been prone to flooding ever since. It's mid-November 2021. Weather systems coming in from the Pacific are unleashing 3 days of rain. Mike Scolton sells tractors in Linden, just west of Sumas.
It's known to be a pretty rainy place. On Saturday, it rained all day long. Sunday, it rained. It was like a hard rain. It got really warm too, so we had a lot of snow melt. So it was a perfect storm for just getting a lot of water. I think in the 3-day span, there were 7 inches.
Uh-oh. That car got flipped over. Oh boy.
Sumas is underwater. Mike and 2 of his colleagues take out 3 tractors to help rescue people from their homes and vehicles.
I ain't gonna lie, I would not be taking a car in this. I'm getting pushed with a tractor of all things.
The water was moving pretty fast across me. It was hard to stay in a straight line, it really was. I opened the back window a few times just in case I got in the ditch or got swept away, that I could jump out.
Without maybe ending up in the ditch. I do not want to end up in the ditch.
These guys I think are a little crazy. Especially you see the river, it's going right through here. That's where washouts could happen.
Boats and tractors are the only way to reach people.
the way that everyone says to go, and we got some boat launching going on in the road. That's something you see every day. Gotta watch my wake a little bit. You can never estimate how deep the water is, but it's deep right now. Oh, there's a bump in the road. When there's a bump in the road, that scares the bleeding crap out of me.
Houses built only months before are reclaimed by the water.
That is a house, and that's not supposed to be underwater. Yeah, Sumas is underwater, folks.
We should all do a high five for these guys. How do you think this?
Nearby, families are in danger. Thanksgiving plans are abandoned.
Yes.
Brand new kitchens are underwater. Possessions stacked high to stop them floating away. In Sumas, submerged vehicles must be negotiated, and Mike is testing his tractor to the limit to save lives.
There you go. All right, you got it? All right. So you sit here. Can you ride on the back right here?
There's devastation everywhere. Families are plucked to the safety of the cab.
That's right. We came to get you. What's your guys' name?
Mario and Alicia.
Alicia. And what's your grandma's name?
Voila.
Voila. Nice. Well, good. We're going to get you guys dry.
Despite the treacherous conditions, Tom O'Grady decides to pick up his daughter Tommy, who's leaving hospital.
We get to Everson, and we're driving through the wheel well deep water again. And I've never seen or been in water so deep.
But by nightfall, the water's still rising. Tom and his daughter can't see when they're crossing fast-moving currents.
Oh, I feel water coming in. All of a sudden, we were hit with this huge wave of water. I had been wearing sandals and slippers, and I felt this cold water washing over my feet, and I said, "Dad, we're taking on water. What are we gonna do?" And I started to panic.
Mike is heading home, but the route he's taking is treacherous.
We're in this is a strong current. I'm holding my wheel because the water wants to take my steering wheel.
On the horizon, Tom and Tommy are stuck in a ditch in their truck that's rapidly filling with fast-moving water.
Away. There's people. Okay, these people might need to be saved.
Definitely thinking we weren't going to make it out alive. I was thinking the water was just going to keep on coming in, and it was just going to keep getting deeper and deeper.
I don't know what I'm going to do, though.
I saw the lights. I saw the tractor's lights. I rolled the passenger window and stuck my arm out and started waving. I said, "We need help, we need help."
You guys want to come in here? He's just going to block the current, okay? That way the truck won't move, hopefully, okay? Okay.
I saw their truck slightly move a little bit in correlation to where I was, and I was like, oh crap, this truck's gonna give way, because the water was moving very fast.
Mike works in tandem with his colleagues in the other tractors.
And Mike backed up his tractor to the passenger door where I was. He was very scared, and it was terrifying. And I just remember thinking to myself, well, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it somehow. And I managed to get up onto the trailer hitch and hold on one of my hands, and then I climbed up from the trailer hitch into the cab of the tractor.
Tommy's dad, Tom, is freezing, unwell, and attached to an oxygen tank.
You guys want to come in here?
He didn't have any energy to move.
You think you got it in you to do it? All right. Just take your time.
she can do it, you can too, I bet it. I believe in you.
I believe in you too, Dad.
She says she believes in you.
He honestly didn't think he was going to make it. He didn't want to tell me. I wanted to cry. I was just, Dad, please don't give up. Please don't give up. I honestly do believe in you. You can't give up now. I still need you.
After a slow shuffle across the seats, Tom finally makes it to the open window and out of the truck.
Oh my God. Off we went, and then not even 10 seconds after that, my dad watched his pickup get carried off into the blueberry field across the street.
The truck just got swept away. It was just gone.
The truck's washed downstream, but Tom and Tommy are safe.
It was nothing less than a miracle. I'm pretty sure without Mike's help that my father and I would have been 2 more statistics added on to the one tragedy that had already happened.
As a human in this world, we're called to help people. If I'm in trouble, I hope people would help me.
The next day, the floodwaters dropped. But the infrastructure is devastated. Railway containers are tossed aside and clutter the river. Sumas in Washington state will take years to recover. Driving through flooded rivers is risky. In India, Rakesh and Yusuf follow a bus across a causeway. They don't have enough power, and they've pushed sideways towards the overflowing river. Over the edge and downstream. 2 days of torrential rain take the 1-ton vehicle for a ride. The engine's flooding and water's leaking through the doors. Rakesh and Yusuf have no idea what to do. Heavy currents carry them 100 meters before they come to rest on the riverbed. As the river claims their car, they have to make an emergency evacuation. Luckily, helped to safety by locals making a human chain to stop them being washed away. This bus is also no match for the power of water. 30 Indian soldiers bail out of the open windows. Those who can swim must struggle against the current to survive. But some of the bravest souls are the train drivers of the Emerald Jungle in Ecuador. Regular downpours constantly loosen the footings holding up the tracks. They're either completely submerged by water or completely exposed to the elements, with absolutely nothing holding them up.
La vida es un juego. Hay que jugar. Por eso nosotros nos jugamos. Nos tomamos la vida como que si fuese un juego. Pilla lo que está pasando adelante y nosotros sin miedo alguno vamos a ir. No vamos a detener la marcha, vamos despacio. No sé qué vaya a pasar. Está lloviendo fuerte. Le estamos dando suave y al infinito. Esto es así. Abajo, pues, pendejo. Atrás.
Back in the Canaries, on the island of La Palma. A month in, the deadly aerial threat is changing the atmosphere. As new craters erupt, there's a climate of fear. The air is thick with ash clouds. Volcanologist and rock specialist Professor Valentin Troll is one of the first on location.
Hello, hello. We are in La Laguna.
Inside the evacuated area.
So here, a very quick impression from a little kindergarten here. That is, of course, in the evacuated zone, so all kids have left. This is kind of nice because we see a bit of ash deposits here. First thing that really struck me was the volcano itself. It had grown to a considerable size by then, and it sits above the villages of Tacande and La Laguna and El Paso. There was this rather big edifice with fire fountains coming out.
The island like a pressure valve, releasing molten lava as it did when the island was formed.
I think my closest comparison is like a First World War battle scene. There is loads of people going backwards and forwards, police is going this way, emergency rescue teams going that way, animal rescue teams going yet another way. People have gas masks. Here or there, you can hear the cracking and crumbling. And then once the lava heats up the piping in the house or hits a gas tank, you get these random explosions here or there in the exclusion zone, and you're just, whoa. It's like a battlefield.
It's a chance for a Valentine to get up close to giant crawling lava lobes.
You really see that the upper crust is rolling over and it's coming down at the front of it, and the whole thing is moving towards you.
When it's safe, temperatures are tested.
What's the maximum that goes up
The
to?
maximum is 500.
Oh, I see.
It stops at 500. It's still very, very hot. So we hope that we can get one of those blocks here quenched in a few minutes. Oh, beautiful.
And rock samples taken. But the air is unbreathable and deadly.
You must be equipped with gas mask because there's a lot of fumes coming out, a lot of gas is being expelled from the lava flow, and there's a lot of also fumes from burning. You get a lot of toxic fumes, so you really need to be protecting yourself.
The lethal atmosphere is not the only airborne danger.
Suddenly we saw these large blocks rolling down the hill, and these were bombs that were thrown out from the volcanic summit. Here's another block coming down, and it's red hot, at least in part, and it's coming at enormous speed. And then they were traveling ballistically. They were rolling down the hill like cannonballs. Saw that the outer shell was lava, rock-colored, but the interior was still glowing. It was just an amazing phenomenon. Oh my Lord! Yeah, oh yeah, I can feel the heat from here.
As the days roll by, the volcano summit is growing. British volcano explorer Chris Horsley is right in the middle of it.
You feel the tremors run through the ground. As soon as that goes, you feel the aftershocks come right through you. Whoa! I just had the drone up.
Chris's mission is to 3D map the volcano alongside the academic community.
It's quite bizarre to see images of like main roads, stations and shops, and then just a wall of fresh material tumbling its way through, ripping everything apart. It's just like Earth's bulldozer just plowing through.
Y todo lo tenemos aquí va en la misma dirección que iba la primera vez que bajó.
Completely destroying everything in its path.
All around, hundreds of homes are being submerged.
The destruction was rapid. In a matter of a week, we saw several lava flows down a hillside, and it's completely destroyed several villages along the way.
The last thing they want to hear is, why did you build a house on a volcano? They know it's a volcanic island. That's not the point. There's an element you are on a ticking time bomb.
Catherine Gouffron's house is amongst many buried in lava and ash.
When you recognize that it will not stop, it's like waiting someone who's dying, and you know that he will die, and every day is a little bit of hope, but finally there's no hope. And you need to, to turn the page in the book and say, okay, that's it. There's nothing left. Right now, I'm afraid of the moment when I will go the first time to see how our house was, because everything is dead. That's it. There's no life in it.
Catherine's home and her neighbours' properties near Las Manchas are entombed.
So we are approaching the outskirts of Las Manchas here, and as you can see, the ash cover is very thick.
Valentin Troll is one of the few people allowed access to the area.
And of course, there is grain size variations, very unpleasant to touch. The ash is quite a phenomenon. I mean, the ash layers are really thick by now. One of my colleagues called it black snow or the devil's snow.
Even the dead aren't safe.
We're here at the cemetery in Las Manchas, and this is the lava that has intruded the cemetery only a few days ago.
The team are inspecting a cemetery overrun by lava and ash when the culprit threatens to explode.
So we are now seeking shelter under the roof of a petrol station. Suddenly the ashfall picked up, the wind picked up, and the sulfur in the air became a real sting. We were immediately, of course, putting our gas masks on and putting the safety equipment on, but within minutes we realized this is a very serious thing. So we were just unlucky. But the wind is blowing a lot of ash and lapilli around, which is a bit unpleasant. The sulfur smell is actually quite intense. Apparently, concentrations are bearable.
And the volcano's reawakening.
Suddenly, the volcano turned really explosive. There was this big cloud, this bulbous cloud coming out, and it was gray and brown and really intense.
They have to get away.
We knew that this was not a good place to be.
Tiny particles of rock fly through the atmosphere.
It's being like sand blasted, but with very sharp sand fragments, basically little glass shards. But now it's very obvious. If you've seen them erupting, it is a really hellish situation.
In northern Italy, the province of Parma. Usually a beautiful place to be in the summer months, with average temperatures of over 30 degrees Celsius. It's July 2021. Riccardo Capuano is on the A1 near Parma, heading to his head office in Milan.
Prima che ci fosse la tempesta sembrava fosse tutto normale. Solo quando qualche minuto prima che accadesse tutto mi sono reso conto che all'orizzonte il cielo era veramente molto molto scuro.
The dark skies on the horizon are not a good sign. And the heavens break.
Quando è iniziata la grandine non riuscivo a vedere neanche ad un metro dal parabrezza del mio van. Sentivo solo grandi e forti rumori sul mio van.
His whole section of motorway grinds to a halt.
La sensazione che ho avuto quando mi sono fermato era assolutamente una sensazione di paura. che poi è cresciuta sempre di più mano a mano che l'evento si mostrava sempre più intenso.
In Luzzara, hailstones are battering gardens. The wind bending trees. Lumps of ice wrecking all in their path. On the A1, Riccardo is dodging giant hail hurtling towards his windscreen at high speed.
Il vetro ha iniziato a rompersi, piano riuscivo a vedere delle schegge di vetro che diciamo erano causate dalla rottura del vetro, quindi piano il vetro si è tutto rotto.
Shards of glass are flying into the cab. Riccardo has to crouch on the seats.
Ad un certo punto durante la grandine ho dovuto proteggere la mia testa e il mio viso perché schegge di vetro ormai venivano dentro l'abitacolo. Avevo appunto anche il timore che mi finissero in faccia o addirittura che il vetro potesse aprirsi per permettere l'entrata diciamo di queste palle di ghiaccio. Ho dovuto proteggere la mia testa e il mio viso con una giacca che avevo in furgone.
Sheltering under the metal roof, Riccardo tries to protect himself. Nearby, most people are safe in their houses, but can only observe as giant ice balls fill the sky. It's like a shower of meteorites landing on Earth. Normal-size hail hits the ground at 40 miles per hour. But these giant ice bombs are knocking on northern Italy at around 70 miles per hour.
La mia paura principale era che il vetro cedesse completamente e quindi ho provveduto a proteggermi principalmente la testa, mettendomi con i piedi sul sedile e cercando di proteggermi con la cappotta della macchina.
After 10 minutes of hail hell, the storm passes.
Quando sono uscito dal mio van ho visto una situazione che non avrei mai immaginato di poter vedere nella mia vita. Ero in una delle autostrade più trafficate di tutta Italia, assolutamente bloccata, con auto ferme e distrutte.
A scene of devastation. Cars attacked by cannonballs of ice.
Fino a qualche anno fa di questi eventi io ne ho sentiti veramente pochi, ma ultimamente anche qui in Italia si stanno verificando molti di questi eventi, o grandi grandinate o grandi piogge.
Riccardo's van is undrivable and has to be towed to a garage. But Riccardo survives.
Ho capito che Madre Natura, quando vuole, può farci del male. Sì, questa esperienza mi ha insegnato con Madre Natura non si scherza e bisogna trattarla nel miglior modo possibile, perché poi dopo tutto il peggio si ripercuote su di noi.
Extreme hail is a global phenomenon.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It knows no boundaries.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm scared! I'm really scared! I'm scared!
A fishing trip in British Columbia freaks out all on board. One dark cloud amongst blue sky dumps its frozen payload. The fish, much more protected than the humans on board. In Massachusetts, snow is dislodged from an SUV. Jeffrey Coates' windscreen is destroyed. Nothing can prepare you for a flying sheet of ice. All Jeffrey can do is pull over to assess the damage, which is extensive. Back in La Palma, the volcano's in a record 85th day. The eruptions continue in force. No one knows when the chaos will end. But in mid-December, a lull. A quiet volcanic phase allows new residents Andrew and Ailey to return home to see just how close the lava has come.
It is now about 100 metres away from our house.
This is the view down our front steps. All of our plants are looking quite buried. So I'm in my front garden just now, and the rock that you can see in the distance there is the lava flow. So it's maybe about 130 metres from our property, and it flows right the way downhill and comes right round, covering just such a massive area. This is from the top of our garden, and this is the new landscape.
But incredibly, the lavas run either side of their house. The neighborhood has been swallowed up by a cooling flow of new rock.
Everything is gone. It has been burned and buried, and that is all that there is to it. There's nothing that is recoverable.
There's not a hint of your house having been there. It's very final, very final.
Their house is covered in volcanic ash that'll turn to cement if it rains.
It's completely altered the landscape.
Andrew's currently working on clearing the driveway so that we can get some access with our car again. So I have my PPE on. The reason that we want to remove the ash from the roof isn't aesthetic. It is actually a very porous material.
It's small pieces of hollow rock, and they absorb water really well. And basically that means that the weight of them increases.
The Cumbre Vieja National Park is now much calmer, but seismic activity continues. Nearly 3,000 homes have been lost. Countless lives devastated. A new peninsula has been formed in the sea. Catherine's home is gone forever.
Everything can change in one day, in 1 minute, in an hour. I think an experience that everyone who experienced losing something knows.
Andrew and Ailey still have no idea if their home will survive.
I don't even have the words to articulate how terrifying that is. I'm really quite frightened. It's been just this horrible state of limbo.
No one knows what impact the ash will have on the climate.
On the one side, it's humbling. One realizes how small humans are compared to these natural forces. On the other side, it's quite invigorating because you have the privilege to be there and feel the earth trembling, to feel the rumble of the volcano, to witness such a natural spectacle is quite amazing.
Volcanic ash and gases can reflect incoming solar radiation and absorb outgoing heat from the land, cooling average temperatures. this seismic storm just part of a long-term influence on our weather?
Volcanic eruptions themselves have a huge part to play in climate. The world itself kind of runs in patterns that are quite often peaks in weather, so they have overall control about what this climate does. The planet taking care of itself, it's a pressure release valve of a system that needs to stay stable for us to maintain an existence. Without volcanoes, there wouldn't be life on this planet.
Huge rocks falling from volcanoes are only matched by boulders set free from cliff faces by heavy rain. This family in the Sichuan province in China stop to let a lorry pass. It sets their journey back a few crucial seconds. But they're surrounded by danger. On their right, a sheer drop to a fast-flowing river. On their left, a water-laden hillside losing a battle with gravity. No one knows if they've survived. A few seconds of delay. The difference between life and death. A year later, in the same area, loose boulders hang in the hillside above a petrol station. When one of the staff hears a rumbling from above, the customers get out of their car just in time. To begin with, it's just dirt and debris. But followed by a giant lump of a rock. Dirt is spewed out into the road, sending hard hats flying and dogs fleeing. Meanwhile, this father and son hear a rock hit their roof, when suddenly they're plunged into darkness in the narrow ravine. Tons of rock engulf them. Somehow, they steer out of trouble and abandon the badly dented car. The driver tried to speed up to avoid getting hit. Without his steering and quick thinking, they could have been in the ravine. Footage after the event shows just how big the rocks were and how much damage they can do. In this episode, we have witnessed the destructive power of volcanoes.
Everything can change in one day, in 1 minute.
I don't even have the words to articulate how terrifying that is.
We've seen how rain...
He's just gonna block the current, okay?
and hail can threaten lives. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, unlocking life and unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now? In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, a river breaks its banks in Waverly, Tennessee. Extreme floods set homes on fire and separate families.
I knew I couldn't get to her.
All I could do was try to keep my head above water. It's literally just fighting for my life.
In Canada, a tornado rips through a construction site.
Oh my God.
And workers run for their lives. Just in time. In Nepal, a lakeside gig is interrupted.
Oh my God!
By a powerful avalanche. And in Papua New Guinea, rain-flooded rivers leave an adventurer trapped, upside down, and underwater.
30 seconds of just total, all-encompassing existential terror.
Floods can be one of the most lethal forms of deadly weather. An unstoppable force penetrating every nook and cranny, devastating lives. At the heart of the southern states of America sits Tennessee. Over 100,000 square kilometers of rolling hills, a series of domes and basins, split by the Tennessee River. In Humphreys County, nestled in the Trace Creek Valley, sits Waverly, home to 4,000 people, including Darlene Tunget and her daughter, Amanda Maples.
Born and raised here in Waverly, Tennessee. I was raised by the county sheriff, so we knew everybody and everybody knew us.
It's August 2021, and summer ends abruptly. 17 inches of rain falls in 12 hours, almost double the previous record for the area. The streams and creeks to the east are swollen and heading west towards Waverly. Then the levee protecting the town collapses.
A 4 to 6 foot wave of water that looked like a tsunami wave, about the size of a football field, going about 50 miles an hour. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to get out.
Front yards disappear below a mixture of mud and water. As the levels rise, anything not fixed to the ground follows. Heavy vehicles are floating battering rams. But this is just the start.
I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. My kids are trapped at home. He's gone somewhere.
I woke up to water under me and I was like, what is going on? It like took my breath away.
Troy Beasley's sleeping on the floor of a friend's house.
Literally within not even a minute, like water was up to my shins. I called my mom to tell her, look, this is way worse than I thought. And by the time I make that call, water's up to my waist. Seconds later, the house comes off the foundation and it's floating down the road, literally.
Incredibly, Amanda's home is holding its ground, but she's trapped as water floods in at a rapid rate.
It was brown and nasty and just thick with, it looked like wood and grass and just anything you could find was floating around in there. I needed to access my attic and get to the roof as soon as possible.
Next door, Amanda's mum, Darlene, is also in trouble.
I was reaching for stuff, thinking, okay, let me see if I can find something that floats.
Just a few meters away, Darlene's daughter, Amanda, has reached the roof of her house. She can see her mum is surrounded by water.
I was really worried about exactly where she was, and I could see part of their home actually tearing apart. I could see how dangerous the water was at that moment and knew I couldn't get to her.
Troy's thrown into the raging current.
That water was so powerful, all I could do was try to keep my head above water. And I hit my head. I almost passed out at this point. And I take in a lot of water. I didn't think I was gonna make it. It's literally just fighting for my life.
The devastation from flash flooding is a more regular event on the other side of the world, particularly in India. In 2021, extreme rainfall events are becoming more regular. This is just the start of the monsoon season in June in Jamnagar in western India. Makeshift bridges rescue residents from stranded buildings. In central India, with roads and bridges cut off, army helicopters are sent in. Isolated residents are pulled to safety as thousands are losing their homes and livelihoods. In northern India, in Haridwar, this group of workers is stuck under a bridge until a fellow worker jumps behind the levers of a crane and manages to pick them all up. Despite the gushing floodwaters, he maneuvers the boom and his human cargo towards the bridge. Delicately balanced, they try not to catch their toes and slowly make it to the top of the bridge. Temperatures are rising in India, and with this, there are many more flash floods and landslides. Tornadoes are one of the most deadly forces of nature. Canada is a landmass of nearly 10 million square kilometers, but it only gets around 50 tornadoes a year. Half of them make landfall in Ontario. Barrie is a city of 140,000 people, and extreme weather is rare. Shia Howard studies the climate and tracks storms around the world. But in July 2021, a tornado comes to his front door.
is going on? The wind's moving sideways.
Whoa! That's when alarms went off in my mind, and I thought, okay, there could be a tornado.
Holy smokes, we gotta get in the basement.
Can you see that?
Yeah, this is insane.
In-car cameras capture the early storm.
Look, debris, take cover, guys. Get to the basement.
And that's when I was kind of like, oh my goodness, this is a major tornado.
Tornado, come on, basement.
In the center of town, it's getting worse.
Oh my God, this is bad. Holy crap, get down.
As the tornado approaches, construction supervisor Tom Kolb is just arriving on site.
My foreman looked over and he's like, oh my gosh, there's a tornado. And I was like, come on, Mark, that's crazy. And I looked over to my right and I just saw shingles and like all this debris flying around.
Oh my God.
And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. It's the craziest thing I've ever been through.
Inside a tornado.
God damn it.
And we just sat back and watched as this tornado took over the site. You're thinking like, is this actually happening?
As the wind speed reaches over 130 miles per hour, two of his workmates are exposed to the elements.
Look at those power lines.
Power lines you down.
Two other colleagues are stuck in their trailer.
The footage is like, it's chilling. The inspector looked out the window and said, Sam, there's a tornado, get out, get out, get out. Sam, I guess he grabbed his computer and came out the other door, and as he's coming out the door, the trailer started to flip and it pinned him against the truck that it was parked in front of the trailer. He got pinned up against and fell down, and then the trailer literally got picked up in the air and thrown.
Sam emerges from underneath the trailer and runs for his life.
If that truck wasn't there, he would have died. You see from the front, the trailer flip over the front of the car, and then you can see it actually exit the back of the car and blow out of frame. It's nuts.
Across town, on another construction site, Stephen Gallion is also in a trailer, but can't get out in time.
The second the door ripped off, felt like a cold chill. You know, like, that's weird, that's not supposed to happen. And next thing I know, I remember just hitting my head off of the ceiling. The trailer just picked straight up, flew straight up into the air. Out of nowhere, from sunny to flying through the air in about a minute. The only thing I could describe it like, it felt like being inside of a giant subwoofer, like a speaker. Or like everything was almost vibrating and shaking out of nowhere. I felt like I was an astronaut in space, like no gravity. There's nothing that sort of prepares you for a moment like that. Like you just feel you're totally helpless, nothing you can do, you're kind of just along for the ride.
The tornado dumps the trailer, with Stephen inside, into the eye of the storm.
I wake up, I'm lying in a field of mud. Our huge 60-foot trailer looked like it had been through a shredder. There's just pieces everywhere. And I remember looking up, everything just looked gray. Like I think we were in the middle of the tornado at that point. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Within a few minutes, it's all over.
No way.
Tim Kolb has to pick up the pieces.
No. That is my first tornado. Oh my God.
To know that, you know, only a couple people got seriously hurt and no one died is a miracle.
Drywall. Oh, he's bleeding up.
There's the old trailer frame. We looked up in the trees and there was pillows and blankets and a mattress, and that's just someone's life just scattered across a job site. I drove home with Sam in his truck, and we're going through and power lines down, trees knocked over, completely uprooted.
Shia Howard's neighborhood doesn't fare much better.
This is insane.
Oh my goodness, is this for real? Holy shit. My goodness.
It was a complete disaster.
The Barry tornado is 100 meters wide and rips a 5-kilometer corridor through the town.
All of this was making this narrow corridor look like a war zone.
The worst of it's right around here. Ooh, freaky.
More than 70 homes are left uninhabitable, causing more than $75 million of damage. But the survivors feel lucky to be alive.
I broke 3 fingers on one hand, had a broken nose.
Mother Nature is unrelenting, like just shows no mercy.
The destructive power of the wind should never be underestimated. It's June 2021 in China's Shandong province. Wind speeds reach almost 90 miles per hour. It catches the residents of the capital, Jinan, completely unaware. Individuals brave the gusts to protect themselves and their scooters. High-rise flats have their external render truly tested. But when the top half folds, the rest follows. Cars are picked up and rolled around car parks. The brave and confused try to work out what is happening. The roof fractures into lumps of plastic, out of control and hurtling towards them. Giant squares of metal fly towards vehicles. And pieces of building drop from the sky towards pedestrians. Even the trees are being ripped up by their roots. Trees become even more vulnerable to wind after a large amount of rain loosened their roots. This couple is on a woodland road just outside Poprad at the base of the high Tatras Mountains in Slovakia. It's vulnerable to the odd tree fall. All they can do is reverse, but they're not fast enough. Even when they're out of the car, they still aren't safe. Just north of India sits Nepal and Kapuchi Lake. Almost 150,000 square kilometers of rocky peaks with 8 of the world's 10 tallest mountains, including Mount Everest. It's early January 2021, and Sambhu Adikiri and Kiran Shrestha are on a trek in the mountains with friends.
It was like full 9 hours hiking, and it was like really tough, completely uphill.
Their destination is the glacial Lake Kapuchi, just south of the Annapurna mountain range.
We
we were very excited to see the lake for the first time. Finally we reached the spot.
They set up camp on the shores of the lake. By dawn, Kieran is out on the far side of the lake.
Enjoying the ride.
Sambu pulls out his beloved guitar to play a tune against a dramatic backdrop.
I just love to play a guitar. It's my passion.
But an uninvited gatecrasher arrives from the mountains.
We heard a noise, a big, like something like boom.
There was like a huge cloud coming down from the hill. And it was like really new thing for us. We don't have got any idea what's next gonna happen.
Kieran is still out on the water, right in the path of the avalanche.
It got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger when it came down towards us.
Kieran has to paddle for his life and scrambles to dry land, helped by Sambu. They think they are safe on the other side of the lake, but they underestimate the power and speed of the avalanche.
Oh my God!
When it come a little bit closer, there was like really different noise, that loud noise.
Excitement turns to panic. And they're rapidly overwhelmed.
There was like small piece of ice that coming towards our face, and that was hitting us.
Whoa, rubber experience.
We had to run away there. That's the only option.
Their kit abandoned as they're overcome by a wall of ice.
The noise was really scary.
Whether we will be alive or dead, we don't know.
It is a remarkable and rare cloud avalanche. Falling from the lower face of the Annapurna 2 peak at a height of almost 8,000 meters. Bellowing plumes of snow, ice, and rock bouncing into clear blue sky. The avalanche covers a distance of over 2 miles in just under a minute, moving at speeds of over 120 miles per hour. A wonder of Mother Nature. The campsite is wiped out.
When I come down, I saw like completely lake was full of ice, and I think it seems like frozen.
Much of their kit is in the lake.
Belongings, our clothes and our electronics devices, everything went into the lake.
Although Sambu manages to keep hold of his beloved guitar. Then there is another message from Mother Nature as sunshine and moist air create a symbol of hope.
It seems like rainbow was like symbol of new life. I think so.
It was the greatest moment of our life. Thank God we survived.
Avalanches can happen at any moment. This skier in Andorra is alone in fresh powder, taking on a narrow channel. He hears a rumble behind him and is swept off his feet. A self-inflicted slough avalanche in loose snow. 100 meters further down the mountain, he is lucky to be alive. And sometimes, getting buried by snow is actually more predictable. This guy in Iglino, Bashkortostan in Russia is just trying to protect his home. Heavy snow can collapse a roof, but simple removal methods can produce a rapid result with the help of gravity. But next time, throwing the rope from a safer distance might avoid being right underneath tons of snow.
Hey Ronan, this is your grandpa. I love you, buddy. This is for you. Check this out. Watch this.
And finally, other human beings feel invincible in the face of a wall of snow. Riding up the rolling mountains of Colorado on a skidoo, an exercise in man versus nature is about to prove that power and powder don't always mix.
Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him, guys. He's good. Holy. Look at that.
Celebrating retirement in the snow can be a risky business.
Ronan, that was for you, buddy!
Oh, man.
That was insane, dude.
Back in Waverly, Tennessee, a deluge dumps a quarter of the 5 counties' annual rainfall in 12 hours. Brothers Mark and Brian Bohannon are some of the few people in a position to rescue the stranded.
I think that's what caught most people off guard with this one, was the speed at which it rose and the height to which it got.
Helicopter pilot Joel Boyers also got the call in Nashville to help people 65 miles west.
I knew I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least go out to the airport and you know, see what I could do. So we got up and it was pretty bad. I stuck over the interstate, but yeah, it was 60 miles of less than a mile of visibility for the most part. It was kind of surreal because you're looking at a town where there normally should be roads. It was just solid, raging water. It's odd because it would move things that you normally wouldn't expect it would be able to move. A whole house, a tractor trailer. It caused an electrical fire, which caught a house on fire, and that was very weird. Seeing the first 2 floors of a house, a raging inferno, and the bottom floor was engulfed in water. There were actually things floating that were on fire. Really, I was just looking for anyone who was floating, anyone on any rooftops that I could get.
64-year-old Darlene Tunget is still stuck in her house after floodwaters swept through her kitchen up to her neck.
It was like the house was breaking apart. You could hear just huge booms. But at that point, I thought, you know, I'm gonna die.
Her daughter Amanda can only watch from the roof of her home next door. Then just in time, help arrives on the back of a jet ski.
That's when we seen Amanda on her roof. And she said, I'm fine, I'm on my roof. She said, get my mama. My mama's in the house across the street, and she's in the water.
I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine.
They are almost out of fuel, but have to check if Darlene is still alive.
I heard a voice saying, anybody in here.
Mark wades in to check for signs of life.
I mean, anytime I'm in there, these houses were running the risk of being pushed away, swept away, folding up under the current.
My mama being rescued.
And then finally, when I seen him come out of the house or to the edge of the house, that's when I drifted back in and we was able to get her back on the ski.
Thank you to them.
Meanwhile, Troy Beasley is still in trouble after he's ejected from his home by the force of the water.
It was like I was thrown like out of a cannon, like I had no control over anything. It was like I was punched in the gut. And see the home that I was just thrown out of engulfed in flames. It was literally the most terrifying thing that I've ever seen in my life.
Troy manages to somehow clamber onto the roof of a building with a small group of survivors.
You know, we were all crying and emotional and you know, just trying to figure out what to do. And we started praying, and she started singing hymns.
Luckily, Joel and his fiancée Melody scan the rooftops.
We fly by and see 4 people on a kind of 90-degree angle blue roof, which, of course, with the backside of it, it looked like it was impossible to land on.
When we saw the helicopter, just full of hope and joy at that point.
But as I got closer, I asked the people, can you get up to the top? They said no. So I decided to try it anyways.
It was absolutely the most incredible thing I've ever seen, the precision. I stepped up on there and pretty much fell into the helicopter. I was so thankful to be rescued. I knew that I could breathe at that point.
But one of the rescued has left her daughter Gabby behind on a separate building.
Her daughter's on the roof across the street on top of the Exxon. So she's freaking out about that. She's trying to stay alive.
Joel has just enough fuel to go back for her.
Exxon wasn't that bad of a landing, although I still had to put it on a steel beam. And she climbed on, and it was great. The reuniting, that hug was caught by my fiancée on film.
The combined efforts of the Bohannon brothers and Joel Boyers with his fiancée Melody saved 32 people.
I don't know how many people would have thought to call a random helicopter company in a town close by, but she did. And she happened to call the only guy stupid enough to try to go there.
Always had an awe and an admiration for Mother Nature. There's always an energy and an excitement that comes around storms, but at the same token, that power has the ability to change people's lives forever in an instant.
The next day, the site where the levee broke can be clearly seen.
The railroad tracks are gone.
Yep, they are. We've had tornadoes here, and I don't think I've ever seen a tornado do as much damage as the floodwaters. Waters are not kind to anybody. It's devastating.
Many are saved, but 20 people die in the Waverley floods. 700 homes are flooded and destroyed.
Of all my worldly possessions, literally the only thing I have left from that is a $1 bill and my ID and Social Security card.
We felt like even though we lost everything, we had everything at that point because we had each other.
Adventurers take huge risks with the weather and the natural world. The backwaters of North Carolina drew in this kayaker with his skull and crossbones paddle. But this solo pirate isn't alone in the water, and he's right to be cautious. His unannounced visit is being monitored from below by one of the long-term resident alligators, who doesn't take kindly to his uninvited guest. Turning him over to see if he can get a bite. But a quick recovery helps our explorer survive. On closer examination, you can see the alligators waiting, ready to launch an attack. After a quick check for a second wave of attack, he makes a swift exit back where he came from. Raging rapids draw kayakers from all over the world. Weeks of heavy rainfall make this mountainous route particularly challenging. And the rocky outcrops can snap paddles in an instant. It's all over in seconds. But this guy's left in trouble, like having no steering and no brakes. He hurtles between each cliff face and shallow water and is battered. He turns over against the stones of the riverbed. Half a paddle can't control the kayak, and his body weight bounces around in tons of water rushing downhill. He's spun through the wash and dragged under again. Spat out at the base of a waterfall, all he can do is whistle for help. Thankfully, his colleague has a rope to try to drag him out. Exhausted and fighting the current, he needs his friend to help him to make it to dry land. Other intrepid kayakers just live for the drop, but can get trapped in the churn, unable to escape. Yacked back under the waterfall, bombarded from above by falling water, dragging him deeper, fighting for air in the darkness, until he has to abandon ship and try to reach the banks of the river on his own. Extreme weather is one of the biggest challenges for explorers. Charlie Walker's a British adventurer, a walker by name and nature.
I've had temperatures up to 55 degrees in Saharan summer, minus 40 degrees in Arctic winter. I've had sandstorms.
I'm just battling this intense heat ring.
And snowstorms, floods. If you do what I do, weather is unavoidable.
In 2019, Charlie's in Papua New Guinea. His trip is like a battle between man and weather.
My goal for Papua New Guinea was to get from the east of the country to the north, coast to coast, via the three highest mountains and the longest river, the Sepik.
The inhospitable climate, the remote location, and his challenge to travel alone with minimal kit leaves Charlie exposed to the elements. Visibility in the mountains can be unpredictable.
I just found myself in this eerie land of drifting mists, so I spent a whole day more or less lost in this whiteness. It's one of these things where you can be walking along in the mist and think that you're absolutely fine, and suddenly you find yourself on the edge of a precipice.
So either side of me, it's just a drop-off of, well, I don't know how many hundreds of feet.
Your heart leaps up your throat and you start to imagine what could have happened had you slipped just those few inches further and tumbled down into the kind of the unknown, unseen whiteness.
The extreme weather is potentially lethal.
The heavy monsoon rain fell for about half of each day, so 6 or 7 hours a day. Just heavy rain would clatter down through the canopy. And the paths were very, very slippy, very, very steep.
The conditions helping blood-sucking creatures to drop from the surrounding trees.
One of the biggest downsides to the rain was with it come leeches. Suddenly you just see a leech trying to sort of squeeze its way through the eyelet of my shoelace or inching its way up my shin.
Incessant rain in the mountains makes navigation on the next stage of the journey difficult.
With the rainfall, it all slowly works its way down into the rivers. And so rivers that will suddenly become these dangerous sort of torrents that just gush down out of the higher mountain reaches.
The river is part of the route, but it very nearly brings a rapid end to the journey.
I came to the Strickland River, which is a very large, very fast river that sprints down out of some higher reaches in this huge gorge. But I decided that I would paddle down the river instead of, you know, putting up with the jungle.
But the jungle is a walk in the park compared to his ride on the rapids.
I was out of my depth. Pack rafts are not really made for big sets of rapids while carrying a heavy 20-kilogram pack weighting down the front of the raft. But it wasn't long before I came to one particular set of rapids that flipped me upside down very, very quickly. And for the next couple of miles, I was dragged further and further down the river.
Charlie struggles to cling onto his boat and kit.
And everything I had, everything I was relying on to survive, food, navigation, stuff to sleep at night. Everything would have been washed away and I would have been stuffed by myself. When I finally managed to regain the bank after that first capsize, I dragged all my stuff up. I was absolutely exhausted.
Overnight, the monsoon rain starts to make the river almost unnavigable. But back in the jungle, the conditions are testing Charlie to the limit.
It was more being just exhausted and wet and cold and my feet slowly starting to rot. I was getting trench foot inside my boots. But it wasn't long after that, another hour or so after that, that we came to the river once again.
The river is still swollen with rain. But it's the only option with dangerous and unpredictable currents.
I hit this fallen tree broadside and snagged on it. And the strong current coming from upstream, just slowly hitting the side of my pack raft, just forced me further and further into the tree. And I suddenly found myself upside down, my spray deck holding me into the pack raft and wedged into the roots of this tree. I was under the water and fighting for my life. And so I fought and I fought and I fought. And the longer I fought the current, the more convinced I became that that was it. I was going to die. I was fighting and struggling and just trying to get out of this raft and get out of there. And 30 seconds of just total, all-encompassing existential terror. I couldn't quite accept it. So I gave one more frantic struggle. Adrenaline kick just forced me out of that kayak, and I managed to wriggle my way out of the pack raft and was dragged through the roots and finally got above the water and got a desperate gulp of air. And I think that's probably the closest I've come to dying.
Charlie's lucky to survive and somehow makes it to the riverbank alive to continue his journey.
That is the closest I've ever come to drowning.
It's a harrowing experience, but despite his battle with the elements, Charlie Walker makes it to the northern coast of Papua New Guinea 3 weeks later. Despite another bumpy landing.
The thing about weather is it's humbling. In the face of extreme weather, there's often nothing you can do. There are things that we can't control, and nature and weather is definitely one of them. And if you try to resist as opposed to adapting and going with the flow, then you're not going to last long.
In this episode, we've witnessed the destructive power of floodwater.
My mama being rescued.
We've seen how a terrifying tornado can cut a brutal path through an entire city.
Inside, God damn it.
We've learnt that you are never safe when an avalanche approaches. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, unlocking life and unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
We can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad, like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up.
Oh my God!
A tornado has been confirmed.
In the US, a man and his dog take cover. as a rare tornado outbreak
I really did have that fear that the house was going to come down on top of me.
rips through towns on the East Coast.
Can't go to the left, I can't go to the right, can't do anything but just hold on to the light.
Just pull over, Jordy.
I was scared that we were gonna die.
In Norway, a boxer has the fight of his life when a swim under the ice goes disastrously wrong.
It's one of the worst nightmares you can experience because you're trapped under ice.
Oh my God, it's golf ball-sized hail!
In Colorado, a violent hailstorm interrupts the school run, leaving a mom and her kids sitting ducks.
I'm hearing the crashing of the hail into the car, breaking the windows, and then the screaming of my little one.
And in Western Australia, a homeowner is in a face-off with the flames.
I said to Joe, you better go.
His words to me were, "Do you want to die?"
As an out-of-control bushfire lays siege to his dream home.
There's no way I was leaving this place. I was not going to lose it to a fire.
It's August 2021, and Category 4 Hurricane Ida has ravaged the state of Louisiana with catastrophic 150-mile-an-hour winds.
Conditions are deteriorating rapidly on the North Shore.
But her rampage is far from over. As Ida merges with an approaching weather front, she regains tropical storm force winds and begins to spawn tornadoes. One of the deadliest forms of weather, tornadoes account for over 80 deaths a year in the US, generating the power of 300-mile-per-hour winds.
Hazard, damaging tornado.
September 1st, and multiple tornado warnings have been issued across the mid-Atlantic states.
West Deptford.
In the town of Mullica Hill, southern New Jersey, local news channels also confirm the potential for twisters.
Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
Salesman Mark Kobolinski is home with his dog Cubby. New Jersey averages just 2 tornadoes a year. The chances of one touching down near them seem slim.
We've had some tornado threats that really you don't take seriously in New Jersey. I mean, most people wouldn't even go in the basement.
See right there, right there.
But just 5 miles away in Harrisonville, a tornado is rapidly building.
Next thing you know, I hear my phone go off with a tornado warning. You hear a warning, I was more, okay, if this happens, I'm gonna get it on video.
In his backyard, Mark watches an ominous funnel cloud growing into a tornado.
I was just watching the sky, and I do that a lot when the storms come. And sometimes you can see the twisting of the sky and the clouds, and we were definitely seeing that out on my back porch. So I was able to see the clouds getting darker, kind of picking up speed.
Also tracking the weather in Mullica Hill, 23-year-old amateur storm chaser Matt DeAngelis is preparing to chase his very first tornado.
They issued a 10% tornado risk for southern New Jersey, parts of northern Delaware. And I knew it was going to be an active day, for sure.
Meanwhile, a second twister has formed from the remnants of Ida and is heading for Annapolis, Maryland, city of 39,000 people. Home to Caroline McAndrews and boyfriend Jordan Marciano.
I saw her, I thought she was kind of cute. I thought, you know what?
Kind of. He's like the boy version of me, kind of, except I'm a little bit more dramatic than him.
Brushing off warnings of a tornado hitting their city, Caroline and Jordan head out for lunch at a local drive-thru.
We did get a warning on our phones, but I mean, it's Maryland. We don't really get a whole lot of tornadoes, so you don't really think that there's going to be one to touch down.
A tornado-producing storm was located over Mullica Hill, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
100 miles north in Mullica Hill, amateur storm chaser Matt has intercepted the twister. It's now the width of 4 football fields. He's really close, but has no way of tracking which way it's going to turn.
It's tough, so you really have to go by eye, you really have to go by motions of the storm, you have to go by what you know as a chaser.
All right, large tornado on the ground.
Once I realized that I was in the direct path of this tornado, not gonna lie, I got a little scared.
Large tornado. Large tornado. Oh my God.
A tornado has been confirmed. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Round the corner, the tornado's approaching Mark's house. But the trees are stopping him seeing just how close it is.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to be close to a direct hit. We were right in line. And when the sound started just accelerating, I said, time to go.
This is it.
In Maryland, the tornado barrels through Annapolis. It screams towards an intersection at the same time as Caroline and Jordan.
As we were getting into the drive-through line, you could look ahead and you could see the leaves chasing each other, swirling. I could tell that this wasn't going to be good. We should probably get out of here as fast as we could.
Go!
Hail, one of nature's most destructive weapons. Nowhere in the world is the weather hazard more common than in Hail Alley in the US, an area where the states of Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado meet. In the heart of Hail Alley is Golden, Colorado, a city of over 20,000 people, including Stephanie Smith, who has moved there from California.
Moving to Colorado, I learned about how quickly the weather can change. In the morning, it'll be snowing, and by afternoon, you're picking up the kids and they're all in their t-shirts with their coats and their backpacks.
Golden is also home to Travis Linton, whose favorite pastime is capturing Colorado's unpredictable weather.
As a child, I was actually very frightened of the storms here.
Look at all the sparks in the sky.
As I got older, I actually started to get fascinated with it.
Wow!
I would film any kind of storm that I thought was interesting. I will see if I can capture something good.
That was cool.
It's rush hour on May the 8th, 2017. Mum of four, Stephanie, leaves home with her children to collect her eldest daughter from school.
I remember the sky looked a little warm and glowy. It just looked a little ominous, but nothing that had me on high alert.
Nearby in Lakewood, Travis Linton is working at a car dealership.
May 8th was just another day. I don't even think I remember looking at the forecast. I had a 2002 Saturn. I parked it in the employee lot. Same old, same old.
It's 3 p.m., and a menacing funnel cloud on the horizon grabs Travis's attention.
The sky was absolutely captivating. Very vibrant teal. You don't often see storms like this in this kind of color. And, I mean, the tornado sirens aren't going off, so I have nothing to fear.
Travis can see the storm clouds growing and may have the potential to do some serious damage.
Towards the mountains, you can see this white veil-like curtain of precipitation. I didn't realize what that was until it was already on top of us.
Suddenly, the heavens open. And Travis has a front row seat for a hailstorm.
We got hail!
It was routine. You could hear it just kind of tinkering off the cars.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at that sky.
To be looking up at a sky and the lightning is just flashing more and more. I'm on cloud 9.
Oh my God! The hail's huge!
A cluster of heavy hail balls rain down on Stephanie just as she arrives at the school to pick up her daughter.
I got the first huge crack in my windshield from the hail, and I remember being really fascinated and also really scared at the exact same time.
Stephanie's fascination is short-lived as they sit helpless as huge balls of ice from above hit metal and glass at speed.
And it got bigger and bigger and bigger. When the hail started breaking the glass, that was definitely traumatic for everyone. And once one of the kids started crying, then it's like a domino effect with kids. And I was watching other cars' windshields get smashed through and other cars just be totally pummeled, and hearing the crashing of the hail into the car, breaking the windows, and then the screaming of my little one.
In nearby Lakewood, the hailstorm from hell piles down on the vehicles in the parking lot, including Travis's car.
Oh my goodness!
The car was very important to me. It was given to me by my parents. The thought of anything happening to it was inconceivable.
Oh my goodness! Oh my God! It's golf ball-sized hail!
Golf balls were just starting to fall.
It's golf ball size!
And I lost it.
Oh, hell. Oh my God!
For Stephanie and her kids, it's a climatic assault from Mother Nature as hail hammers down at speeds of 100 miles per hour. Stephanie's youngest is closely surrounded by vulnerable glass.
The back windshield breaking happened in one impact. I never in a million years would have anticipated that hail would blow through the back window of the minivan and blow glass all over my daughter.
Extreme weather and vehicles don't mix, as an intimate close call with the freakish power of the climate can hit at any time. In Heilongjiang province, China, a security camera records two men talking in a parking lot. Suddenly, and without warning, an icicle falls from the 15th floor of a nearby high-rise building and punches a huge hole in the windscreen. The giant chunk of ice falls almost 140 feet, hitting the reinforced glass at nearly 30 miles per hour, leaving ice and glass all over the passenger seat, and the owner dazed and confused. October 2021, and unprecedented amounts of rainfall have lashed the town of Punjab, India, breaching the banks of the Minachil River and inundating the streets with floodwater. This bus driver is taking on a huge risk trying to navigate a vehicle designed for the road through deep floodwater. He almost makes it out of the water, but the slope is just too much for the slowly flooding engine. He and his passengers are stuck inside, unable to open the doors. Unable to maneuver the bus any further, he's up Mud Creek without power. Horsepower is replaced by manpower. 40 heroic locals on hand to pull the bus out of the floodwaters. Fortunately, the passengers made it out alive. But the flooding and subsequent landslides in the area caused death and destruction, claiming at least 22 lives. The monsoon season and soaring temperatures have stirred up a tropical storm in central Thailand. This woman is taking shelter inside, but her car is exposed to the extreme elements. With winds this powerful, anything can happen. An almighty gust has uprooted a tree onto the vehicle, much to the woman's despair. It's a reminder how Mother Nature can unleash terror and destruction in a matter of minutes. Back at the car dealership in Colorado, the onslaught of hail continues, with Travis Linton's beloved car in the firing line.
God, it's golf ball-sized hail!
It just became a constant shower of golf balls and baseballs.
Look at it coming down! My poor car!
I wanted to run out and check on my car, but I can't while it is just unleashing this shower of ice.
I hope this passes. I gotta go check on my car.
Outside her daughter's school, Mum Stephanie fears the worst is still to come.
I did think about a tornado coming, and that was my next extreme fear. As a mom, when you're in a situation where your kids need your comfort, you want to comfort them, but you also need to prioritize safety, and you're going over these emergency scenarios in your head. The hard thing to go through as a mom.
That was falling from the sky.
Finally, the storm has passed as quickly as it blew in.
Look at that. Oh my God.
And Travis needs to check on his beloved car.
My car! No! My car!
There's nothing I can do for my car. It is obliterated.
Oh man, my front windshield's all cracked up and everything, man. Oh.
My windshield was gone. My back windshield was completely shattered. There was a hole the size of a baseball where a stone had punched clean through.
God damn it!
I was furious.
Oh, God. Well, my car is out of commission right now.
Driving around.
Stephanie and her children's terrifying ordeal is over. And with her eldest daughter now in the car, it's a reflective drive home.
We're almost home, baby girl.
I was thankful that we were all safe, because clearly what we had been through was an extreme weather phenomenon.
We're gonna get ice cream after this, okay?
Ice cream makes everything better after an event like that.
Feels like I'm driving on flat tires.
I was trying to navigate driving home with cracks all over the windshield, the back windshield busted out.
Thank God.
And we made it home safe, and then let the kids out of the car, and they all start running around the yard, playing in the hail balls. They were huge.
The hailstorm was the most expensive in Colorado's history, with the damage costing $2.3 billion. 150,000 cars were pulverized by the hail. And for die-hard weather watcher Travis, next he'll be forewarned a bit earlier.
After that, I did get a new app on my phone to better alert me to severe storms.
Oh my God, it's golf ball-sized hail!
We're gonna be ready for the next time.
And it's an experience that Stephanie and her kids will never forget.
But if we're home, hailstorms are pretty exciting because we feel very safe watching. Let's see how big it's gonna get. Let's see if it gets as big as it did that day. You always should respect Mother Nature, because it can just change in an instant. Your day is just flipped suddenly without warning, and then boom. Hope you're ready.
Tornado on the ground!
It's September 2021, and the remnants of Hurricane Ida have unleashed tornadoes across multiple states in the US.
Oh my God. Monster tornado!
The usually quiet town of Mullica Hill, New Jersey, is suddenly hit by a fast-moving EF3 twister.
Freight train.
Tornadoes are rare in the state, and Mullica Hill resident Mark Kobolinski is caught by surprise.
I think up until the last minute, I really never thought we would get hit. I mean, we live in New Jersey. It's just not something that happens to us.
This is it.
The tornado is now just a few hundred meters away, and Mark finds himself in uncharted territory.
Walk to the front door, look outside, kind of look for that green tint in the sky that you hear. Shut the door. I said, Cubby, time for the basement. Let's go.
Basement, let's go. Come on, look up.
And as we got to the bottom of the steps, I'm like, all right, where do I go now? I really didn't have a plan. I was just going to get in the basement. I really never expected to get hit. Kind of all hell broke loose as the sound intensified.
Oh my God!
First-time storm chaser Matt DeAngelis has no trekking equipment. He finds himself right in the path of the tornado.
Large tornado!
It was adrenaline, excitement, but it was also mixed with emotions of like, wow, you know, like this is actually a tornado destroying somebody's house, somebody's neighborhood.
Large tornado on the ground.
My life flashed before my eyes. That thing was about a quarter of a mile away from me, and as much as I love severe weather tornadoes,
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I knew my life was in imminent danger.
Holy crap!
100 miles south in Annapolis, Maryland, a tornado with winds of 125 miles per hour is carving a path of destruction through the city. Carolyn McAndrews and Jordan Marciano are in their car with nowhere to go and at the mercy of the storm.
Can't go to the left, I can't go to the right. I'm stuck here. I can't do anything but just hold on to life.
Go! Go, go!
I was scared that we were gonna get really hurt or die.
Go, go! Go!
Pull over, Jordy!
So I was just saying, pull over, Jordy, pull over, Jordy.
The twister barrels through, bringing down power lines and blowing up transformers.
There was absolutely nothing we could do but just sit there and watch everything fall down.
The poles literally picked up out of the ground vertical and then fell. So it was just chaos all around.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And in New Jersey, Matt's being entombed by the tornado. Roof tiles and flying objects are circling above his head.
Here's the debris field! Here's the debris field!
It was kind of surreal because the debris field was basically right on top of me at one point.
Large destructive tornado right behind that house!
There was one moment in particular where I started to look at this house that they were building. I was filming it as it went by. The debris field was actually coming over my head.
Here comes the rain!
Close by, Mark and his dog Cubby hunker down in their basement. Their house no match for the tornado's explosive power.
As it's hitting the house, we hear the windows break out. We hear every kind of piece of wood crashing, smashing. The sounds were just incredible. And all of a sudden your ears pop, the power goes out, the alarms start going off. I really did have that fear that the house was going to come down on top of me. I really did.
Norway. In the winter months, temperatures drop to well below zero, forming thick sheets of ice on the country's lakes. Professional boxers Alex Hagen and Alexander Martinsson embrace the extreme cold of Norway's winter climate.
Most Norwegians don't like living in Norway because of, you know, you have the 4 seasons, you have the really cold winters, but I kind of enjoy the cold winters because I take the ice baths.
It's an ancient Nordic tradition, channeling Norse mythology and tools.
We go to a frozen lake, we make a hole with our axe or some equipment, and then we take a dip and try to stay as long in the water as possible.
For boxer Alex, it's a vital part of his training regime.
It's good for the muscles and it's good for relaxation. It helps me prepare to step into the ring and fight.
But this pair of icemen want to take their extreme pastime to the next level.
It just seemed like a good idea to try swimming under the ice because I wanted the challenge.
Swimming underneath ice is a perilous pursuit with plenty of pitfalls.
The cold was no longer a big issue for us, but going under the ice from one hole to another was new for both of us.
I think the biggest challenge is mentally, that you start freaking out. Maybe you start hyperventilating. There's so many different risks involved.
It's the 19th of March 2019, and Alex and Alexander with friends at Langvannet Lake in Lørenskog, just outside Oslo.
In the winter, the lake was completely frozen over.
It's the perfect opportunity for the Norse tradition of physiological recovery through iced water.
The idea was that everyone was gonna try it that day. So we started making the holes.
The friends try to make 2 holes in the thick ice, 2 meters apart.
I think that's the most challenging part, to actually make the hole, because the ice can become really thick sometimes.
We had 2 or 3 axes and we stood there 2 or 3 people and hammering the ice. Took us like almost an hour to get the hole big enough.
We worked for a long time, and in the end I said to myself, oh, this is enough. Let's just do it now.
Taking the plunge, Alex slips into the sub-zero waters of the lake to check the route.
When I first went down, I got up.
Saying anything?
I told myself, how hard can it be? I'm just gonna go straight down, swim straight ahead for about 2 meters, and then get right up. I went down, I started swimming. The water was really muddy. I didn't have any sense of coordination. I thought I was swimming straight ahead. I started straight ahead, then I went to the left, and then I hit my head.
Meanwhile, above the ice, Alexander begins to wonder if he'll ever make it out.
It's taking too long time. This should be done in a few seconds.
Ice can be a treacherous territory, and there are countless ways to slip up. In West Texas, USA, a cool customer risks a tentative traipse across a frozen pool. But he's underestimated its strength. And it's up to his friend's family to bail him out. Even his dog realized it was a bad move. An ice storm in Massachusetts, USA, has left surfaces slippery, causing this grill master to take a tumble. The stakes are low when barbecuing in the winter, and he's dished up with some stone-cold advice from his wife.
Maybe this wasn't a good idea.
Lancashire in the UK. Freezing temperatures have turned this path into an icy obstacle for a family and their baby. The little girl knows there's more traction off the icy path. But the determined adults plough on in the wrong footwear, much to the amusement of their friend. It's a slippery struggle. But Mum makes it to the top, leaving her partner to admit defeat. Back in Norway, and boxer Alex's attempt to swim 2 meters underneath the ice has gone horribly wrong.
It's one of the worst nightmares you can experience because you're trapped under ice.
Best friend Alexander is increasingly concerned.
I see him under the hole, and I then realize he has already swum too far under the ice. He is headed in a direction of just more ice, just more water. And we realize this is not fun anymore, this is life and death.
Alex is in deep trouble and at risk of hypothermia and drowning.
Normally, I can hold my breath easily over 5 minutes. It's no problem for me. But in cold water, I'm not even close.
Just jump down, put my hand in the water, and I managed to grab his ankle. Then I shake it really hard. My worry was, if I keep holding his leg, how is he gonna maneuver and turn and get up? I let it go, and then I'm waiting 1, 2, 3 seconds to see if did it work.
Against all odds, Alex discovers the opening in the ceiling of ice.
It was just out of sheer luck that I found it. My friends were relieved that I got up, especially my friend Alexander, who tried to grab me.
He almost died. We didn't take the safety serious enough. We all agreed, okay, no more ice swimming for today.
Right after the incident, I wanted to do it again next week, but it's a big risk, and it's a risk I'm not willing to take right now. I did promise my girlfriend not to do it. She said that that's the most stupid thing I ever did.
Even when proper precautions are taken, swimming under ice can have serious consequences.
If it wasn't for me being a professional boxer, maybe I would have just freaked out. Maybe I wouldn't live today.
In the US, Hurricane Ida has spawned a series of tornadoes.
Look at that tornado!
An EF3 twister has touched down in Mullica Hill, New Jersey.
Monster tornado, yeah.
It's a rare event and the town's most destructive tornado in over 30 years. Nearly 400 meters wide, the monster tornado shifts northeastward, only just avoiding amateur storm chaser Matt DeAngelis.
Luckily, almost last second, this thing takes a slight turn away. Then you can really see the edges of it. You can really see how big the tornado actually is.
Oh my God.
The twister has smashed through the neighborhood of Matt Kobylinski, who has taken refuge in his basement with his dog.
Stay, come.
As this thing was hitting, it was unbelievable. I thought the house was coming down. The threat seemed over. Let's get upstairs and see what kind of damage there is.
Stay, Cubby. Oh.
Everything was thrown throughout my house. Windows were broken, glass was all over the place. You could see my garage was ripped to pieces. My neighbor across the street, his whole bedroom above his garage was gone. Finally, I was able to actually videotape the tornado basically leaving our neighborhood. It was an incredible sight. I never expect to see a tornado like that in New Jersey. Never.
The tornado continues for a further 11 miles before finally weakening. Storm chaser Matt counts his blessings after a very narrow escape.
I would have definitely been in serious risk of being seriously hurt or maybe even killed. So I was definitely fortunate.
A second tornado has left an 11-mile path of devastation through the city of Annapolis, Maryland.
We were literally in the middle of that, Dad.
Caroline and Jordan are shell-shocked, but miraculously escape unharmed.
Are we serious? This really just happened? Like, did we just experience a tornado?
I guess we had guardian angels that day. Everyone did, because no one was hurt.
Hurricane Ida spawned 21 tornadoes, which touched down in 6 states. The EF2 in Annapolis was the strongest to hit the city in a decade. And a state of emergency was declared in Mullica Hill after the tornado decimated 30 homes and damaged another 100. For Mark and the residents of Mullica Hill, it's a disaster the likes of which the town has rarely seen.
Pretty much every house in our neighborhood sustained major damage. Our house actually had to come down just recently, all the way down to the foundation, and we're going to rebuild. To see the intense damage one little storm in 30 seconds of time can create on your life, it's really unbelievable.
Australia, where extremely high temperatures and dry terrain make bushfires a reality of life. The town of Gidgegannup in Western Australia, a state where 90% of its territory is prone to bushfire. Greg Whiteside and Joanna Anderson have built their dream home in the town.
It was 3 years hard slog. Yeah, every spare moment we're here working on the house.
It's a humongous undertaking of blood, sweat and tears.
It's the 1st of February 2021, and a bushfire has started near the town of Wooroloo. Firefighters are urgently deployed, including volunteer Bryony McCrudden, who is a born and bred citizen of Gidgegannup.
Our parents brought our family home when I was just a couple of months old and moved the family up there. It's a beautiful little spot.
We have left the station and proceeding to the Wooroloo incident.
Crews race to the fire front in Wooroloo, but within an hour, a 30-metre high wall of flames has reached nearby Gidgegannup.
As we were approaching, the fire had sort of jumped over the road that we had to drive through. Once it gets to that point, combined with the hills, it's very difficult to stop.
The fire twists and turns on an unpredictable path, and danger looms on the horizon for Greg and Joanna.
You could see smoke just growing, just these humongous smoke clouds.
This is actually going to hit us. I said to Joe, look, you better go.
His words to me were, "Do you want to die?"
Joanna evacuates, but Greg stays put to defend the house.
There's no way I was leaving this place because we'd only just moved in and I was not going to lose it to a fire.
Conditions are worsening by the minute. Powerful 50-mile-per-hour winds are pushing a deadly fire up the hills and valleys towards Bryony's parents.
And it jumped over that highway and started heading up the hill. We called Mum and Dad and we said, "This is not defendable, you need to get out now."
Across town, the fires reach the perimeter of Greg and Joanna's rural retreat.
I'm looking forward, but then I realised it's behind me as well. So it's jumped over the top of me and I haven't even noticed. At that stage, totally surrounded by flames. And thinking, what have I done, you know? Have I made the right decision?
The bushfire's 50 miles wide, now visible from the city of Perth, 26 miles away. In Gidgegannup, firefighter Bryony's parents have evacuated, just in time.
Once I knew that they were no longer at home, felt a little bit easier. We drove past our property and everything that we could see was on fire.
At his property, Greg races to contain the fire, stamping out spot fires and burning leaves.
It was just like being in a tornado that was on fire. Hey man, the fire, as it roared past me, which was probably 40 metres away, if you were there, there's just absolutely no surviving that. So I think 2 or 3 times I stopped myself and calmed myself down, and I had to just focus back on to what was important, but I honestly thought I'd made a mistake.
After a chaotic 3 hours, Greg appears to have saved his dream home. The bushfire in Gidgegannup is almost under control.
As quick as it came, it was over.
Bryony's parents' home is also spared, but with small fires still burning nearby, she spends the night watching the house.
Pretty much every half hour you patrol around the house just to make sure that nothing was sort of flaring up and starting a fire that might put the house at risk again. It was quite an eerie sound. I mean, all of the power had disappeared.
Safe out there, little guys.
Every 30 seconds or minute or so, there'd be a big bang, which is either a tree falling down or a gas bottle exploding.
Good morning, kookaburras. As you can see, we are pretty darn lucky the house is still here.
By morning, Greg's also confronting the damage to his land.
Nothing left. There's trees, there's not even a leaf left on them. They're just completely burnt. I lost maybe a quarter of the trees on this property actually died from the fire.
The Wooroloo bushfire burnt through nearly 20,000 acres, destroying 86 homes. Incredibly, no lives were lost.
To come out the other end of it, to lose 86 homes and not have a single person die was just, you know, absolutely astounding.
For Greg and Joanna, their dream home still stands today, thanks to Greg's risky but remarkable efforts.
I was really proud of him, actually, because it's a feat in itself, standing there with all this happening and sort of winning.
By me deciding to stay, I feel like I saved my house.
Arid bushland and a hot climate are the ideal conditions for a dust devil. Usually harmless, these swirling columns of air spin up from the ground, creating chaos. In Australia, dust devils are known as Willy Willy. This truck is now hot on its tail. Dust devils can travel at speeds of 70 miles per hour. This one rapidly advances on some emergency vehicles parked at the side of the road. People hide under the vehicles as the towering twister cuts right past. The bystanders emerge from the dust, glad to survive what they have just witnessed. A dust devil has formed in Thailand, and it's a spectacular sight for the family in this truck. Until it crosses the road and powers down upon them. Too close for comfort, this wild whirlwind whips up dirt and debris in every direction. And it's a relief for them it didn't get on board. In Hawaii, this red devil is wreaking havoc across a school, sending students into a frenzy. Before it dissipates into the clouds. The dust devil knocked down a volleyball net, but none of the potential players. In this episode, we've seen the destructive force of tornadoes. We've witnessed the perilous power of hail. We've seen how bushfires can terrorize entire towns. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, unlocking life and unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado.
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, the biggest flooding event of a lifetime in Central Europe.
I knew in my brain it is dangerous, but I didn't feel the fear in this moment.
Oh my God, oh look at that.
In Nepal, a huge avalanche causes mayhem as it triggers a landslide.
It feels like you're powerless, you know, like you can't do anything.
In California, wildfires merge, threatening hundreds of homes.
I just knew it would make it all the way, and that nothing would stop it.
And on one of the busiest roads in America.
Traffic, lots of traffic.
Snow and ice leaves motorists stranded over a 50-mile stretch of interstate overnight.
It's -6 degrees outside, and if there's any sort of wind blowing, it's really cold.
The town of Hallein in Austria, stretching along the Salzach River. Dominated by the church tower, home to 20,000 people. Just south of Salzburg, close to the border of Germany in the shadow of the Untersberg Massif. The Salzach is channeled through the houses in the town by underground river tunnels. In the summer of 2021, lives change forever. 2 days of rain dump almost 30 centimeters in 48 hours. swelling the streams around the town. The central square is overrun. Shops and cars are surrounded by fast-flowing water. Alexander Eisenman has just got back from work.
My wife looked out of the window and shouted, "Dear, the flood is coming." And I also looked out and I ran down and the flood was already half a meter high.
There's little he can do.
It was so fast, there was really minutes to react.
Alexander's neighbor, Melina Eva Grobbar, is clambering to safety. Alarms are going off, but it's already too late.
Okay, Leidl, ich bin im 2. Stock. Da ist der 1. Stock und da unten war das Erdgeschoss und meine Nachbarin hat das Fenster offen. Jetzt druckt das Wasser uns ins Erdgeschoss durch ihre Wohnung rein.
Alexander's trying to protect his home.
Water already came from everywhere and you hear the noise of the water. And of course, it was a quite scary situation.
The emergency services do all they can, but cars are being tossed down the hill. Floodwaters running through homes and businesses. People are getting swept away.
My son was the first one that saw those two persons, and he shouted, "Dad, there are two people that are drowned away."
Alex dives into the rescue.
I jump into the flood, and what I didn't realize at that moment, though, that those two persons were my neighbors. I knew them, but in the excitement and in the water, I didn't recognize them.
Water is crashing down the hills, pushing them towards the underground river system. Building homes on a riverside is always risky. It's October 2021, and heavy rains in Kerala, India, are flooding homes. Residents evacuate as foundations are eroded. The Kulam Parambil family leave just minutes before they see their dream home taken by Mother Nature. In China, just as much damage as the rivers overflow into the main high street. 2 hours of rain in Shaanxi province caused flash flooding, hurtling 1-ton vehicles at pace towards buildings. Businesses are ruined. Residents scramble to safety as cars are log-jammed in the water, leaving devastation and ripped-up roads. In Nigeria, in the town of Onitsha, days of torrential rain undermine this 3-story block. The last residents have only just left the building. Amazingly, no one was injured. Back in Europe, in Hallein, Austria, the town is submerged. Floodwaters causing havoc. Alexander Eisenman is trying to save his neighbor.
There wasn't much time to think very much. As you're full of adrenaline, you're very focused.
They're heading for an underground river. In a matter of seconds, he pulls the man into the parking lot. Alex and his neighbors are safe, avoiding the hole where the river goes underground.
If me and my neighbors would have gone inside there, we wouldn't have came out alive. That's for sure.
They were lucky. The full force of the water destroyed cars and livelihoods. The flooding in Europe is far-reaching. 800 kilometers away in Belgium, Troyes has a similar geography. Home to Steve Mallon, who lives by a tributary to the Vesdre River. Normally a quiet stream in an idyllic spot.
It's a beautiful house. When we bought it 11 years ago, we had a new roof put on. There was a lot of work, and that took us 5 years to do that.
It's July, but the balmy summer turns into an unexpected deluge.
I took a walk around in the neighborhood, and there were puddles here and there. But by Wednesday, the river had risen quite a bit.
In a matter of hours, the town is overrun by the river overflowing.
The river forced the front door open, broke the garden door, and just started rising. By 10 o'clock, it was 2 meters high inside the ground floor.
There's nothing Steve can do to stop the force of nature.
The river was just flowing through the house. Things would start hitting the walls and hitting the doors. Just took all the furniture. The river emptied the house. So I just sat on the stairs, hoping for the water to stop rising. For 2 days, I lived off of a half cherry pie and a vase full of water.
Upriver, all around Liège, the water is taking communities apart. Builders' skips are carried away.
I'm just wondering, when's it gonna stop? Is it gonna go any higher?
Floodwaters continuing to cause widespread chaos. In the Liège suburb of Vaux-sous-Chèvremont, a tributary to the river Meuse has overtaken the center of town. A group of houses is on fire. Roofs have collapsed, and despite the flooding, the flames are spreading to surrounding buildings. No one knows if anyone's left inside. The Mustang area of Nepal, the country's most remote and sparsely populated district in the province of Gandanki.
We just practice the old traditional agricultural things over here. We do farming. We just grow potatoes and all.
The village of Thasang is home to Samir Singh Bista.
We grow apples, we have cow, we have goats, we have yaks.
The area has traditionally been the coldest in Nepal. When the snow comes, it must be cleared away to prevent roofs collapsing.
So as you can see, it's getting harder and harder.
But as the seasons change, so does the climate, and the average temperatures are rising.
22 years back, they used to cover the whole body with blankets made by some goats, but nowadays it's really, really hot. You don't have to wear a jacket or like anything.
Despite the warmer days, the snow remains on the highest peaks, slowly melting. October 2021, it's a hotter day than normal.
I think because of hot days, the snow get melted rapidly.
Oh my God, oh look at that, oh.
On the other side of the valley, the snow at the top of the Tukushe Peak is in free fall.
Way. I heard a sound, so I was like, what is happening here?
Way. Oh, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. Way.
A full-scale avalanche is in progress.
The more we stare, the more rapidly it start coming toward us.
What?
At that moment, we thought the whole landslide is coming toward the village.
Oh my God.
The weight of the snow dislodges rocks and a huge landslide develops.
We try to run as fast as we can, as far as we can. We thought like the whole landslide, stone and all, ice and all will bury us. The villagers, they just start screaming and then they just running, away from that. It was really, really bad.
Samir and his family are running for their lives.
Look at that.
It hit the ground and then the dust and all, it was really fast.
Gautam Dai! Niskine tala!
It just covers the whole sky behind us.
Homes and livestock are under threat.
I thought like it is bury the whole village. So if we run out of the place, we will survive.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I thought like we all are gonna die.
Look at that.
When you see death in front of you, you can't do anything.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. No.
After the avalanche, the village has escaped with a thick layer of dust and debris.
And look at this. It was really scary, man.
But the landscape beneath the landslide is unrecognizable, and many of the water sources are blocked.
There used to be a huge forest, green, dense forest, and when we saw that, there's no tree out there. All you can see the tree broken. And that landslide, the water, the stone, the ice, everything was mixed.
Remarkably, a goat herder toughed out the landslide by hiding under a rock. Samir and his community now live in fear that as temperatures rise, there could be another avalanche.
I never saw something like this ever in my life.
Gautam Dai!
I saw these things on Hollywood movies, but never face to face with this kind of avalanche. It feels like you're powerless, you can't do anything.
Oh, impresionante. Woo!
Avalanches are captivating to the human eye. But what looks beautiful in brilliant sunshine can rapidly put lives at risk.
Nunca pensé.
This huge avalanche in a national park in Patagonia in Chile looks miles away and hardly a threat. Until the force of snow under the power of gravity gets closer and closer to two tourists.
Uh-oh.
It's suddenly upon them, and time to take evasive action.
Oh, loco. Menos mal que no íbamos bajando.
Consumed by clouds of snow, they still feel safe. But the sunlight is about to disappear. Ice and snow is dumped from above.
Oh.
Their footprints are buried, and they struggle to find their way back, but make it out alive. In the Czech Republic, Lukas Novak takes one step off the mountaintop and sets off his own avalanche. Luckily, he has an airbag on his chest. Heading for the trees, he tries to grab a branch. Finally succeeding halfway down the mountain. The airbag saved his life. Others, less well-equipped, can end up in a lot more trouble. As Will Field heads down the slopes in Les Arcs, France, he comes across a woman buried head down in the snow.
Daisy, just stay calm, stay calm. Daisy, stay calm. Don't move, I'm digging you out.
Luckily, Will has a shovel. He and his friend try to save her life. A fortuitous find on sparsely populated slopes. She's lucky to be alive. Avalanches have no respect for human progress. In northern India, mountain roads are irrelevant to falling snow. Spectators ignore the deadly potential of huge volumes of wet snow pushing down a mountain, destroying all in its path.
Pavan, go back! Go back!
The edge of this avalanche is crawling across the tarmac, forcing vehicles into retreat.
Go back! Avalanche! Go back!
Reversing traffic causes chaos. Swallowing up abandoned vehicles. On the edge of oblivion. In the US, in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, California, Matt Wagenholz has enjoyed life in the family cabin over the years.
It's just about getting out into nature and spending time with the family. We've absolutely glorious weather. Makes you want to be outside most of the time. It's a beautiful place.
Matt's cousin, John Barney, inherited the cabin from his father.
The cabin itself was pretty unique. When my parents bought it years and years ago, it came with some stuffed animal heads, a giant elk and a bear.
The cabin is high in the hills, an hour and a half east of Sacramento, in Strawberry.
Strawberry is a really unique location. Some people call it Little Yosemite. There are glacially eroded cliff faces, 12 pitches high. It's a really unique spot for world-class rock climbing.
It's the summer of 2021, but any future memories are in danger of turning to ashes and dust. The Caldor fire is raging east towards the cabin.
As soon as news of that fire broke, we were instantly concerned that it would travel 50, 60, 70 miles up the mountain putting our cabin in danger.
Matt and his cousin John try to save a property that's been in the family for generations.
I removed some overhanging trees. Anything that was small and nearby, I cut down and chopped up and tried to remove as far away from the cabin as possible.
It's a remote location, and they're alone.
It felt surreal and strange because there weren't any firefighters up there.
None of the cabins in the woods can be insured for fire damage.
That was my biggest fear, that this fire would come raging up the valley with the wind and just destroy everything.
As they fill the car and trailer with family heirlooms in the dark, the fire's getting closer and closer.
It was rampant and it was raging.
It's getting dangerous for Matt and John.
We allowed curiosity to get the best of us.
What's that one back on our left?
We got right up to the fire and into it, so to speak.
Yeah, those are falling trees.
The flames around the cabin are part of the Caldor fire, which is merging with the Dixie fire that's been burning for a month.
1400 Charlie unit, Connor.
Daniel Ramey is on a 24-hour shift with one of the crews.
Go ahead, 31 Charlie. Yeah, take from, we're pulling the hose out.
Tackling fierce flames rolling through bone-dry forests powered by the wind.
It was like never ending.
The crews are fighting Mother Nature and losing.
At that point, we hadn't slept in 21 hours. We had been actively fighting the fire. We were extremely tired.
Yeah, that's warm.
It almost seemed like a war zone.
The noise is intense.
It kind of makes like a freight train sound. An overwhelming amount of energy is going off.
Brush 92. Brush 92, brush 54.
You seeing that, Brandon?
Many of the escape roads are surrounded by fire. Back in the cabin in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, Matt and John are also getting penned in.
It was like walking up to an oversized campfire, except for there was no one roasting any marshmallows. Flames were beginning to go up trees, and you could just watch them go higher and higher until the entire tree looked like a Roman candle. The noises, trees exploding in the distance, the subtle crackle of the fire advancing inch by inch by inch versus the chaotic sound of huge flames from giant trees that were fully involved.
Look at that, let's bail.
It was scary.
We're out.
I told John, I was like, let's go, man. We got to get out of here.
At any moment, the fire can move down the mountain and cross the road.
We're dancing fast. It's surrounding us, dude. Left, right, and back.
Around them, much of the forest is gone.
We knew it was dangerous. A tree could fall and block our escape. Anything could have happened.
Being behind fire lines, it felt otherworldly and like a hellish landscape.
As far as we could see into the horizon, blackened land, small stumps glowing red. If there was a visual reference to Dante's Inferno, they would have used this area. I just knew it would make it all the way, and that nothing would stop it.
The cousins decide not to return, but have no idea if the cabin has survived. The whole area was shut down. There was no information. John had to wait weeks for an answer.
Eventually, what did happen is the fire took a left turn, took a right turn, and mine was spared, while other cabins nearby completely wiped out, completely removed. That is a hard thing to fathom when your neighbors have lost everything and your little dwelling is just fine. It's hard to be happy in that situation.
The devastation reached far and wide.
You had metals from vehicles that were completely melted, running down the highway along the roads of Greenville. Community buildings that were completely burned down that were maybe made of metal.
Matt and John are the lucky ones, escaping with their lives and property intact. The Caldor fire destroyed or damaged over 800 buildings.
That feeling of helplessness that one gets when confronting Mother Nature is a heavy weight. And that was the most scary or fearful thing that I found, was that Mother Nature doesn't care.
The Dixie Fire raged for 3 months, destroying nearly 1,500 buildings across nearly 4,000 square kilometers. The largest single wildfire in California's history. Some of the world's weirdest weather can appear threatening and deadly, but is far from it. These rare mammatus clouds form on the edge of anvil clouds after a thunderstorm, witnessed by Dennis Taylor, who waited 64 years to see them.
This is amazing. Wow.
Other cloudy lumps can be closer to Earth. Fierce 60-mile-an-hour winds whipped up the seas in Cape Town, South Africa. A huge layer of foam formed on the back of flooding in a huge storm surge, breaking over the sea walls. Enjoyed by the locals, despite the icy temperatures and strong winds. Less fun in India, where days of rain cause the Vigay River levels to rise so high they mix with wastewater in nearby ponds. Baby foambergs reaching town and blocking up bridges. A combination of the weather and pollution creating a toxic monster foam creeping over roads. Firefighters have to blast away the bubbles from people and traffic. But the most intense riverborne danger can be ice. In Cedar Falls, Iowa, spring melting on the Cedar River is pushing giant lumps of broken ice towards Leslie Knox's house. The ice jam is crunching trees and surrounding homes. The sheer weight of the ice and power of the river is putting pressure on the wooden home and takes off the front corner of her porch. Leslie runs inside for safety.
Oh my God! It took out the front corner of the house. God, it could be breaking windows. Oh my God, Dad!
Monster ice continues to pile up outside, but Leslie and family survive. The house, though, needs significant repairs. Back in Belgium, floodwater is continuing to rush through communities, submerging all in its path. The town of Verviers is hit hard by flooding. People are stranded on roofs. Fathers with young children cling on for dear life. The only way they can be reached is by boat. But even powerful motors are struggling against the current. Until they can get close, rescuing the children first. Those that remain do all they can to stay warm and dry while they wait to be rescued. In one building, an elderly woman is trapped inside. Rescuers have to climb the walls to get into the building, struggling across rooftops. Inside, they can hear a voice, but have to smash down an internal wall. Outside, friends and relatives have no idea if she'll make it out alive. Finally, they manage to reach the woman. She's desperately weak, and they have to carry her to the stairs. It's a life-saving rescue. 20 kilometers east in Trews, the rain has stopped. As the flood subsides, the devastation is widespread. Steve Mallon has to pick through what remains of his house.
It left mud everywhere, and it was mixed with oil. For 3 days after the flood, I could just smell the fumes of oil. Everything looks a mess. Everything's upside down. So you work for a couple hours, and then you cry for 15 minutes. And then you work for a couple hours and cry for 15 minutes. I always knew nature could be very violent. I just didn't think it was going to be here.
The flooding in Central Europe in 2021 is considered a once-in-a-generation event. The rivers around Hallein are back to normal levels. The streets are dry. For Alex Eisenman, he did what anyone else would do, and he's just glad his neighbors are safe.
I knew in my brain it is dangerous, but I didn't feel the fear in this moment.
There were more than 200 deaths across Austria and Germany. The Belgian Prime Minister described it as the greatest natural disaster our country has ever known. It's January 2022, and the east coast of America is hit by Storm Gale. Heavy snows covering the state of Virginia. In Fredericksburg, people are trying to get home after celebrating New Year. Susan Phelan has spent time with her father and needs to get back. But Storm Gale is in full swing. Gusts of over 60 miles per hour with whiteout conditions.
By 8 in the morning, it was sleeting. And then the sleet turned to snow, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we had a good 12 or 14 inches of snow on the ground in Fredericksburg.
Heavy snow has cut the power to her dad's house, but there's a break in the storm, and Susan decides to dig her way out.
By the time the snow had stopped and the sun came out, I thought, well, if I could shovel the car out of here and get to the interstate, it'll be easy peasy to get home.
Home is 60 miles north in Alexandria. Normally a 90-minute journey via the I-95. But it's now 8 p.m. and the early back roads are treacherous.
I thought if I could just get to the interstate, I'll be fine. There's going to be a lot of trees down because it was a real heavy, wet snow and stuck to the branches and was tearing the branches down. And there were cars on the side of the road that clearly had been there for a while because the car wasn't running anymore. There were cars that had spun out into the median and were clearly stuck in the ditch and not going to be moving until the snow was cleared.
Just as Susan approaches the main Interstate 95, the situation is much worse.
And as I'm pulling onto the on-ramp to get onto I-95, I'm now looking on Twitter and it's saying, don't get on I-95, it's closed for 50 miles in both directions.
Todd Gerslin is also trying to escape the snow by heading south for a holiday with his wife and 4 boys. They're traveling from Rochester, New York, down to Outer Banks in North Carolina.
I did hear rumblings of a storm coming through even around in upstate New York area. So when I looked on the map, I already saw like redness on where it was starting to get backed up on there, like a storm warning.
But they're unaware of the huge buildup of snow on the main Interstate 95, causing accidents and slowing traffic.
We were halfway there for sunshine, and then all of a sudden, instead of sunshine, it was brake lights for hours.
They're stuck in snow on the I-95 with queues for 50 miles going north and south.
So I was like, oh boy, we might be in this for the long haul.
All night, nothing's moving. Susan Phelan's on her own with 4 dogs.
It was really cold that night. If it had still been snowing, it would have been a lot scarier. This story was happening in the middle of the night. Everybody's stuck there, sleeping out there. It's minus 6 degrees outside, and if there's any sort of wind blowing, it's really cold.
Todd's family are running out of food and water, breathing in the fumes from the lorries. Either side of the interstate, the Virginia suburbs around Fredericksburg are under a blanket of 14 inches of snow, blown around by high winds. Back on the I-95, static traffic is tailing back for miles. People are trapped and doing all they can to stay alive.
We're talking for a majority of 24 hours, we were stuck in the same spot. And it wasn't like a pretty view, like, oh, this is so nice, it looks like it. No, it was an 18-wheeler on every side.
By morning, the busiest interstate on the East Coast is still a parking lot.
Traffic, lots of traffic.
I'm trying to joke and have fun with the kids.
This is fun. What's up, dudes? Woo!
I was doing my best. Until I wanted to kill everyone, it was all fine.
It's mid-morning. After spending a sleepless night on I-95, Susan is finally moving. But the lorries are not.
Well, when the traffic started moving again, it was just like this moment. Like, finally, we're gonna get out of here. It was going slow, and there were areas where you had to snake the car through semi-trucks or other cars that had either been run out of gas or had been abandoned or were stuck. Any progress was good progress at that point.
But the ice on the road underneath the snow is not providing enough grip for the heavy lorries.
There were semi-trucks that were stuck in the road, and you could see a semi-truck sitting there and the tires are spinning. They're trying to get the semi out of there, but...
Spent a long time behind the wheel, and I'm sleep deprived. So I started, having panic attacks and super, I wouldn't say hallucinating, but I would go into dream state and be like, oh my God, I'm driving, I'm behind the wheel.
It was pretty icy, big chunks of ice and snow in the area right next to me. And then behind me, and I thought, well, this has turned into quite the fiasco.
Susan eventually makes it home at noon, the day after she set off. What should have been a 90-minute journey took 16 hours. Todd and his family finally got to their holiday destination in North Carolina. But the weather took its toll.
Let's be honest, I was stuck in a car for 36 hours with 5 other family members. Yes, actually, it was all bad. I can't even lie about it. It was pretty awful.
A week later, Todd and his family can't face the drive home and decide to fly back to Rochester.
We're on the last flight home, DC. We get all the way to Rochester. There it is. There's my home after this trip. And the pilot gets on and goes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I didn't prepare for this much ice on the wing in Rochester. So we had to fly back to DC.
Extreme ice and snow wins again.
That's how it ended. That's how the whole trip was insanity.
Getting stuck in traffic on snow-covered roads can be deadly. But driving at speed on an icy surface can be just as dangerous.
I just witnessed an accident.
Luckily, no one was injured. In Anchorage, Alaska, in January, freezing temperatures average between -10 and -6 degrees Celsius. Driving with 3 young children in the car requires nerves of ice.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's okay.
Seatbelts saved this mum and her 3 kids.
Are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God.
A high-strength steel safety frame and head restraints on the seats proved essential for survival.
Are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Driving on ice at night needs even more control. In Russia, these 2 are making their way home, oblivious to the 2 cars heading straight for each other. A very close escape. If they were walking any slower, they wouldn't be around to tell their story. Incredibly, everyone escaped uninjured. But on icy roads, speed can be deadly. In this episode, we have witnessed a once-in-a-lifetime flooding event in Europe. We've learned that in Nepal, you can survive a giant avalanche.
Oh my God.
And we've seen that wildfires have a life of their own.
We're out.
And next time, there will be more stories. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball sign, hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
We can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad, like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up. In California, it's a vacation from hell.
Go! God damn it, go!
As hundreds of campers flee a rampaging wildfire.
I thought that we were gonna die.
Only to find themselves trapped by the raging inferno.
Completely surrounded by fire.
A rare tornado crashes through the Czech Republic. Leaving residents with nowhere to hide.
Just here, a huge crash.
In North Carolina, a terrified dog is stranded by rising floodwaters.
Looks like you've seen better days, huh?
Mentally, he was just shut down.
And it's sink or swim for a solo adventurer as he attempts to row the perilous Pacific.
My sea anchor was lost and almost capsized several times.
I didn't feel like I was safe. I had lost control.
The Sierra National Forest, California. An expanse of wilderness on the slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. In the forest lies the Mammoth Pool Campground, a lakeside spot popular for hiking and boating. It's Labor Day weekend, and father of two, Daniel Crouch, is at Mammoth Pool with his family and their group of friends.
We were just gonna have a great vacation fishing and maybe catching some crawdads and floating in the creek.
Alex Tetamanti and her husband Raul are Labor Day regulars to the campground.
You can sit with your feet in the river during the day, just kind of enjoying the shade of the nice big trees. It's a great place for the kids to kind of swim and splash around. Just a whole lot of fun.
Dry summer season has made California fertile ground for a wildfire. 10 miles south of the campground, flames emerge in a canyon.
That day was pretty typical. It was kind of sunshine and then smoke cloud. It wasn't out of the ordinary for us to see the smoke in the air and kind of smell the smoke in the environment.
Fueled by bone-dry forest and sweltering temperatures, the blaze grows, sparking spot fires. The emergency services respond, including Melissa Wise of the U.S. Forest Service.
We were noticing some changes of the plume column. It was getting larger, it was getting bigger. The fire jumped the canyon and now it's moving towards Kinsman Flat and Mammoth Pools. The big concern is Mammoth Pool Reservoir. There are hundreds of campers down there.
Unaware of the imminent danger, camper Alex begins a 3-hour hike with friends.
About an hour and a half in, the ash that was falling out of the sky has now turned to embers falling out of the sky. This fire is going to be very, very close to us.
The fire's advancing rapidly towards the campground. Daniel's wife, Becky, sees flames on the ridgeline.
There was a fire coming, and it was moving fast. We realized we've got to go.
Melissa races to evacuate the campers. But the fire's now so intense, it's blocked the only road out of the campground.
You're just seeing literally a wall of fire coming up that hillside. Their safest bet was to get to the water, to Mammoth Pool.
The campers' only means of escape is a 2-mile dirt track that leads down to the lake.
Go! God damn it, go!
Daniel's driving alone, his wife and daughters ahead in a separate vehicle.
Approximately 200 plus people in that area, and we're driving down what's basically a 1-lane dirt road to try and get to the lake. I think it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it had gone from being sunny to being dark. You can see the fire burning off in the distance. You can see the fire burning on both sides.
Meanwhile, Alex makes it back to the campground and grabs her belongings.
I saw the fire on the mountain there, and that's when I was like, you know what? Forget everything else. Jump in the truck. We gotta go.
Driven by strong southerly winds, the fire's raging from all sides. Daniel's stuck in traffic. Worse still, he's lost his family.
There was no way out, people in front of me, people behind me. I thought that we were gonna die on that road. I had no idea where the rest of my family was.
The village of Lužice, situated in South Moravia, an historic region in the Czech Republic countryside. Residents Radovan Opluštil and Alexander Kovalev are unaccustomed to extreme weather.
We don't have much of extreme weather. Mostly it's hot and dry.
No, sem tam tady fouká, to je pravda, že je to tady takové trošku otevřené, no ale jinak žádné katastrofy se tady nikdy nestaly.
It's June 2021, and an ominous thunderstorm catches the attention of Radovan, who begins to film his neighbor's trees.
Protože jsme jí už říkali, že jí to jednou spadne na dům, no tak jsem si řekl právě, že já jí to natočím na mobil a ukážu jí to vlastně, jak ten smrk se velice pohybuje.
We just thinking that it was just storm, nothing more.
But the storm's much stronger than Radovan and Alex expect. It's building momentum, closing in fast.
Prostě začalo foukat. V tu chvíli prostě jsme si takovej ten pocit, že jste doma v bezpečí prostě, jako jo.
In the midst of the storm, the winds die down and conditions turn eerily still.
Začal ten vítr přicházet z té levé strany, z té ulice.
To je... Tak to možná jsme i bez střechy, dívej. To jde sem.
Ve své podstatě bylo něco nenormálního, tak...
Normální tornádo! Miluno!
Just at this point, it started to looks a bit dangerous.
to bylo vlastně vidět, až jak ten vítr začal sílit. Já jsem si to teda vůbec neuvědomil, jako že bych se v tu chvíli měl jako bát, že
The colossal mass of wind and hail is revealed to be a massive EF4 tornado bearing down on them. Radovan leans out of his balcony, right in the firing line.
A tak už jsme asi byli v tom středu toho tornáda. Jo, a vlastně potom se to tak strašně rychle přihnalo.
Mother Nature's a fickle beast and can strike when you least expect it. In Novorossiysk in southern Russia, a 600-foot wide waterspout is tearing towards the shore. The violent vortex narrowly misses an anchored boat before setting its sights on a beachside kiosk. Leaving two bystanders clinging onto the cafe and each other for dear life. The twister launches debris in every direction. And it's a close call for those taking shelter in the beach hut. The giant waterspout causes significant damage, but incredibly, everyone on the beach came out alive. In Texas, in the US, a fierce microburst storm takes this woman by surprise. Microbursts are caused by downdrafts within a thunderstorm, and they can produce sudden, blinding dust storms. Out in the open is not the wisest place to be during a microburst. Bypassing the portaloo, she makes it to the safety of her car. A freak hailstorm has struck the Sunshine Coast of Queensland, Australia.
Oh my goodness. Don't move, guys. Oh, the caravan's gonna get wrecked.
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose. The storm is unleashing giant hailstones, pummeling streets and homes. Within 5 minutes, the storm is gone.
I cannot believe that. I've never actually witnessed anything like that.
Leaving this dad and his kids to clear up the mess. The sudden hailstorm caused severe damage to cars and homes and left 23,000 across Queensland without power. Back in Moravia in the Czech Republic, Radovan and Alex have nowhere to hide as they hunker down in their home in the direct path of the tornado's ferocious 220-mile-per-hour winds.
It's just huge, extremely strong and extremely noisy wind. Just hear a huge crash.
Během těch pár vteřin jsme přišli o tu zimní zahradu, která prostě byla odfouknutá úplně, z té nezbylo vůbec nic.
It's a scene of apocalyptic chaos. An explosive twister is annihilating everything in its path.
Spodního patra, a protože jsme se dívali těmi okny, co se děje, tak už jsme viděli, že ten vítr už je slabší. A vlastně Další 2-3 minuty to tornádo přešlo.
It's a close call for Radovan and Alex. And though the twister lasted just a few minutes, the neighborhood is wiped out.
Že prostě ty stromy na té naší zahradě se úplně vytrhaly z kořenů. Ulice to vypadalo jak po bombardování.
The most of the houses have no windows. Most of the buildings have no roof. We are feeling horrible when we see it.
Všichni prostě jsou vlastně postižení nebo jsou vlastně na té lodi.
The EF4 tornado was the strongest recorded in Czech history and the deadliest to hit Europe in 2 decades. It carved a 15-mile path through the whole region, destroyed over 2,000 homes, and killed 6 people, injuring over 200. A rare tornado for Radovan and Alex in what remains a quiet village, but now a place where they're more vigilant to the unpredictable wrath of Mother Nature.
Prostě tornádo tady nikdy nebylo. Kivy prostě mohou být, ale bojíme se toho, aby to nebylo naposledy prostě. Že tam, kde se to jednou objeví, může se to, víte, to už je takový to, jako že může se to ještě stát znovu.
And Alex has some serious advice for Radovan should they ever experience another tornado.
I would tell him go away and go to hide to the basement immediately and not making these dangerous movies.
In California, a fierce wildfire is eating up large sections of the Sierra National Forest, sending families fleeing for their lives.
Go! God damn it, go!
The fire was all around us. You could feel the heat coming through the windows.
Their only means of escape is a winding track leading to the Mammoth Pool Lake. Father of 2, Daniel Crouch, has lost sight of his family.
We were in several different vehicles and I had lost track of them. I felt like that I could lose my family on the trip down, the chaos.
Also in the traffic jam, camper Alex Tetamanti makes a call to the emergency services.
We're trying to leave the area. We're trapped. We have people running to the lake, like on foot, running to the lake as fast as they can because there's fire everywhere.
Which lake, ma'am?
At Mammoth Pool.
I needed to let them know where we were, how many people were there, how bad the fire was.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
But there were times where I was like, we're not gonna make it in this truck.
Daniel has made it to the lakeside, where he's reunited with his family and friends.
Where's Sam? Where's Sam?
As the fire continued to come through, we quickly realized that we weren't out of the woods.
The family come face to face with a storm of fire, packing 125-mile-per-hour winds.
The heat and the smoke and the wind and the debris that's flying through the air, it was so intense.
The fire burns through nearly 36,000 acres of forest land in less than 22 hours, producing a dangerous plume of smoke 10 miles high. Intense flames and fallen trees force fire crews back, leaving Melissa Wise of the U.S. Forest Service unable to access the lake and the stranded campers.
Every access was cut off. I kind of failed at my job that I can't get down there to these people that need help.
There was a fire, it was super, super fast.
How many fatalities, how many people are we gonna find that aren't going home to their family?
Melissa must work out how to evacuate over 200 people from the burning lake.
We need a different option. Let's try helicopters.
The only option was the National Guard and Chief Operating Officer Erwin Hernandez.
It was a Labor Day weekend and a lot of people went out there. The roads were closed off to them. They did not know that we were coming. And that's why we knew we needed to go there and try our best to get those people out.
The campers at the lake are at risk from flying embers, choking smoke, and burning debris.
The embers are just coming and like whipping around the vehicles. They would like crash into something and just explode. One guy had his entire arm burned. Another guy had the bottom of his feet burned because he was trying to run.
They were at the lake and they didn't know what to do. I came across the air and told them to get in the water.
With a wall of flames just meters away, Daniel and his family are forced into the water.
We're dunking our heads underwater to keep the embers and the debris from burning our heads. The wind was blowing so hard, it's blowing smoke in your eyes.
Daniel clings on to his 2 daughters and 3-year-old grandson as hopes fade for a rescue.
It was pretty scary, you know, dealing with trying to stay calm for him and, you know, for the girls. I got out of the forest only to feel like we might drown in the water waiting for this to end.
September 2018, and Hurricane Florence barrels into the southeastern coast of the USA, producing record-breaking rainfall. The resulting floods breached the banks of the Cape Fear River in Pender County, North Carolina, forcing thousands of evacuating residents to abandon their homes, pets, and livestock. 2,000 miles away, Keith Benning runs an animal rescue center in North Dakota, and he's no stranger to rescuing pets from natural disasters.
What we do after hurricanes basically is try and get animals to safety with the ultimate goal of making sure they get returned to their owners. With any of the storms and any of the disaster response, your emotions are secondary. You know, you don't have time to feel sad. You don't have time to feel happy. You have a job to do.
With floodwaters rising, Keith's driving to Pender County to help reach the trapped pets by boat.
The area that we were in at that point was surrounded by water for 5 miles in every direction. We know there are people and animals out there that need help. It's just a matter of finding where that place is and how to get to it.
Navigating a canoe through flood-ravaged streets is risky. Keith's done this before, but has to be extra vigilant to the dangers above and below the surface.
There's so many underwater obstructions, barbed wire fences, things that are covered up. There were a lot of electrical lines that were low. We had a couple of times going under lines in the boat to where everybody was basically laying back or crouched down to make it under the line. You have to take chances, but you try and minimize that just so that you don't become a rescuer that needs to be rescued.
Keith and his team search flooded homes for animals in trouble. Cries for help are coming in thick and fast.
Look what we found.
The goats were basically just sitting on someone's front porch right in front of the door, just standing there staring at us. There were 13 alpacas, 4 horses, goats.
Come on, chicken whisperer.
Chickens, cats, dogs. We were able to move the alpacas. We loaded them, we pick them up and put them on the boat. 2 or 3 at a time. the horses were in water. And with any animals that have hooves, there's always a huge risk for immersion injuries.
Let's go. Oh, yeah.
We were racing against the clock with that. We tried to swim the horses out. We basically had guys holding onto them on the side of the boat. You know, each horse would be swimming next to it. But it wasn't until we came back with the first load of animals until we realized truly how bad it was going to be.
Keith gets word of a group of pit bulls in a perilous position.
There was 5 dogs that were on a picnic table, and that was the highest point that they could all climb onto. Once the water level got higher, they would have to swim around, so the risk of drowning was definitely there.
I know, you're a good watchdog. Yeah.
The pit bulls are scared by strangers. Keith draws on his instincts to calmly approach them and gain their trust.
I've seen a lot of people that aren't really experienced it have gotten bit. They often don't realize the level of trauma that this animal has gone through. They sounded vicious, but I could tell by the position of their tails and how slow the tails were wagging and how they were acting that they were basically just putting on a show.
Are you still gonna be silly? Yeah, I know silly boys like you.
Then, just round the corner, Keith spots another dog left high and dry, with no access to food or water.
How you doing, huh?
He probably had been on the car for 2 days, so I think his chances of survival would have been pretty low. Approached him, he was really shy.
It's okay.
The car could be underwater in a matter of hours. Keith must forge a bond with his new canine companion in case he takes flight into the endless floodwater.
Looks like you've seen better days, huh?
You're always a little bit apprehensive because his body language was just that he was just complete fear. You have to mentally put yourself in a place that you're not showing any fear, because they can smell it, they can sense it, they can see it. So when he would start to move away, I would stop and talk some more.
Are you dehydrated? Yeah, we're a little dehydrated, huh?
He had substantial infections from multiple wounds. He was dehydrated. Mentally, he was just shut down and really traumatized by the whole thing.
You're okay, yeah.
But then once I got him calmed down, it was just a sense of relief. The big priority was to get him out and get him some medical attention because the water was getting higher.
I'm gonna be back for you, okay?
As the floodwater's rising,
You're okay, baby boy.
it's a race against time to coax the exhausted dog into a crate on top of a paddleboard.
The first danger is getting bit. The second danger is you scaring the animal off. So I got on his side, got on the car, got his front 2 legs in.
There we go. 1 foot in the kennel, 2 foot in the kennel.
And then once you do that, you can kind of push him from behind a little bit.
There we go. That's a good boy.
He was a little bit nervous about the whole thing. We transported him back, got him on dry land.
I know. We're gonna get you all cleaned up, yeah.
The dog is one of the lucky ones, and they take him to a nearby shelter. But Keith doesn't forget his new friend, who was given a new name, Handsome Rob.
How you doing, huh? How you doing?
We would go back once a day to drop off animals. I would spend some time with him, and he would open up with me just because we'd made that first initial bond.
Keith and his team rescue 45 animals in the wake of Hurricane Florence.
I think anybody that goes down and does disaster rescue, you have a completely different perspective and a huge respect for the power of Mother Nature.
What's going on?
As for Handsome Rob, Keith is smitten and adopts his new pal, bringing him home to North Dakota.
Here you go.
He was happy to see me and started driving home, and we had a fun little road trip back. He flopped on the couch right away and made himself comfortable and found his spot and found his place in the pack.
What are you doing, Robert? Come here.
He's a permanent part of the family, not going anywhere. Huh. Yeah.
Florida, USA, an area susceptible to sinkholes due to its limestone terrain. This distressed deer is in a whole lot of trouble.
I got it.
The frantic fawn's fallen into a flooded sinkhole 7 feet deep. 3 rescuers struggle to get hold of her, but it's no easy feat.
Yeah, I got it with him. Come here, girl.
Finally, the Good Samaritans grab hold of the deer's front legs and haul her out, back to freedom. The town of Asha in Russia. A desolate dog is stranded on rapidly melting ice. Winter temperatures of minus 16 degrees Celsius have frozen up the river Sim. He's drifting on a slab of ice, heading out of town. Attempts to outrun the icy travelator seem futile, and the outcome looks bleak. Until a group of bystanders call him to the riverside, forming a human chain to pull the pooch from its perilous predicament. Exhausted, he needs to lie down to recover. In Mexico, this gym bunny needs no excuse to reveal his ripped torso.
What is he doing?
He spotted a possum at risk of being washed down the street. Gathering up the soggy creature in his t-shirt, he carefully lifts the lightweight possum to dry off in the undergrowth. This shirtless superhero needs a towel. Back in California, hundreds of holidaymakers are stranded at Mammoth Pool Lake, trapped in an inferno.
Completely surrounded by fire. 100%.
As the wildfire surges closer, Daniel Crouch has waded into the water with his family.
My biggest fear was that we were going to die right there.
Also seeking refuge at the lake, Alex Tentamanti gathers on the shore with her husband and friends.
I have never seen flames so big in my life. The flames were 60 to 80 feet tall in the air, coming off of these giant trees.
Trying to coordinate the rescue effort is Melissa Wise from the U.S. Forest Service.
That fire went through super fast and quick. That was scary. There's no doubt about it.
Unbeknown to the campers, 2 National Guard helicopters are trying to navigate dangerous crosswinds, smoke, and burning embers to reach Mammoth Pool. It's getting smoky, and emergency crews on the ground try to stop them attempting to land. The mission is too risky. But pilot Erwin Hernandez and his crew know time is running out.
You can smell the smoke even before we were in it. You can see the embers, the whole sides of the mountains blazing.
The emergency landing zone is just 50 feet from the flames. The chances of a safe touchdown hang in the balance.
It was definitely hard. The visibility was down. In regular situations, that's something we would not do.
Yeah, that's our ride. We could see the lights coming through the smoke that we realized that they were coming for us.
Against all odds, the rescue helicopters make it to land.
I was one of the first people to run right up to the helicopter and tell them there is about 300 people here, but we have about 30 people that need to go immediately.
Seeing the people's fear in their faces, that's where it really hit me, how serious this situation this was.
The injured and women with children board the first rescue helicopter. Daniel and Alex must wait, but get the next flight out.
It was at the back and the door was open and the heat that was rushing in from the engines. I didn't care. I was happy to be on the helicopter.
I had no thought in my mind that we were going to be rescued by a helicopter, that we were going to be out of there that night.
As the rescued holidaymakers take off, the full scale of the fire is laid bare.
And as soon as we're about to land here back at base, everybody just cheers, yay, claps, and thank you, thank you. It was definitely an emotional event for them and for us.
The Creek Fire is the largest single fire in Californian history. It burned nearly 380,000 acres and was declared 100% contained 3.5 months after it began.
It's just incredible how hot and destructive that fire was. That forest won't recover for 40 or 50 years, would be my guess. To this day, I don't understand how everybody made it out.
The National Guard completed 3 rescue missions at Mammoth Pool Lake, airlifting 242 people to safety.
I can't even begin to express my gratitude. Like, it makes me emotional just thinking about they risked their lives.
That was definitely one of the most meaningful and most rewarding missions that I've done.
For Melissa Wise, the fire is a dangerous reminder of the devastation caused by a combination of dry forest and flames.
One day there's a bunch of trees there on the side of the road, and then you drive back and there's nothing. You don't realize how Mother Nature can affect your life in a blink of an eye.
Cyril Derimo, a father of 2, born in France, but now an ultra-endurance athlete based in San Francisco, USA.
My personality is a little bit of a Peter Pan. I'm 45, but in my head I'm probably still 18.
Living in California allows Cyril to indulge his passion for paddling.
Kayaking, it's a human power. And when you're on your own, you're yourself with nature, but anything can go wrong.
In 2016, Cyril set a world record for rowing the 2,700 miles between California and Hawaii as part of a 4-man rowing team. For ocean adventurer Cyril, it's time to try it again, but this time, he'll go it alone.
I'm gonna get ready, and I'm gonna do it myself on a solo expedition, kayaking for maybe 70 days, all the way to Hawaii.
Paddling the mighty Pacific is fraught with 50-foot waves, unrelenting winds, and a deadly current which can push rowers dangerously off course. Cyril commissions a custom-made kayak for the task, a 22-footer called Valentine, in honor of his sister.
It's an ocean kayak, so it's very small for a boat, but it's big for a kayak. There's a cabin where I can go at night. There's a cockpit that is pretty small. This is where I sit, and this is where I paddle day in and day out.
Sunrise in the city of Sausalito, California. Location for Cyril's expedition launch.
Let's go! Let's go!
The moment I went under the Golden Gate, I was free of everything. Now there's only forward, there's me, then the ocean. Let's go to Hawaii.
It's smooth paddling on day 1, Southerly winds allow Cyril to travel 35 miles.
As soon as the sunrise is up in the sky, I have to be paddling. The first 2 days were perfect. I left with a tide that was outgoing that would push me out to the ocean. And there's sharks and whales and container ships. There's storms, yes, but for every one of these, I know what to do and when to do it. So I will be safe.
But in the middle of the vast ocean, an approaching weather front is cause for concern.
Oh, got a message.
I get a text from my weather router, Michel, and he says, the wind is picking up over the next few days, and you're gonna have to be very patient.
Well, Radar told me about 30 knots wind. I think he's looking at the gust. So 20 gusting 30 is pretty big.
That means something's coming. That means I will have to go in my cabin and wait for the weather to pass.
Cyril retreats to his cabin to weather the storm.
I could see that conditions were getting worse and worse.
Looks like it's gonna get stronger tomorrow and stronger.
I'm being tossed around. The boat is rolling, is rocking.
The wind's picking up already. It's gonna grow tomorrow and the day after.
It's like the wind is taking the wave, and you're bracing when it arrives.
Patience. It's a name of game. Not much I can do.
To make matters worse, Cyril's lost his GPS. The backup team on land have no idea where he is.
I could feel my level of tension and stress increase.
As night falls, conditions get worse. 40-mile-per-hour winds shift the kayak side-on to the approaching waves.
The full force of the wave is coming on the side of my cabin, and bang!
I have no idea how he's going to do this.
It was bang! From vertical position, wow! Water everywhere. I didn't feel like I was safe. I had lost control.
My sea anchor that keeps my boat perpendicular to the waves was lost, and I started to be banged on one side and the other, and almost capsized several times.
The conditions are getting worse. Cyril's in danger of capsizing into the swelling ocean and losing touch with his kayak.
I had put 3 years of my life, so much work, and in one call to the Coast Guards, it was going to be stopped.
Seagoing kayak down time, seagoing kayak down at time, Coast Guard over.
They called me on the radio.
Coast Guard, this is Sea Kayak Valentine, I copy.
Please go out on your cockpit and set off the parachute flare. I go out and I set the flare.
Salvation comes in the form of the US Coast Guard.
And then I could see the helicopter come in my direction. And then I could see a guy on this wire. Waves were about 12 to 15 feet. 5 minutes later, up comes a diver next to me on the cockpit.
I'm talking to you guys. Okay, we're gonna get away from the boat, okay? Okay, you hold me? No, we're gonna get away.
So say goodbye to Valentine, jump in the water.
If you just stay right here. Okay, good. All right.
Here attach myself as a tandem and starts to wave a neon light back to the helicopter. And in no time, he attached himself. It was a James Bond kind of thing.
With no time to waste, Cyril's plucked from the 15-foot waves and winched to safety.
In 2 minutes, we were in the helicopter, close the door, let's go. What just happened?
3 days after the rescue, Cyril recovers Valentin from the ocean, 70 miles off the Californian coast.
I felt like there was hope for my adventure to continue.
Cyril is committed to his dream of paddling from California to Hawaii. He's already planning his next attempt.
Maybe I should have done more preparation, even more, and that's my new target for this new adventure.
2 hours 55. I have an hour to go.
To be even more prepared into bad weather. June 2022, baby. I'm gonna be on the water.
For some thrill seekers, the temptation of the open water is too great to resist. These daredevil boaters are enjoying a wild ride. They hit a wave at high speed, and the man in front is catapulted into the air. But looks grateful his nose is still intact. The Recife River in Brazil and this group are gearing up for a day of river rafting. With a lower water level than expected, these rafters make a rapid exit. Much to the joy of an onlooking kayaker. In this episode, we've witnessed the colossal force of a fast-moving wildfire. We've experienced the terror as high winds catch people off guard. We've seen how rescuers wade into a weather disaster zone to save the animals.
You're okay. Yeah.
And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up.
Oh my goodness.
A flash flood in Australia leaves a family running scared.
I started to fear for the safety of our children.
Gone. And others watching their lives washed away.
We had nowhere to go. All we could do was sit and wait.
In Wisconsin, a woman and her dog risk getting swept under the ice.
As I tried pulling her up, that's when the ice broke and I went in the water as well.
All right, come on.
A tornado forces a man to take cover in Vancouver.
This is crazy.
I was trembling, I was shaking. I just couldn't get over what I was seeing.
And rainwater helps bring an adventure to an abrupt halt. New South Wales, on Australia's east coast, the country's most populated state. Inland areas are prone to flooding, where rivers break their banks and waters engulf the surrounding land. After 10 years of big city life, James and Lauren Archer have moved to remote bushland to live off-grid.
Living the off-grid life was appealing to me rather than going to work. We start our Monday off with, collecting veggies from the garden, checking on our livestock.
My husband had this great idea to become self-sufficient. You warm? I'm warm. And I quite enjoy the lifestyle. Didn't think I would, but I do.
Upper Lansdowne, location of James and Lauren's cabin. Deep in the rainforest, they live with their 3 sons, Jack, Kai, and Liam.
James had put a lot of heart and soul into this place. He built everything from the ground up.
It's March 2021. New South Wales is enduring days of relentless rainfall.
Gloomy, grey clouds, and constant rain. It just did not stop pouring down.
The remote cabin's surrounded by creeks. As they fill with water, the family is increasingly vulnerable.
I knew that the water levels could go up at any moment because they'd been rising and falling over 3 days, getting really close to the cabin.
James checks on a bridge he constructed to cross a creek. It's the only connection between the cabin and the outside world.
Gone. It's just completely gone, and that was our main line out. It was made of 20 logs, stacked 3 high, spanning a gully of about 15 metres. It was a huge bridge. I knew when that bridge went, most likely all the other bridges were gone. And, it was devastating.
No way out.
Nearby, creeks are filling up with floodwater, just inches from overflowing and sweeping down to the cabin. If the family stay, they're in danger of being trapped.
Obviously, I started to fear for the safety of our children.
We decided it was time to escape. Our neighbour had a cabin. We knew it was on higher ground, but the problem was, how do we get there?
One hour to the north, the village of Telegraph Point. Home to Mosey Melo, his family, and their menagerie of animals.
We're set on 5 beautiful acres right on the river. We have about 24 chickens. We've got 2 horses and 3 lovely dogs, as well as all the local wildlife.
Mosey and his family are at the beach. There's a menacing sight looming on the horizon.
I had that sensation that heavy rain was about to come. And I looked at my phone about half an hour later and I saw an extreme weather event warning.
Back at the family farm, the ground's already heavily saturated from the rain.
I started to walk out through the backyard, down through the paddock, and I went all the way down to the river. The level had risen significantly and it was approaching the top of the bank. We have animals sitting on that paddock level. I knew I had to do something.
Water levels are rising at an alarming rate. Mosey and his parents try to move their animals to higher ground.
The first steps we started to take were to go out to the chicken run and to check on all the chickens. My mum started to round up the horses and move them to a nearby paddock that was on a higher level. I remember my dad handing me these 3 little birds, and as I looked down at them, I thought, I don't think these guys are going to make it.
Meanwhile, James, Lauren and the children grab some belongings and begin their epic trek to higher ground.
When we hiked out of there, we knew we were going to safety. This is what had to be done. You couldn't hear anything else but the water. It was just a torrent.
Adrenaline just kept us going, kept our spirits up, just trying to keep calm and get to the other end safe.
But heavy rainfall has made the hilly terrain unstable. Sudden flash floods can cause deadly landslides. In the Philippines, a bus has stopped on a remote mountain pass. Typhoon Yuto struck the region weeks before, and it's loosened earth. Seconds later, this man makes a hasty retreat. As the entire mountainside collapses around him. The bus is hit by falling debris. Fortunately, no one is hurt, but they've been seconds from disaster. China, 2020, and heavy rainfall has caused catastrophic flooding. An enormous chunk of the mountain falls down, hitting several vehicles. Motorists are shell-shocked. 3 cars were hit and 3 people injured. But incredibly, everyone survived. A precarious situation in Malaysia. Heavy rainfall and a burst drain have swamped this road, weakening its foundations. Sensing the danger, a driver moves his car. And it's just in the nick of time.
Oh, damn! Oh, my God!
It's a lucky escape for these guys. As the crumbling tarmac and soil give way, causing a massive landslide. Another driver tests his luck, taking a huge risk to move his car from what remains of the street. A total of 5 cars plummeted 6 meters into a storm drain. But mercifully, there were no injuries. Wisconsin, USA, a state famous for its cold, snowy winters, where temperatures can drop to -30 degrees. A wonderland of lakes and rivers lie covered in thick sheets of ice. Nestled on the banks of the Mississippi River lies the town of Prairie du Chien, home to many freshwater lakes, popular with ice fishing enthusiasts. It's January 2020. A 911 call has come through to Prairie du Chien Police Department. Officer Casey Cox is on his way.
I received a call from our dispatch center of a child who was believed to be swimming in the river or fell through the ice in the river.
We are on the marina side. There's a female in the water at this time.
As I walked out of my squad car, then I realized the female and her dog were out in the river trying to stay afloat.
The woman in the water is 72-year-old Jennifer Clements and her dog Dexter.
He was just standing there on the dock, and a bird came flying in and landed on the river, on the ice. He went flying off the dock to chase the bird and broke through. Of course, as a mother, I'm panicked, but I threw off my coat and ran out there and of course went immediately through. He was 70 pounds and I'm 120 pounds, so naturally the ice wouldn't hold me. He's crying the whole time, which is breaking my heart.
As soon as I saw the female trying to stay afloat with her dog circling her, I knew I had to get in the water to rescue her because she looked frail and she's been in the water for minutes now, so I knew she couldn't stay afloat very much longer.
It's a race against time.
We didn't have anything to hang on to, so we're both just floundering. Dexter kind of got on top of me so he had something to keep himself afloat. It was just a natural instinct, but he was pushing me down. So I went down about 3 times.
The extra weight is weakening the ice, and one of the rescuers falls in. With his colleague in the water, Casey must lie on his stomach to reach Jennifer.
I was reaching for the female victim to make sure she wasn't going completely under the water. As I tried pulling her up, that's when the ice broke and I went in the water as well.
Give me a life checker for him too. Grab her there, make sure she's okay.
I could have gone under and been swept by the current and not come back up in the right spot. By then, I was so cold. At this point, I really thought I was going to die.
As soon as I went in the water, everything went slow motion for me. Actually, I started getting irritated because the dog kept trying to climb on my back. So I took the dog by the scruff of its neck and basically just threw it out of the water as far as I could onto the ice.
Dexter's free, but Jennifer's core body temperature is dropping dangerously low.
I looked like a crab coming out of the water, I remember. I couldn't move my arms, they were frozen. They had me by the back of my belt and pulling me along.
Nothing really was planned. It just happened the way it did because we knew it was a matter of life or death within seconds.
The freezing water sends Jennifer into shock. Luckily, an ambulance is already on site.
I couldn't stop shaking. At that point, my body is jumping up and down. I'm sure it was my body's attempt to stay warm.
Dexter the dog is unharmed, and Officer Casey makes it onto dry land.
Yeah, good job there, man.
Hold back in the boat. The victim's right out of the water.
It's a very close call. A stark reminder of the dangers of walking on ice.
I think I was running on adrenaline, of course. I guess people realize when they're in that situation that you have to do what you have to do to survive. Your instincts kick in. I wasn't as frightened as one might think you would be. And then looking back and thinking, oh wow, that was pretty scary. I wouldn't want to go through it again, of course.
Thinking about it, it could have ended a lot worse. I mean, the water there was about 17 feet deep at the time. The weather can be brutal here in the wintertime, 30 below with the wind chill at times. Mother Nature is very unpredictable. It's not anything to take for granted.
When winter hits, the great outdoors can turn into treacherous terrain. Southern Russia. And these snowboarders take it slow. A skier up ahead is directing them to the left. Another skier whips past, missing the warning and disappearing out of sight. His snowboarding friends race to see what's happened. The skier's fallen into a deep pit of freezing water. He's badly hurt and at risk of hypothermia. It's a heroic battle to drag the stricken skier out. He's unable to help himself due to his injuries. He suffered 2 broken arms and a broken leg in the accident. But if he was alone, it could have been a whole lot worse. Berthoud Pass in Colorado. And 2 skiers have spotted the signs of an avalanche 400 meters away.
Is there anyone stuck? A dog?
They realize a dog is missing.
This is a big one, dude.
A 2-year-old retriever named Apollo triggered the avalanche and is now buried in the snow.
Get your probe out.
The Good Samaritans begin a pinpoint search.
Come on. This is tragic.
The search continues.
This is a needle in a haystack.
But it looks like a lost cause.
Where'd you see him last?
93% of living avalanche victims can be recovered alive if they are dug out within 15 minutes. But this dog has been buried for 20.
You found him?
Incredibly, Apollo is alive, his nose poking out of the snow.
Come on, he's alive.
And the blind search becomes a frantic rescue.
We're coming, buddy. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. You're okay.
Apollo is dug out from the depths of the snow uninjured.
Dude, good spot.
But with a shaggy dog story to tell.
That's your guy.
Back in New South Wales, Australia, and the country is experiencing its worst flooding in a century. In rural Telegraph Point, Mosey Melo races to rescue his animals. But for 3 young guinea fowl, it could be too late.
They look pretty well like they're gone. I pulled out the hairdryer and set it on a low setting so I didn't burn them. They were opening their eyes and their feathers were getting all ruffled again and they looked like they were going to pull through.
The animals have been saved, but Mosey doesn't have time to relax.
The entire paddock was underwater.
In the space of 2 hours, the river has burst its banks. 5 acres of land transformed into a lake.
4 p.m.
The water was up to my waist height at that time, and I remember thinking, okay, this is something serious. I could see the chicken run completely underwater. We started to act very quickly to evacuate the chickens.
Take one there. Stay in there, little one. Don't go up there.
There was an atmosphere of concern, of foreboding, of how bad is this really going to get.
The town of Tari, just off the New South Wales coast, where raging floodwaters are sweeping homes from their foundations.
Oh my goodness.
Resident Jason Fletcher and his daughter Katie take refuge on their roof with their family dog.
We had nowhere to go.
Ned.
All we could do was sit and wait and watch.
The car was in the pit.
Yeah, the water, like there was nothing stopping it. It was moving anything that was in its way. My biggest fear would have been the whole house sweeping away with me, my daughter, and the dog on the roof.
Also seeking higher ground, the Archer family make their way through the rainforest in search of their neighbor's cabin.
It's a very hilly terrain. There's a lot of gullies, a lot of water courses that come through here.
Our target to leave was just to get to higher grounds. My main focus, obviously, was the safety of the kids.
They reach the flooded creek and the broken bridge. James must guide their 2 young children across flimsy planks to the other side.
I had to cross with my eldest son, Jack. I crossed the water first with him and had to leave him on the bank on the other side of the creek. I told him, you know, you got to stay here, stay still. You can't follow me back. I brought my youngest, Kai. He was 2 at the time. I carried him across. I'm going to get everybody out because I couldn't handle it anymore.
With the family home at the mercy of Mother Nature, 29-year-old Mosey has very few options left.
The water had come in and it was still steadily rising.
This is my bedroom, completely underwater.
This could destroy our house.
It's the living room in there.
I started to get a bit of a game plan in my head. Let's get moving, let's get out of here before this gets worse. The place that I grew up is now underwater, and it's probably not going to be the same when we come back.
The coastal city of Vancouver, Canada. Owen O'Neill has moved there from Ireland and works at a golf club on the outskirts of the city.
I have an interest in golf. It's a great way to just take a few hours out of your day. You head out with a few friends, you spend 4 hours on the course.
Vancouver has snow-capped peaks, but it's close to the Pacific Ocean, and the city has an average of 160 rainy days a year.
Vancouver has the nickname of Raincouver. I thought I'd be used to the rain coming from Ireland, but I've never seen that amount of rain in my life.
It's November 2021. As Owen helps customers in the golf shop, a thunderstorm rolls in.
There was thunder and lightning, and the whole sky went dark. And straight after the thunder and lightning came a hailstorm, which was extremely heavy as well.
The storm mixes with cold air, and the warm waters of the Pacific whip up a large waterspout off the coast of Vancouver.
Wow.
Look at that.
That is incredible.
Meanwhile, avid golfer Shu Song Lee is practicing his swing.
看到这个冰雹越来越大，然后呢，突然一下
你就感觉到那个天空在一瞬间就一下变黑了，然后实际上在你完全没有反应过来的时候，那个风就很大很大。
The waterspout transforms into a tornado as it hits land.
Never saw that before. It's a tornado.
The tornado barrels past the airport, heading north on a path towards the golf club.
I looked up into the sky and I saw just this kind of heaviness surrounded the place. I had a sense that something strange was going to happen.
Suddenly, the wind picks up. The tornado starts its round with a big drive down the fairways. Golfer Xu Song is out in the open and in grave danger.
就是说，在那一瞬间，你会感觉到，就是说一种像那个世界末日一样的。然后很多的树在倒，很多的树叶在飞，然后天空是黑的。
Owen shelters in the wooden kiosk.
The lights eventually just went completely off. The shop went black.
Oh, everything is flying? Marty.
Then debris started hitting the roof of the building.
It's a tornado. Oh,
At that point that I started to worry, I thought it's quite a flimsy wooden cabin, and I thought if anything of any size falls through here, we could be in trouble.
Stay away from the windows, guys. Yeah.
I was also concerned for the customers. They were so open, they were so exposed.
Caught without shelter, Xu Song hits the ground.
最害怕的就是那个黑，就是那种黑暗，但是那种黑暗。
Are you filming this? Yeah. Oh.
There was like so many expletives, I just couldn't get over what I was seeing.
Look, all the. This is crazy.
I was trembling, I was shaking.
No, look, out in the field.
There's a funnel on the golf course.
Oh my God.
He was just thankful that nobody was hurt.
The tornado has hit a hole in one, leaving behind a path of destruction in its wake.
You okay? Yeah, okay. I'm okay. Okay, I'm okay.
过去以后，你才会感觉到那个有一种后怕吧，就是你觉得啊，这个真的太可怕了，我经历了什么？
Oh my God, it's crazy.
Golfer Xu Song has escaped unharmed.
That is mental.
Owen can emerge from the kiosk to take stock.
When it all died down, like I felt my heart racing. I was sweating. As I went around looking at the damage, it was like I was in a movie. There was just destruction and damage everywhere. On the 10th hole, there was 2 huge pine trees lying across the fairway, and it just showed the extent and the power of the tornado to be able to rip them out of the ground.
Oh.
As I walked up through the car park, there was a lot of damage done to customers' cars. One of the limbs from the trees had pierced a hole in the side of the car door, and the metal had been ripped open.
Yeah, this is my car. Oh my God.
It's Xu Song's car. All he can do is wander around, assessing the devastation to his beloved golf club.
但是呢，又是很快的。当你还没有做出反应，还没有你的大脑可能还是处于空白的时候，你看到那个大自然的那个 power， 很恐怖，对。
The tornado was the first to hit Vancouver in over 5 decades, giving the city and Irishman Owen a rare sight of one of Mother Nature's most destructive forces.
Never seen anything like this in Ireland. There's no tornadoes in Ireland, so to feel the force of nature was breathtaking, to be honest. Scary, but breathtaking.
Mother Nature rarely gives us a sporting chance. In Chicago, a storm hasn't rained off this round of golf. A gung-ho golfer places the ball and perfects his swing. Blinded by the driving snow, he tees off. But the chance of finding his ball is minimal. It's a great swing, but no one's blown away.
Having a kick in the snow.
August 2020, and it's a winter wonderland in Tasmania, Australia.
This is footy. Tassie Star. Show us what you got.
Many parts of the state receive a rare blanket of snow as a blast of Antarctic air moves over southern Australia.
Wow, it's actually coming down really quite heavy. You can see it's getting a good cover on the ground now.
This Aussie football coach stays warm under cover.
It's freezing out there.
While leaving his junior team out in the cold.
Come over, guys. Give us a thumbs up.
But this exercise in tough conditions has been passed. It's players 3, coach 0. Frosty Sweden, and this dedicated golfer strips down to his undies. His ball has landed in an awkward spot. He smashes a path through the ice.
Ja, jag tror det. Och så får du ta fokus nu och sen försöka typ putta. Det är värt.
Before wading into the freezing water.
Okay.
And he hits it out of the park. It's a master stroke. And luckily, no balls were lost. The people of New South Wales, Australia, have been battered by record-breaking rainfall and a monumental flooding.
I'll get his hand.
James and Lauren Archer try to cross a flooded creek with their young children. There's just 2 planks of wood between them and the rapids.
Once we got the 2 kids, my 2 eldest, across to the other side, I felt a sigh of relief.
Once we got across that bridge with our little wooden planks, the weight off my shoulders.
Fleeing their flooded home, Mosey Melo helps his family reach the safety of a nearby sports centre.
I've gone there plenty of times in the past, but this time was quite different.
The sports centre is on high ground, but soon it too succumbs to the flood, and everyone is forced to the top floor.
We were literally sitting in this little island, the sports club, watching the mayhem play out. We could see all of our cars underwater.
Whole town's underwater.
I thought to myself, this is the kind of thing that you see in movies.
There goes Steve's kennel.
Yeah.
I could see the water pushing out away from the river towards the highway. The highway almost acted like a dam, and so the water had nowhere to go. It could only go up.
The water is rising steadily. The residents are at the very top of the sports club, and there's nowhere else to go.
I realised I've got to let go of the house. The main thing now is the safety of all of us.
Communities across the state are experiencing their worst flooding in over 50 years. The town of Taree is under siege. Jason Fletcher, his daughter and their dog are stuck on the roof of their flooded home.
As far as I could see was just brown water and rooftops.
Emergency services work tirelessly to rescue those stranded in the floods. And after 4 hours on the roof, Jason and Katie are picked up by the State Emergency Service rescue team.
Yeah, I was pretty happy when I got into the boat off the roof. If the house had been swept away, we mightn't be here telling the story.
It's late evening when the water finally stops rising in Telegraph Point. The stranded residents in the sports club spot their salvation in the darkness.
One by one, they were taking people back to the highway and driving them away. Realising that we were going to be safe was a huge relief.
Meanwhile, the Archer family reach their neighbour's cabin unscathed. The next day, James has to take another hike back up to the creek for supplies.
It hadn't set in that I could possibly lose the house. I've never seen floods like this before, and I honestly never thought it would ever occur in my lifetime.
The March 2021 New South Wales floods were the region's worst in 6 decades. Some areas experienced 11 inches of rain in just one day. And 3 people tragically lost their lives. James and Lauren's bushland cabin is spared by the flood, but the couple are determined to maintain their self-sufficient way of life.
We'll take on the floods again. You know, this is our new lifestyle. We're off-gridders now.
Mosey and his family are not so lucky when they return to their home of 30 years.
Everything was just a soggy, muddy mess. It was smelly, it was dirty, and everything was in chaos. It was a real feeling of loss. The recovery process has been the most challenging process of my life. I have never seen so many people from so many different walks of life come together and contribute to the well-being of everyone. So it's been an honour to have the opportunity to help my family when they really need it most.
On the far western coast of Canada, on the lower mainland of British Columbia, sits Squamish, named after the indigenous settlers. On the other side of the river, the Monmouth Creek complex, forged by volcanic eruptions, carved by rainwater and rivers. Annual rainfall can be up to 300 centimetres every year. It's the summer of 2015. Edgar Bullen is out with friends amongst the steep and rocky outcrops, canyoneering. Fresh rainfall has made the waterways run fast.
I have never heard of Mammoth Canyon, but after looking at a few pictures and just seeing how beautiful the place is, I just got so excited and just wanted to go there.
But the adventure is not without risk.
You can easily break your ankle. There's lots of slippery surfaces. If you don't know how to use the gear properly, you can get into big trouble. So it can be a life and death situation.
Icy water from the mountains makes for a cold start.
It was a sunny day, and we all met up by a river that we had to cross to get to the canyon. We had those inflatable boats, and we were just swimming beside them as the river took us downstream to where the trail would start to get to the canyon.
Hands are definitely starting to freeze.
The water there is very freezing, can get hypothermia easily.
To warm up, they hike up the mountain to reach the canyon. But as the canyon evolves, they begin the more risky section of the route. Slippery conditions are forged by the climate.
You do not need a rope to rappel. Like certain places you can just cliff jump if it's safe enough. Cliff jumping was pretty exhilarating. There's a lot of things that can go wrong when you're cliff jumping. The place where you cliff jump, the water level could be deep or it can be shallow. Like you have to make sure you jump in the correct place and don't hit any rocks.
Warm. Oh, I walked into this thing. Oh, you okay? Yeah.
Rainwater carves its way down through the rocks.
Okay, go! Woo! Awesome!
There's a place also like it's almost like a water slide feature, so you just sit down and like let the water take you down.
Woo!
But on the steepest sections, a rappel down a rope is the only way to move forward.
Every rappel differs from the other ones. Some of them were very short. Others were pretty high up, like probably went over 60 feet at least. The rocks are definitely very slippery. Some are more slippery than others. There's some mossy surface on it, and if it's wet, very slippery, almost like ice. I guess I wasn't really paying too much attention and I slipped. My instincts right away was to protect myself from hitting a rock, and doing that, I let go of my hand. I was going down so quickly that I might as well not even be on a rope. I pretty much found myself on the ground on the rocks.
The landing area is rocky.
Well, I did land on my left foot first, and that pretty much took most of the impact.
Edgar's foot is hardly attached to his leg.
And that's when I realized my foot doesn't feel right. I looked at it, it was all like wangly and it just like moved around like as if it wasn't attached. I tried to put it back together, so I tried to kind of rotate it and like see what I can do. Then I realized that okay, like that wasn't happening.
Edgar can't go anywhere. Search and rescue is called.
That might be a little bit of a pain.
I started like, feeling like the shivers coming in and like just a mild hyperthermia.
The helicopter arrives nearly 2 hours after the call.
Well, finally help is coming.
Edgar's ordeal is nearly over.
When I heard the helicopter, I got pretty excited. I just felt that like the wait is almost over and I was gonna get help and get rescued.
Edgar has to hop down to a more open location. Luckily, they were close to the trail.
I had maybe 2 or 3 search and rescue on both my sides. They put a harness on me, and 2 of the search and rescue were on each side supporting me, and they just lifted me up. And then we got this whole 360 view of the surrounding, which was pretty neat.
It took a couple of years to recover from the accident. But Edgar remains adventurous.
It's like I don't really want to stop living and experiencing things just because it's safe all the time. You just have to be smarter.
During his recovery, he engaged with Mother Nature on a different level, photographing outdoor sports.
I definitely have a lot of respect for Mother Nature. That's the strength and power of like all its forces is just mind-boggling. You don't mess around with Mother Nature, you can only respect it.
snowy Wisconsin, USA, and this young chap is excited about his dad's new purchase. Carrying a new flat-screen TV whilst navigating an icy path isn't easy.
Hey, open this one.
But this dad looks like he's got it under control. There's a slight delay at the door. And it's dad down. The slippery steps were his undoing. And it looks like there'll be no movie night tonight. Texas, and this resourceful lady wants to move her car to the garage. She starts de-icing the driveway. It's a full-on faceplant. Nice try, but there's no outsmarting Mother Nature. In this episode, we've seen how flash flooding can devastate entire communities.
We had nowhere to go.
We've learned how ice can turn treacherous in the blink of an eye. We've witnessed the havoc-wrecking strength of a tornado. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
We can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now? In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, a wind-driven wildfire consumes a Colorado neighborhood.
What? I need to get out of there as soon as possible.
And burning ash rains down on panicked shoppers.
Go towards Denver! Evacuate now!
In New Mexico, freezing conditions trapped 21 people in an ice-covered tramcar.
It was so cold. Our breath was turning the condensation into ice on the ceilings, on the walls.
This is just crazy.
In Utah, a family stranded in a ferocious flash flood.
We're in trouble. You know, we're in a bad situation.
And an outbreak of tornadoes ripped through communities in the state of Alabama. The city of Louisville, Colorado, home to 21,000 people. Located on a high, grassy plain at the base of the Rocky Mountain Front Range. Adam Kaplan and his husband, Justin Watts, have lived in the city for 25 years.
I like Louisville a lot for its history, a lot for its older buildings. We've also got fantastic restaurants down on Main Street, and all the people down there tend to know you once you go in 2 or 3 times. It really is an amazing place. Just a great, great slice of America.
It's December 2021, and the region is experiencing unseasonably warm temperatures with very little snowfall. Firefighter Patrick Kramer is accustomed to wildfires in Colorado, but the dry winter is a concern.
Anytime we have a wildfire in December, it is somewhat abnormal. Usually there's snow on the ground, and so it keeps wildfires from spreading as they would in, say, a June or a July. It was really, for lack of a better term, the perfect storm. It was a combination of winds and fuel, and then all it needed was that spark.
It's the 30th of December, and strong winds fan the flames of a wildfire as it rips through desiccated grassland. Patrick is off duty and having lunch with his young daughter.
I actually looked up and saw a plume of smoke to the south of Longmont.
Real fire?
Yeah, honey. I thought to myself, wow, that's a big fire.
Previous wildfires have affected rural areas, but 100-mile-per-hour winds move the fire towards unsuspecting urban neighborhoods. Emergency services are now dealing with an impending disaster.
My phone started getting texts, and that's how we notify each other in an emergency. We're gonna go down to Louisville.
Sheriff's office! Ma'am, you have to evacuate.
Yeah, we are. We're back. We're leaving
let's
right
load
now.
up and let's go, okay?
Residents of Louisville are urged to evacuate.
We pretty much grabbed the animals, I think maybe a laptop or 2, but that was about it.
All right, I'll grab token. The only thing that we cared about were our animals and a way to communicate with our loved ones and a way to support ourselves.
Oh, fire.
When we made the decision to leave, I think there was definitely a thought that the house would burn.
Ready.
3 miles north is the town of Superior, home to 13,000 people. Driving to a supermarket on the outskirts of town is Robert Gutierrez.
Look, guys, it's insane. It's right there. Look, I can't see because of the wind. What the heck?
The wind really made everything a lot more scarier.
Look at that. Just look at that. I should not have opened the window. Oh, this is really dangerous. Hell no.
When I rolled the window down, a lot of ash got inside my car. The ash got inside my mouth, inside my eyes as well.
It's ashing on my car. What the?
I've never seen so much ash before, and that was one of my biggest concerns.
Look at that, guys. Oh my God.
I might get smoke intoxication or something like that.
Bro, I was legit shaking back there. My God, bro.
That really drove the scare factor for me just even more. My heart rate started to race and my breathing intensified.
Look at that. The Costco is gonna burn down. We gotta go let all these people know.
Already at the Costco supermarket is Deputy Joshua Scrudder on a mission to evacuate those inside.
Go east, yeah, towards Denver. Go towards Denver. Evacuate now.
It had gotten so bad, we needed to get everybody out.
Shoppers are unsure what to make of a terrifying mix of wind, smoke, and ash.
And a lot of them just kind of froze up at the door, and you just kind of do your best to get them out of the door and get them back to their cars.
Everybody evacuate! Get out of the store now!
I made my way from the very front of the store all the way back to that loading bay. I would stop at every aisle and look down, make sure there's nobody like hunkered down, hiding in the corner.
Let's evacuate now! Leave whatever you're doing, go! Fire out back! Fire out back!
I made that decision. I need to leave this store and go to the next one and get as many of these folks going as possible.
Robert's outside, witnessing smoke rolling in towards the parking lot.
That's insane, yo.
The clouds and the smoke is something that I've never seen before. So I make my way towards the back of the store to try to find the back road exit. As I'm turning out, I'm starting to see the smoke start to pick up drastically.
God bless us, man.
It's just incredible to see such thing happening, you know, in an area that doesn't see any wildfires like this.
Visibility is probably 0 on I-70.
It starts to pick up really, really badly to the point where I can't see anything in front of me.
Oh my God, this isn't Superior.
My heart is racing.
Meanwhile, in downtown Louisville, Adam and Justin drive in convoy, joining a queue of evacuating traffic.
A gentleman came from behind the car and started running past the vehicle. That was definitely something I hadn't seen before, and his level of concern was increasing my level of concern. We saw the flow of traffic going towards the main artery of the city.
We realized quickly that wasn't moving. It wasn't going anywhere.
At that point, we took a left, drove through the parking lot.
We just took some alleys, took some roads that we knew would parallel the busy traffic.
We were able to drive through the alleyway pretty quickly and navigate out of Louisville through some of the back roads that are lesser traveled.
Yep. All right, cool, we did it.
In neighboring Superior, Robert's also driving on a road with little visibility.
This truck lights up his lights and starts flashing to me to turn back.
Turn around.
I start to make a 3-point turn.
We're gonna get crashed on, guys. Josh, help us right now.
I need to get out of there as soon as possible.
One.
The Sandia Mountains, New Mexico, USA. Spectacular peaks running along the eastern side of the city of Albuquerque. A popular tourist attraction is the 2-mile ascent to the summit, aboard the aerial tramway. 31-year-old Amber Santos works in the restaurant at the top.
Up on the mountain, it's magical. It really is. You're away from the city. You have the city view on one side, on the back side, it's just nature and it's beautiful.
Local undersheriff and pilot Larry Coren needs an adaptable approach when the weather gets treacherous.
The helicopter is really a tool of first resort for us around here. It's not only helped to locate where people are lost or injured, but also to extract them using a hoist method or a short haul method. Basically, you take a rope, put it on a hook on the bottom of the helicopter. It runs down about 150 feet, and then you put a rescue specialist at the bottom of the rope.
New Year's Day 2022, and a snowstorm sweeps in. The Sheriff's Department receive an urgent call. There are 21 people trapped in a tram. An accumulation of ice has formed on the cables, causing them to tangle. The tram car is left dangling and swaying 80 feet from the ground.
Metro 1, I'm going to try to make my way over to him.
I took a glance over towards the mountain. Maybe there was potential for us to possibly pull the people out using a short haul method.
But flying a helicopter in low cloud and fog risks flying into mountains and cables.
The mountain had become kind of this magnet of clouds, rain, snow, and wind. It's just a matter of waiting for the opportunity to execute the rescues.
Waitress Amber is stuck in the packed tram car as temperatures drop to -4 degrees.
This is us cuddled under a trash blanket, under a cart, in a tin box. It's freezing.
I was under that blanket, underneath the cart. It was freezing. It was so cold. Our breath was turning the condensation into ice on the ceilings, on the walls. The wind was swaying us a lot. That was really scary.
Spencer Moreland coordinates events from the ground.
It was about a 4-hour hike for our rescuers to get up there due to the terrain and due to the weather considerations. And now it was several inches of snow and ice on the ground. It was unknown as to what rescue plan we were going to be able to implement.
Metro 1, Trevor, back en route to tower number 2.
Suddenly, the clouds lift. Visibility improves, and pilot Larry Coren can move in.
There's approximately 20 people that are going to be evacuated off the tram, and Metro 1 will be picking them up about 2 to 4 at a time.
But high winds are now hampering the rescue.
They initially were starting off at about 30 miles per hour. So there was some wind shear.
It soon becomes apparent a rescue by helicopter winch could be catastrophic.
There was freezing ice along these cables. The weight of that ice started weighing them down. Had we gone in to do a possible short haul, the rotor wash from the helicopter may have broken the ice and then send that cable possibly into the helicopter or into maybe a passenger that we might be trying to extricate. So we went back to the scenario of basically landing, picking up people.
Rescuers on the ground must now scale the ice-covered tower to reach those inside the tram.
It's actually possible to make it all the way to the top.
We could see them climbing up the tower to get to the tram. I just wanted to get out of there.
Rescuers climb in through the tram car's roof hatch.
Everybody seems to be doing okay. They used to say it was the longest tram ride. I think you're doing good.
They install a rope system from inside the tram to lower passengers to the ground.
The tower itself is almost 100 feet. There was a door on either side of the car, and one of those doors was open, and the plan started to be that they were lowered out that side.
What's the outside air temperature?
Minus 10 degrees Celsius.
Minus 10?
Affirmative.
As temperatures continue to drop, the airborne rescue team know they must protect the already freezing passengers.
The timing had to be right between the ground crews and the helicopter. We didn't want to have a bunch of people outside exposed to the elements.
With no time to waste, it's crucial Larry lands the helicopter.
Finding a place to land was a bit of a challenge because there was a small rock outcropping near the tower. It was a challenging place to land, not only because of the terrain and the ice and the snow. All we had really is pretty much less than a footprint of the helicopter that we were able to sit it on.
Larry stands by, paving the way for the evacuation of the tram car.
We hit a good, almost a 2-hour window of some pretty clear weather. And so that 2-hour window was really our time to get things done.
The rescuers can start to lower people down.
We were going to walk them about 200 feet or so downhill towards where the helicopter could land at.
I've gotten 2 already. Well, we can pull 2 right now if you wanted to just do it. Okay, that's a good idea. I'll stand by.
There was some reassurance that had to take place, some calming of the nerves, if you will, to convince these passengers that this is a safe operation.
The helicopter will take them to the base of the mountain. But Larry can only take 2 people at a time.
All right, we're good to load. You guys doing all right? It's been a long night.
Big sighs of relief, actually smiles. I believe I saw one lady cry, just that she was happy.
All right, all clear? Coming up.
RS-1 to Metro 1. There's a little bit of weather coming in.
As conditions worsen, it's a race to rescue all the passengers before they lose visibility.
The weather caused this situation, and then the weather affected how we could carry out this rescue, and it guided our rescue options and plans.
Slight angle here with the wind. I'm just a little concerned about the winds that are coming up at about 50 miles per hour later on.
Amber makes it to the helicopter.
Happy New Year!
It was amazing finally being out. It was a dream come true.
The rescue team have one last passenger to pluck from the tram.
Okay, so everybody is out of the tram except for one coming back in for a landing.
The high-flying operation was a struggle, but 21 passengers are rescued after 15 hours trapped in the tram.
They'd just been through 12 plus hours stuck in a metal box hanging on the side of a mountain, so to speak. Nobody had any serious injuries, a little bit cold and tired, obviously.
Amber's relieved to be back on solid ground.
I literally have no words for today. Literally. I am literally out of words. This has been horrible.
To pull off a rescue of this magnitude really takes a lot of collaboration and teamwork.
It turned into a very positive, feel-good story for a lot of folks, and we were certainly happy to be involved with this and to bring 21 people back to safety to start the year off.
In deep winter, the danger of ice can strike at any moment. In Shandong province in China, a man lies motionless in an icy lake. A policeman dives in to see if he's still alive. Incredibly, he wakes up. To stop him drowning, they need to keep his head above water and clear a path through the ice. Colleagues drop down a pole for him to hold on to. Every minute counts to avoid hypothermia. From the banks of the lake, reinforcements arrive, but soon they too are struggling in the freezing water. A combination of ropes and muscle power help him towards safety. On land, he's carried towards a medical team and warm blankets all round. Some people choose to swim in icy water. But in Ukraine, this dog lover's ready to take a frozen dip to rescue a black pup who's stuck in a hole in the Kalmius River. The ice breaks easily enough, while another dog pricks up his ears in concern. Braving the cold, the young man smashes his way through with his bare hands to finally reach the stranded hound. He tries to lift him to safety. But he's weak and opts to swim through the brand new canal his rescuer has created. Meanwhile, in northern China, this poor dog is injured and has got her tail stuck in the snow. She's weak and frightened. A veteran dog rescuer called Zhang is trying to release her and needs to get her collared first. But she's resisting help until trust is established. Only a shovel can release her tail fur from the snow. Finally protected, she still has no strength left and needs to get to a vet. A quick haircut removes months of neglect. A bit of TLC and a warm blanket leave her feeling much better and ready to make a full recovery. Back in Colorado, dry conditions and hurricane-force winds combine to drive a fierce wildfire towards heavily populated areas. The town of Superior is in flames.
Oh my God.
Robert Gutierrez finds himself on a road to hell.
Turn around. We're gonna get crashed on, guys.
I see some flames just start picking up.
Holy! Did you guys just see that? Holy!
Seeing that was really scary for me. It was just a moment of an adrenaline rush.
No way, guys. No way right now. This is insane.
I have 2 cats and a dog.
Okay, they can ride in there.
In nearby Louisville, Boulder County deputies evacuate people and pets.
It was just moving so quickly. You have 15 seconds to grab your keys and get out of the house.
This is gonna go up front. Follow me. Come on, guys. Come on.
Some of my partners from the sheriff's office, you saw them evacuating the stables. They just went in there and, broke the gate down, got the horses out, loaded them up into trailers.
Let's go this way, guys.
We kept seats open in our cars just to pick up as many people as we could.
Come on, babies. Up you go. Up you go. Oh, go.
It was like 120 cops that first day, just driving around, getting as many people out as we could.
Go out that way, okay? Follow me. It's literally black to our right.
Adam and Justin have already left with their animals and are heading out of town.
There was no sense about which direction that fire was going to go. I couldn't make any sense of it at the time. It was just going and burning, and the wind was howling.
Firefighter Patrick is deployed to the front line of the fire in Louisville.
It just seemed like there was no stopping it. It was middle of the day on a sunny day, and there were times when the sun was blacked out from the smoke. We're listening to homes burning and businesses burning and trees down, and people are fleeing in their cars.
Oh my God. We gotta go let all these people know, bro.
There's homes behind where those flames were at, and there's people inside those homes still.
I'm gonna have to go start knocking on people's doors. Holy God heavens.
Robert sets out to alert whoever he can to the wildfire.
No, we're getting out of here, guys.
I was scared, and I told myself I probably need to save myself from this. I highly respect those who have the mental courage to go out and, in such situations, strive to still save people.
We're getting out, we're getting out.
God damn it.
Firefighters try to get ahead of the fire to slow it down.
What we tried to do was stop that fire from spreading to the next house. We didn't realize there were going to be 90 to 115 mile an hour gusts that blew that fire right into us, right into our faces, and systematically took home after home after home. The winds blew the fire and the heat horizontally. That radiant heat preheated that house, causing those houses to catch fire even without an ember going into those homes. There were times where we felt somewhat helpless. I felt like we were outgunned, that Mother Nature was just winning. And then there were times where we got mad, and we said, okay, this isn't gonna beat us.
It's early evening, and high winds continue to stoke the fire as it devours entire neighborhoods. Adam and Justin travel back into Louisville, 2 hours after evacuating their burning town.
We decided to go towards the fire.
The motive was just to help people who needed it in our immediate area.
Former soldier Adam is no stranger to hostile environments.
When it comes to training in the military, we're not trained to necessarily shy away from danger. We tend to run towards danger when people are running from it. I thought we lost the whole town. I thought everything would be gone.
Meet Chad and Jesse Long from Iowa, USA, and their kids Jet and Cash. The family are big fans of the great outdoors, documenting their adventures and travels on social media.
Downtown Deadwood at night's pretty cool.
We like to take our kids around with us and travel across the country in the United States. We try to get the cameras out and record them so that way when they get older, they have memories to look back on.
We're in the Badlands. It is super windy.
Our videos that we have are a lot of just us camping, and then some of our traveling too.
Zion National Park. one of 5 national parks spread across the state of Utah. A natural wonder in cream, pink, and red sandstone. A canyon forged by the elements, offering visitors spectacular vistas. And a visit is on the Long family's bucket list.
We were really excited for Zion just because of so many amazing pictures that we would see. Zion was definitely going to be the highlight of our trip for sure.
Truck's working really good, and things pulling these hills like a beast.
We were excited to do it. It's a new national park that we, hadn't been to. We hadn't been able to explore with different types of landscapes.
It's pretty hot out, but that's fine. Can't do this in the wintertime.
The weather was just hot and sunny, and it was just really dry. Jessie's always kind of, nervous about the weather. She's the one that will kind of always track storms that might be coming up.
I didn't ever see anything that forewarned about potential weather patterns.
Look, there's rain.
Oh my God.
Guys?
We had no idea what was about to happen.
Well, we just made her to Zion.
Zion experiences a monsoon season in the summer months. It's fed by a flow of moisture drawn in from the Gulf of California.
We just thought we would wait it out until it stopped raining.
The rain was starting to come harder and harder, and you could watch all the water running down the road.
Holy look at the water.
I happened to look to my left, look outside, and you could see all this mud coming.
Is that mud or is that the road washing away?
No, that's mud that's getting carried down. That's all mud.
Within, I would say, a minute, you look outside the truck and here's all this water.
This is absolutely crazy.
Do not open your windows or anything.
Heavy rainfall is not easily absorbed by desert landscape and bare rock. The downpour kickstarts a flash flood.
This is just crazy.
The water was flowing very fast. It is so strong and it carries all of this debris within it.
This is getting high. Chad.
We're gonna be fine.
Chad was trying to be calm and he was trying to just assure us that everything was gonna be okay.
We're sitting up really high. We're safe in Truckzilla.
Vehicles try to escape the flood.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I tried to move and there's like a boulder behind us.
There's something behind us.
Big. I think we're stuck. I'm dead serious.
This debris that was lodged underneath the truck prohibited us from even moving in any direction.
Oh my God.
What?
There's so much water, it was coming up to the side of the door. Everybody started to get pretty scared.
Is this gonna get in the truck?
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, all right?
Yeah, but where is the water heading?
I don't know.
The water was just moving so fast that it was just splashing up the door and it was getting higher and higher.
Oh my God.
We're in trouble. We're in a bad situation. To try to get out of the truck and make a run for it, there's no way.
It's nothing but mud under here now. Where's here?
Okay, but what I'm saying is right now our best option is to stay in the truck. If you get out, that will wipe you out your feet.
I know, I'm not saying get out. I'm saying like crawl under the roof or something if we had to.
I was telling Chad that we had to get out. He was telling me to stay calm.
If we have to get on top of the truck, we will.
Really, our last option was just to get to as highest point as you could, and that would have been the roof of the truck.
If we get up on top of this truck, what if the truck gets swept away?
I'm scared. I want to go home.
We're gonna be fine.
Having our kids in there, they're terrified of what's going on. So as a mother, it's not a good feeling to have.
Pound it. Pound it, Mom.
There was a moment where I thought I was gonna lose my kids. I thought I'd lose my wife.
It'll calm down.
I don't know that it's gonna be all right, even though I'm telling them it's gonna be okay.
Finally, the flash flood begins to relent.
The water's going down right now. I can see it. It's gonna be fine. You guys all right?
Yeah.
That was a good feeling to see it finally start to slowly go down, but we wanted to get out of there because it continued to rain.
Once it was down enough, we got out of our truck.
Huge boulders smashed in the back of the truck, and there's rocks underneath the wedge there, and the water came up to the door handles there. The parking lot itself was all busted up. It moved that camper over into the other camper. I mean, these boulders are big.
As the cleanup efforts begin, the family's truck is pulled out from the mud.
We made it out of town. You could kind of just see where it kind of worked its way into some of these restaurants and stuff.
That's crazy. To be able to make it out of that was, it was a relief.
Zion National Park received over an inch of rain in just 1 hour. The flash floods swept out of the park and hit nearby towns, forcing debris onto roads and into homes. For Chad and Jesse and the boys, it's a powerful reminder the weather can change in an instant.
Seeing that level of power of water is something I never imagined possible.
Count your blessings and be thankful every day and hug the ones that you love, because you just never know, it could be your last day.
Flash floods can strike in the blink of an eye. Zhengzhou, China, and a woman is trapped with her scooter in raging floodwaters. Rescuers have secured a rope, but the fast-moving current knocks the woman off her feet. She struggles to hold on and is left clinging onto a car for dear life. It's a terrifying struggle in the torrent. And rescuers can't reach her. She's swept away in the flood. But against all odds, the flow of water draws her into the arms of two rescuers. And she's pulled to safety. Monsoon season in India, and tourists bathe in a waterfall. Moments later, heavy rains have caused the waterfall to explode with raging torrents of water. The tourists have escaped with their lives. But it's a close call. The current is powerful and pushing them towards the rocky edge. Fortunately for these visitors, no one was injured. Back in Colorado, the city of Louisville is burning after a wildfire sweeps into suburban areas. Defying evacuation orders, residents Adam and Justin drive in to defend their city.
There were a lot of people in that area that may need help. The power of nature was on display that night.
Certain houses are like completely burned. There was one time we made a U-turn and drove by a house that was on fire, and both of us felt the heat radiating through closed windows.
That was so hot.
I know, like through glass sometimes.
Adam and Justin head out into the inferno on foot, just feet away from the flames.
The sounds, the pops, the whistles that were coming from these expelling gas containers, the giant bangs that were coming from I don't even know where. It sounded a lot like the same thing you would hear in a war zone.
Keep an eye out on the wind.
The wind never really stopped howling during that time, so you, almost like a flamethrower torch, it wasn't just normal fire, it was fire being super injected with new oxygen and wind, so yeah, it's loud, chaos, noises.
Nearby, Deputy Joshua Scrudder feels the heat when patrolling the neighborhood.
Nighttime was pretty brutal to watch. We were back into the areas we had evacuated to make sure we got everybody out. You just see the outline of a house engulfed in flame, and firefighters were trying to do their best, but there was only so much you could do.
Meanwhile, firefighter Patrick has relocated to the town of Superior. Whirling embers leap from home to home.
The whole street's on fire. It sounded like a war zone to me. You're hearing explosions down the street, you're hearing explosions in the house that you're working on.
The high winds and thick smoke mean air support is impossible. Firefighters on the ground are overwhelmed.
It's in our DNA to save lives and property. That's what we do. It was super hard to look at a house and know that not only is it burned, it's burned to the foundation. That was all that was left of that family's home. We just tried to do anything and everything we could to get ahead of the fire, and sometimes it was impossible.
But as night draws in, the winds die down. And for the fire crews, there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Once those winds died down, I could just feel a change, I could feel a shift, that we still had a long road ahead of us. We didn't have the domino effect anymore. We were just trying to put out what we could then, and I think other crews were doing the same.
Entire neighborhoods on fire.
It was still soaking in that we had hundreds, if not thousands, of fire crews on these neighborhoods, urban neighborhoods, that were fighting fire. And it was 11 o'clock at night, and we were still doing that.
There goes another neighborhood.
Patrick ends his shift 10 hours after it began. For Adam and Justin in Louisville, it's also time to head to safety.
The neighborhoods on the left and right of us do not exist.
Yeah, they don't exist anymore. The $1 million houses to the west on the ridge don't exist. Holy that's coming out of sewer.
When you live by the ocean, you expect waves, but when you live on the plains in Colorado, you do not expect a mass brush fire that nearly takes out your town.
The first significant snowfall of the year fell the very next day. The Marshall Fire in December 2021 is the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history. It consumed over 6,000 acres in less than 24 hours. And after 2 days, it was eventually brought under control. Over 1,000 homes were reduced to ashes. Adam and Justin are fortunate. Their house survives.
I think when it really hit me is seeing it in daylight the next day. Seeing just, entire hillsides that used to be filled with hundreds of homes, like now just a hillside. Yeah, that floored me. You get sort of hit with survivor's remorse, The
disaster has been an eye-opener for the urban communities of Colorado. People are now living with the threat of future wildfires.
That's a force of nature you can't contend with. It decided to do what it wanted to do, and the best we could do was stay ahead of it and get as many people out.
This is something the community, both in Superior and Louisville, Boulder County and Colorado, is going to remember forever. But if an event like that had to happen, I'm glad I was there.
Alabama in the US is well known for its high percentage of tornadoes. In March 2021, the state experienced 41 twisters in 2 days. Living on the outskirts of Clanton, Alabama, is Destiny Adaho.
I've lived in Alabama my entire life. I've been through several tornadoes, actually. You will think, oh, it's just heavy wind, and then boom, next thing you know, it's right at your back door.
March 2021, and the tornado outbreak begins to unfold.
That is a huge tornado.
Destiny, her husband Matthew, and a 3-year-old daughter Gabby are in the firing line.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I look up in the air. There is debris flying in the sky. I didn't know if that was going to get tossed towards us. It's changing direction, going right into our backyard. I felt like gravity pulling me towards it. Oh my God! I started like clinging on to the banister. We need to go. We need to go now. We need to get the heck out of here.
The tornado scours past Destiny's home, leaving destruction in its wake.
Next thing you know, it's literally right down the road.
But the worst is still to come.
The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a large and extremely dangerous tornado warning.
For the second time in 8 days, another tornado warning is issued in the state. On the outskirts of Birmingham, Alabama, a city of 212,000, the tornado closes in fast. Resident Tyler McMillan scrambles for safety.
Holy!
But Tyler's house is under attack. And his yard is taking a battering.
Oh! Oh!
Incredibly, the violent vortex misses Tyler by mere meters.
We're good now. It passed.
20 miles to the east, the city of Pelham. And the tornado is moving through a residential neighborhood. Cesar Villasenor drives into the terrifying twister. Winds of 130 miles per hour down trees and power lines.
Oh! What the?
It's been a close call.
What the hell?
The string of tornadoes in 2 days in March 2021 included 4 powerful EF3 twisters. The outbreak left a trail of destruction in its wake.
We get in our car, go take a look. It was a whole entire mess.
Good grief. It ripped through those trees too. Good Lord.
That's the closest I've ever been to a tornado, so probably the most exhilarating and scary experience of my life. That was life-changing. I never want to do that again.
A windy day in London. This partygoer is blown away by the balloon display. Other balloons make a quick getaway, but the main bunch are held firm by the determined partygoer. A tornado has hit Iowa, USA.
Did a pretty good job of tying my trampoline down. Son of a gun didn't go nowhere. Oh.
His trampoline securing skills have worked a treat, but at the expense of the poor tree. And it's not only humans that struggle with the wind. In Iowa, this kitten is braving winds of nearly 30 miles per hour. But she can only withstand so much before finding shelter on the porch. Meanwhile, in Florida,
Oh my God!
this cruising poodle believes he can fly.
Oh my God!
But luckily, no harm came to this flying furball. In this episode, we've seen what happens when a wildfire meets hurricane-force winds.
The power of nature was on display that night.
We have witnessed a chilling mountain rescue.
You guys doing all right? It's been a long night.
It was amazing finally being out. It was a dream come true.
This is absolutely crazy.
We've experienced the nightmare of a torrential flash flood.
We're in trouble. You know, we're in a bad situation.
And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, a super typhoon slams into the Philippines, ripping through everything in its path.
Oh my God!
In Oregon, high winds fuel a wildfire, turning a city into ash in 24 hours.
There's nothing left. All the houses are burned.
You have to come to terms with the fact that you might not have a home tomorrow.
A torrent of mud and debris crashes through an Arizona town.
It's coming in the door, it's coming in the bathroom. It's getting bad, people. I honestly thought we're gonna drown here.
And in Canada, after heavy snow, a lost snowboarder survives for 7 days.
Aucunement la montagne, c'est que des arbres, que des arbres, que des arbres.
Super typhoons are one of the strongest storms on the planet, bringing violent winds of around 150 miles per hour. And the islands of the Philippines are particularly prone to these monsters, averaging 20 typhoons a year. Siargao, a popular tourist island and surf capital of the Philippines. 25-year-old Talaran has lived on the island for 2 years.
It's a place that really is super free. It's sort of like the epitome of freedom. Just a lot of amazing nature to immerse yourself into.
It's December 2021, and a typhoon has formed in the Pacific. 10,000 villages are in its path and vulnerable. The typhoon sets its sights on the island of Siargao.
I think in the 2 years that I was living in Siargao, we probably got hit by 5 or 6 typhoons. So I never took them too seriously.
It feeds off the warm Pacific waters, intensifying into a Category 5 superstorm.
Good morning, everyone, from Super Typhoon Odette. So it is currently 6 a.m.
I totally wrote it off. Personally, I was like, oh, this is probably fake news because I've never known typhoons or hurricanes to be able to develop and change that quickly at the last moment.
We still have a good few hours before we're in the eye.
Throughout the entire morning, I was really, with my friends, taking it as a joke almost.
Woo. I can definitely feel it here a little bit more. Look at that, wow.
We were hyped up, we were amped, ready to see some destruction.
The eye will pass over us pretty shortly here. It should start getting significantly more hairy. If it gets too bad and we start flooding too much, we'll be moving all of us to there, building a really big hostel there. It's all concrete. It's not finished, but it'll be a good evacuation center.
And we just went to sort of check up on these places that are near the ocean to see what the surge was like, to see what the wind was like.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the surge. Wow, I've never seen the ocean like this here. Oh my God. That's crazy. Holy. Oh my God.
So we've come to the bridge now, the famous Sunset Bridge. The wind shears are picking up. We're maybe an hour or two away now from the eye of the storm.
I was like, it still doesn't seem that bad. That mindset kept on changing from hour to hour as it started getting worse and worse.
On the other side of the island, Kevin Gangaso is working in a hotel.
We see that there's a rain and then a little bit windy.
Simula nang lumalakas ang ulan at hangin.
Our caretaker said we need to evacuate.
Suddenly, the typhoon makes land on the island's east coast.
And I felt so scared that time because that was my first time I experienced typhoon. Some of the roofs flying, some of the coconut trees falls down. We're so scared because we don't have a place to hide.
Extreme winds hit the hotel, leaving Kevin exposed to the elements.
I'm scared of the windows because the wind is so aggressive. We don't know what happens next during the peak of the typhoon.
Concerned about a storm surge from the ocean, Tal evacuates to a nearby hostel.
It was basically a concrete tower with no windows, no doors, and not many walls still constructed.
The half-finished hostel will give him some protection from flying debris.
We were cooking in the kitchen, and progressively around us, the world was just starting to end.
Tal leaves the shelter to grab some valuables from his room across the street.
Oh my God. This is crazy.
I just saw trees everywhere, things already hitting the rooms and destroying things. That's when you see all hell break loose.
Oh my God. What the hell?
I managed to make it out to my room by the beach.
Whoa, that's crazy. Oh my God.
And I just look to my right and I see this wave surge over the wall. One of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life.
Shark is coming, run!
In 2020, the state of Oregon experienced a prolonged drought and low humidity. The perfect conditions for a wildfire. the small agricultural city of Phoenix in southern Oregon.
Phoenix is friendly and a little bit old school in a good way. It's like a mile and a half from one end to the other. Every time there's a wildfire, it's sort of like a mythological creature. You just see the smoke roll over the mountains and it's distant from you.
It's September 8th, 2020, and a red weather warning is issued. Winds of 50 miles per hour are forecast. If a fire sparks, it could spread fast.
It had been blue skies and clear all day. All the trees, all the shrubs was just dry, and the wind was roaring.
A grass fire burning near the town of Ashland bursts into life. Fierce easterly winds drive the flames towards the adjacent towns of Talent and Phoenix. Travis's home and his father's auto shop business are in the path of the fire.
Yeah, we're good. We're packing up going to my parents. All right, sweet. I got my truck if you need to put stuff in it. I'm just gonna start rounding the neighborhood, telling people. Yeah, I can't. They didn't warn anybody. They didn't warn anybody? I'm out of here.
You're just seeing this like smoke come from one side of town and everything's starting to turn orange.
Thousands evacuate as the strong winds fuel the fire.
It was gut-wrenching and pretty heartbreaking.
That's our hometown, ladies and gentlemen.
This billow of black smoke was just pouring over the trees.
Travis settles his family at his parents' house and heads back out.
My plan was to get into town to find my dad, who I was assuming was still at his automotive shop trying to fight flames.
He cycles into Phoenix.
It felt like out of a movie, like it was apocalyptic.
Jet planes spray fluorescent pink fire retardant to stop the flames in their tracks.
It's frightening to see such enormous jets flying over and dropping that stuff.
Travis checks in on his neighborhood.
I come rolling in expecting to just get closer and closer to the smoke, and come to find it catching buildings on my street. The same street my house is on. I turn the corner and I can see my childhood home engulfed in flames. There's just flames pouring out of the second-story windows. I just watched the house burn. I had lived there for 15 years as a kid, and it was pretty heartbreaking. I realized that like my house is only a block down. Right in front of my house is a fire truck, and it's trying to put out the house across the street from mine. I grabbed their little garden hose and I misted their trees as best as I could, just trying anything I could to save what I thought I had left at that point. You have to come to terms with the fact that you might not have a home tomorrow, and many of your neighbors already don't have a home tomorrow.
Travis finds his dad, but the auto shop's surrounded by flames, and there's nothing they can do to save it.
It's 7:20 in the evening. Cassie and I are going to spend the night at my parents' house tonight and then find out in the morning whether or not we still have a home. My dad's automotive shop was also extremely close to the flames and likely caught fire, so we're going to find out if I have a job tomorrow.
As night draws in, evacuated families search in vain for information about their homes.
Hey, this is Bo. I'm in Talent Avenue right now. And so far, the fire has not crossed over Talent Avenue. Trailer park across the street on Arnos is probably going to be a complete burn to the ground loss.
Talent resident Bo DeBay takes a midnight cycle into the city, live streaming to hundreds of followers.
Currently the wind seems to be blowing towards downtown, so as long as that stays, maybe my house will survive. Wow, it's pretty crazy over here. Every once in a while, there'd be an extra big kind of explosion. You could feel it in your body. Those were tires popping, I think, on that car. Ooh, that is hot, hot, hot. Oh my God. The temperature would get so hot, I would just like instantly start sweating. I've never felt anything like that before.
Bo responds to messages from local residents watching live.
Where's your friend's house? I would ride my bike and go check out these different addresses and tell them if their house was okay. Well, let me look. Let me go down the street a little bit. These people's houses are burning up and I'm like recording it. Is that okay? If it's across the street from 704, it's on fire. And I thought, you know, if it was me and it was my house and somebody was, you know, letting me know what was going on, I would want to know.
The entire east side of town is reduced to ash.
Wow. If the fire jumped over Talent Avenue, everything would have been fair game. Half of Talent is going to be gone. At least half the city. Thanks for hanging out with me on the bicycle. I hope I could help some people know their place is safe, and I'm sorry for everybody that lost their home tonight.
3 people lost their lives to the Almeida fire, and thousands of homes were burned to the ground. The next day, Bo sets out on his bicycle once again.
Boy, I can feel the heat and smell it. Here's that pink fire retardant. People are asking if my house is safe. It is. My house survived. Just thinking about all the hundreds of lives that just are completely changed. How is Talent going to come back from this? No surviving buildings here.
Travis's home is spared, but his father's auto shop is gone.
He'd been in business for 18 years, and he had been in that building for like 12. Man, it was just so hard to look at.
High winds drove the Almeida fire on its destructive path.
Your hometown can go from blue skies and birds to a billow of black smoke that just takes out half of the town. I'm not going to underestimate dry wind ever again.
The strongest typhoon to hit the Philippines in almost 40 years is obliterating everything in its path. The island of Siargao is the first to experience the Category 5 superstorm. Winds of 160 miles per hour push ocean waters into coastal areas. Taal-Oran comes face to face with a storm surge.
It was pure adrenaline. It was the fight or flight that you feel. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. I didn't know if a wave had just come out and taken the whole house with it.
Go out now, quick! The surge is coming! Everyone is down upstairs now. Yeah.
I tried to steer people to go up to the second floor.
But some of Tal's friends are left behind.
You're frozen with fear. You can't run back over there because you don't know if there's a tsunami coming.
Surged over the wall. It was one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life. Just a burst of water flipping over. A bunch of us are taking refuge. We have no cell service. We have no power. All we can do now is wait.
We were standing there in this hostel, getting just wafted by the rain.
We are in one of the worst places to be. We're on the coast, and most of the roofs is bare. Trees are falling down. It's so chaotic.
It just got progressively and progressively worse, hour to hour.
We were wrong. We were so wrong. This is a really, really, really bad storm.
You're seeing your entire neighborhood, your whole community get ripped apart.
The typhoon plows through the Philippines, making multiple landfalls. Next in line is the island of Cebu. Proud islander Meljean Ceylon documents island life.
I am a travel and lifestyle vlogger, so I share my life story here living in the Philippines.
She's designed and built her own home on the island.
It has been my dream to have a simple house in that land because that's where I grew up. It's all made of wood and corrugated roof as well. And I have lived there for a year.
But Meljean has no idea what's in store.
When they said that there was going to be a typhoon that is coming to the Philippines, we didn't really think about it that much. We were thinking that my house is strong and it can actually survive the typhoon.
Meanwhile, the surfing paradise of Siargao is being destroyed from east to west. Tal steps outside his concrete shelter.
What the?
The first thing that I saw was this big tractor that was clearing debris from the road. And they were just saying, we're getting to higher ground because there might be a bigger surge coming now because high tide is coming upon us now. I was terrified.
Whoa, this is crazy. Everything's destroyed. I'm in shock. Oh my God.
We ran to the resort across the street to see that our friends were safe, and luckily they were all okay. The streets were completely flooded. There was power lines, trees everywhere on the ground.
I feel like I'm walking through a shell of what Siargao used to be. I don't know how we come back from this.
It feels like somebody did this on purpose to you. Like you want to be angry at someone, but there's no one to be angry at. It's just nature.
This is a catastrophic event. This has got to be one of the worst things that's ever happened on this island ever.
Night falls and the typhoon makes its 7th landfall, taking aim at the island of Cebu. Meljean's home with her family.
I was in my bed, I was watching a movie. The ceiling collapsed on me. Guys, my room. The strong wind is already getting inside the house. The roof is about to get blown. I was literally in bed over there. Oh my God. The wind, it was trying to get in the ceiling, and it was shaking super hard, like shaking that it's flipping. We can't evacuate. I don't know where are we gonna evacuate, but this is the situation. My brother-in-law was trying to tie my roof into the ceiling so that it won't be blown away. Oh my God!
It's June 2021 in southern Arizona. A recent wildfire has left behind burn scars. Areas of barren land are vulnerable to flash flooding. Just a few weeks later, the monsoon season hits. 6 miles from the mining town of Globe is the rural community of Six Shooter Canyon, home to mechanic Chris Holyoke. It's the 4th of July, 2021. Chris is home with his sister Bonnie.
It had been beautiful. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
But flooding can occur days after heavy rainfall. Without warning, a flash flood crashes through Chris's backyard.
That's our front porch. There was minimum 6-foot wall of water and logs and debris just rushing across that field towards us.
Waters come from an overflowing creek 20 meters from Chris's home.
In the 2 years that we lived there, I had never once seen water in it. When I saw it, my heart jumped through my mouth and I hollered at my sister, "Oh my God, Bonnie, come look at the front yard." You freeze up, oh no, what am I gonna do? and then you realize there's nothing you can do.
The muddy rapids flood right down the burn scar from a recent wildfire.
Look, there's our truck way over there. It was parked behind the house. This is out the kitchen window now. My entire livelihood was in the back of that truck. I was trembling, I was shaking. I honestly thought we're gonna drown here. It's coming in the door, it's coming in the bathroom. It's getting bad, people. It started to seep through the floorboards. It was coming in underneath the front and back doors. See, here's our living room. Here's our bathroom. It's ankle deep in my house, y'all. See the truck over there? See the water rushing? See that furniture over there? That was on our front porch. I mean, this is insane. You know, we can't even open the doors to try and escape. There was nowhere to go. I did not think we were going to survive this.
The water in Chris's yard eventually begins to ebb away.
Okay, I finally made it out the front door. Look at the destruction. This is my front yard. I'm standing on my porch by my front door. I was relieved when it was gone and I could look out and see, wet ground, actual ground. Okay, it's over. We survived. 5 minutes ago, the water was over my head where I'm standing right now, people. I am not joking. It looked like a war zone. There's that creek in the backyard raging away. If you listen close, you can hear the thunder of boulders falling down it. The water was black, it was silty, it stunk like a sewer. There used to be 2 tool sheds there. There used to be furniture there. The only thing we were able to salvage was our truck. Everything else was completely gone. That raging creek that we live on, that's the culprit of all this.
Monsoon storms continue to wreak havoc as flash floods sweep through Arizona. The wild water, a lasting consequence of wildfire.
The fires burn so hot that the ground becomes hard like pavement. Then when the monsoon rains hit it, it just runs off like asphalt because it can't absorb the water. Flash floods can happen anywhere, anytime, night or day. There's no way to be prepared for them.
Flash floods kill over 5,000 people every year worldwide. They can rip through riverbeds, canyons, and urban streets with very little warning. It's rainy season in Lam Dong, Vietnam. Rivers swell, and the resulting floods are fast and furious. Despite the danger, villagers make a perilous crossing over a bridge weakened by the water. It could break at any moment. Somehow, they make it to the other side. But minutes later, the bridge is gone, washed downriver. Okarche, Oklahoma, USA.
This crack was not there 2 minutes ago. And here it goes.
Torrential rains have triggered a flash flood.
Look at it, look at it.
The force of the water is tearing up the road.
Oh.
A hasty retreat is the only option.
There it goes. There goes the culvert. That's the culvert. That's the culvert. God damn!
The flood rips out a massive drainage pipe.
Ah, damn!
Leaving these witnesses in awe of the power of Mother Nature.
Good thing we noticed that crack. Excuse my French.
Coachella Valley, California.
A swiftwater rescue going on by regular citizens here. These guys got stuck.
Two young men are trying to find high ground after heavy rain creates chaos.
Oh.
Coming to their aid, a heroic bystander with a rope.
Go for it, go for it.
It only takes 6 inches of water to sweep a person away.
Oh.
And all 3 are in danger of being dragged into the flow.
Get him across.
The stranded men cling desperately to their rescuer. And incredibly, all 3 struggle out of the flood.
Go, go, go! You got it! Hell yeah!
The Canadian Rockies, British Columbia. In the winter, ski resorts can see up to 9 meters of snowfall. But the freshest powder is off-piste. But backcountry skiing comes with the risk of avalanches and challenging terrain. There's a danger of getting lost in the mountains. The Kicking Horse Mountain Resort, a mecca for skiers and snowboarders around the world. Snowboarder Stéphane Boivet sets out alone for a day of snowboarding.
The condition was like pretty icy, pretty tough, not much powder. So I was a little bit disappointed.
A lack of good snow tempts Stéphane into remote backcountry, but signs warn of the dangers.
There was like a little voice on the back of my head that was like, not sure. Then I saw a track just 3 meters from me. That was my sign, and I followed that.
Stéphane follows tracks left by another snowboarder. But hours later, he's lost his way and has no phone signal.
Yo, bonjour à tous. Il est présentement 4h20. Ça fait maintenant environ 6 heures que je suis perdu. J'ai fait ma 3e run ici à Kicking Horse. J'ai pris un chemin que j'aurais pas dû. Dans le fond, je me suis retrouvé dans le backcountry. Puis là, j'ai suivi les traces de quelqu'un qui est passé là avant moi, soit la veille, soit le matin. Puis là, soudainement, de façon inexpliquée, je sais pas comment c'est arrivé, les traces ont soudainement arrêté. Aucune trace de motoneige, de rien qui a été... Quelqu'un qui est venu chercher. Ils ont juste complètement arrêté. Fait que mystère et boule de gomme. Puis depuis ce temps-là, ça fait 3h30. Aucun repère. J'ai rien vu à date qui peut m'indiquer que je suis bon chemin.
Stéphane follows a creek, hoping it'll lead him out of the woods.
Bear Grylls, il serait fier de moi parce que, enfin, la solution que j'ai trouvée, c'est que le cours d'eau qui est là présentement, je suis ça depuis 3h30.
The only thing I saw was like the creek, and there was like 2 big wall of trees each side. The only thing was silence.
Je me dis que j'espère que d'ici que la nuit est tombée, je vais croiser une route, quelqu'un, quelque chose. Peut-être pas un ours, par exemple.
Little does he know, the creek he's following is luring him away from the resort and deeper into backcountry.
Je commence à regretter un peu, une note à moi-même, ne jamais faire le backcountry tout seul, surtout quand tu connais pas la montagne. J'avoue, je commence à stresser un peu, je sais que la nuit s'en vient. Je suis supposé aller rider demain, je pense que je vais prendre un petit break. J'ai les jambes en feu.
I was kind of like in survival mode.
Remote British Columbia is home to bears. The threat of an encounter is real.
I saw a big footstep in the river, so I thought to myself that was a bear.
À date, j'ai croisé aucun animal. J'ai vu des traces d'animaux, Plein de traces, en fait. Mais rien à la vue. Mais en fait, je pense que j'ai mon élément pour essayer de me retrouver et éloigner les animaux, c'est-à-dire mon sifflet.
To make matters even worse, no one knows where Stefan is.
Poursuivons la route avant qu'il fasse nuit, en espérant que je sois arrivé avant ça. Donc le but, c'est on a passé un pont en montant à Marsh, donc il y avait une rivière. J'espère que ce que je suis présentement, que le paysage que j'ai jusqu'à maintenant, c'est ça. Donc, il n'y a absolument rien, je vois aucunement la montagne. C'est que des arbres, que des arbres, que des arbres.
Snowboarders get a thrill from enjoying Mother Nature's playground. But alpine adventures can be a disaster waiting to happen. The crowded slopes of Bryan Head Resort, Utah. This snowboarder is moving at lightning speed. He loses control and accidentally collides with another boarder. Thankfully, both were unhurt. Snowy Salt Lake City. And it's the last run of the day for this snowboarder. An attempt to carve around a tree has gone horrifically wrong, leaving him a bit worse for wear.
Had a little accident. Good stuff, huh?
Luckily, his helmet prevented it from being a whole lot worse.
My best smile.
The Big Sky Resort in Montana. This snowboard is at the top of a black diamond, a steep slope designed only for the most advanced skiers. Conditions are icy. He flips over and plummets down the mountain. He's now out of control with no way of slowing down. He's out of control at high speed. Finally, he reaches the bottom, grateful to be alive.
Holy cow.
He's learned the hard way the icy slopes of Mother Nature cannot be underestimated.
That was scary.
The people of the Philippines have been struck by a Category 5 super typhoon. In the path of the storm is the island of Cebu in the center of the Philippine archipelago.
Oh my God.
Mel Jean's roof is being pulled from the rafters.
Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God.
If my brother-in-law didn't let go of the roof, he will also be blown away with the roof. We had to just get out of my room.
The family are forced to get to the safety of her mother's shop. The typhoon surges further west, making its 9th and final landfall some 18 hours later, before finally weakening. Mel Jean and her family can begin to pick up the pieces of their lives.
Come on, let's get inside. Okay, so this is the current situation of my house. When you look up, all of the ceiling is gone.
My heart was really heavy. I felt like I cannot accept this.
As you guys can see, there's water everywhere. So, this is the current situation.
All my stuff are wet, my furnitures, my cabinets, my bed.
It's so sad for me to look at it right now. I'm about to cry.
I just had my house for 1 year and it was destroyed by the typhoon.
Mel Jean discovers more destruction at her sister's house.
My sister's house was totally destroyed by the typhoon. All of the roof, guys, look at that. This is really sad to look at. All of the roof is gone.
On the island of Siargao, Kevin Gangaso emerges into the chaos.
Grabe yung nangyari dito sa Siargao ngayon. So, kami yung survivor dito sa Siargao.
Oh my God, this is the worst nightmare ever.
There's a lot of wires in the street and palm trees on the street.
Buti naka-transfer agad sa mga concrete na bahay. Kasi yung mga wood, mga pawid, wala. Nasira talaga. 303 oh. Durog lahat. Ang tower, nawala na ang tower. Ang inaisip ko, kawawa yung mga pamilya.
We feel lucky because, praise God, we survived.
Super Typhoon Rai, known locally as Odette, destroyed 1.4 million homes across towns and cities after it hit 9 different islands in the Philippines. Over 400 people lost their lives when the typhoon hit with unexpected intensity.
Now I really do appreciate Mother Nature for what she is, and that is a scary, strong force that's unpredictable, and it's not really something you can understand until she touches you, until something like that happens to you personally.
And Mel Jean has begun to rebuild her dream home in the Cebu countryside.
I'm really grateful and happy that me and my family survived the typhoon. It made me realize how short life is. It made me realize that any material things can be taken away from you in a snap.
Snowboarder Stefan Boava is lost in the Canadian wilderness. He's forced to spend a night alone in the freezing forest.
Donc, comme vous voyez, il fait nuit. Je suis vraiment en mode panique, là, par exemple, présentement. Ça fait 8 heures, je suis perdu.
I was surprised how quick the darkness came.
J'ai vraiment hâte que ça aboutisse quelque part.
It was like 12 hours, 13 hours of darkness. So that was the hard part.
J'avoue que je capote.
Stefan isn't prepared for the worst case scenario.
J'avais pensé de me faire un petit abri pour la nuit. J'ai rien pour faire un feu, j'ai pas de lumière. Plein de neige. Bon. J'espère que je vais survivre. En plus, j'ai tombé dans l'eau tantôt. Si j'ai les bottes tout mouillées. Je capote.
He makes it through the first night.
Donc hier, j'ai dormi, je me suis fait un petit camp avec des branches de sapin. La nuit a été courte et longue. J'ai gelé mon pied où j'allais tomber dans l'eau.
I felt that my feet was kind of beginning to be numb and losing like mobility. It was kind of hard, you know, just to keep a good spirit.
Stefan is still blindly following a creek, which is leading him away from the resort.
Puis là, on est le lendemain matin. Je suis sur la route en espérant que cette calice de rivière débouche à quelque part. Parce que là, j'en ai plein mon casque. Donc hier, j'ai dormi, je me suis un petit camp avec des branches de sapin. Ma
He's trapped in the freezing conditions. Alone and disorientated, Stefan begins to succumb to the cold.
I had sign of hypothermia one time. My body just went shaking. I started shaking with the arm, and then I shake the other arm, and then the whole body was beginning to shake. So that was kind of scary.
Four more days pass. Without food, he's too weak to leave his shelter. Resort staff spot Stefan's vehicle still in the parking lot. A helicopter rescue team searches the area. But with thousands of miles of forest to search, the chances of finding Stefan are remote. After hours of intense searching, on day 7, they spot Stefan in dense snow-covered forest.
I was in the shelter. I was just fell on my knees because the emotion was so high. It was so much a big relief.
Stefan's hoisted out and transported to hospital. His feet and toes swollen and blistered.
Je suis rendu maintenant à Calgary, j'ai été transféré en ambulance. J'ai tous ceux que j'aime autour de moi qui sont venus. Tu peux faire un tour. Il manque quelques personnes qui sont parties.
On a les parents.
Oui. On est bien contents d'être ici.
Oui.
Oui.
Severe frostbite leads to the amputation of Stefan's right leg below the knee and his left toes.
The thing with frostbites is just there's not much you can do.
He underwent 5 months of intensive physiotherapy to walk again. Despite everything, Stefan has found a new lease of life.
Still emotional, you know, because you're lost for like 7 days, so you kind of hoping that that life goes on.
In this episode, we have witnessed the strongest typhoon to hit the Philippines in 4 decades. We've seen what happens when wind and wildfire join forces.
Half a talent is going to be gone.
Oh my God! We've learned that burn scars can create ferocious flash floods.
This is insane. You know, we can't even open the doors to try and escape.
And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather. An uncontrollable force. Unlocking life. And unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
You can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado.
From twisted tales of terror
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survived the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, a tornado touchdown terrorizes a school in Texas.
Oh my gosh, I'm out of time. It's here.
The violent volcanic eruption in Tonga.
I didn't know what happened. All I did was run.
And a tsunami leaves residents trapped with nowhere to go. In Europe, commuter ferries battered by storms.
The piece of glass together with the water was flying in my direction.
And pilots battle extreme crosswinds.
Oh, no.
And in Kentucky, a tornado throws a baby out of a house.
Okay.
There you go.
Good deal. Good deal. Is she okay?
In March 2022, multiple tornadoes unleashed terror across Texas. The town of Jacksboro, home to an elementary school with 500 students run by Michael Qualls. It sits in Tornado Alley. But major weather events are rare.
My wife grew up in Jacksboro her entire life, and they've never had a tornado here, I think, since maybe the 50s.
But on the 21st of March, residents receive a tornado warning. A supercell thunderstorm has developed. Students are getting ready to go home.
We heard the sirens and heard that there actually is a tornado on the ground. Get shelter now.
It's a race against time to get the students out of the line of fire. Michael directs everyone to designated safe areas. He runs to fetch a door key.
I remember pulling the key out and running down the hallway. When the lights went out, my heart sunk and I realized, oh my gosh, I'm out of time. It's here. The wall to the gym leaned to the left. There was a loud bang and a flash behind me.
Parts of the ceiling and walls collapse, missing him by inches.
Oh my gosh, this is real. I can't believe I'm in a real tornado right now.
The school feels the full force of a violent tornado.
You could actually hear it. It was like a rolling thunder that was continuous.
The school gym is evacuated, just in time.
The first wall that it hit, it completely pushed it down. And then as it pushed it down, it's like a hand, a really strong hand, reached in the gym and just started twisting the metal. You can see the air conditioner vents up above us were knocked down with that wall, and they were just spinning.
Next in line is the high school campus nearby. The tornado runs at full speed into the end wall.
As soon as it was over, then it was like, okay, now we got to go into rescue mode.
60 miles from Jacksboro is the small farming town of Era. A 10-acre ranch close to town is vulnerable. A tornado has touched down just to the south, but owner Rick Gore has no idea.
This area over here definitely looks the most menacing because it goes kind of blue. There's a lot of flash lightning. I was looking for a funnel cloud so I could get your traditional tornado and see the funnel cloud form. It gets bigger, see some stuff fly, and then it goes away. Wow. Right there, man. When I first started noticing that cloud wall, the dark and the light, and then the color changed. Man, those blue turquoise clouds, I think I've heard that before when tornadoes happen.
A new twister is on the horizon.
Oh, and the wind just shifted. It's coming straight at me now. That kind of raised my concern a little bit. So it definitely just got darker.
The violent vortex powers towards the I-35 highway. Trucker Scott Lockery stops under a bridge to avoid hail damage.
Seeing electrical flashes behind me.
Whenever you see those flashes, you know something's about to happen.
Whoa, dude.
But it's a risky place to seek shelter. He's exposed to channeled winds and flying debris.
That's when the adrenaline kind of started, like, oh boy.
Whoa! Holy crap! Oh, geez! This is a tornado. This has got to be a tornado. Oh my gosh.
It was blowing pretty hard, and I thought, man, this might get bad.
Desperate drivers look for protection from the wind.
Holy moly.
Back on his ranch, Rick senses danger.
Whoa, it's picking up. Rain's coming in harder. Man, that wind picked up quick. Man, you watch the horses. Look at the horses running. They're hauling ass to the back area. And this could be getting bad. There goes a rubber mat. Those rubber mats are heavy. I wonder if I'm in a freaking tornado.
Tonga in the South Pacific, a nation made up of 169 islands. Sitting 40 miles from Tonga's main island is Hunga Tonga, Hunga Haipai. This spectacular submarine volcano rises from the sea floor and has erupted sporadically for over 100 years. It's January the 15th, 2022. The volcano has erupted with explosive force, spewing a plume of ash and smoke 18 miles high and 24 miles wide. The eruption is so large it can be seen from space. The island of Tongatapu, home to 74,000 people. Sosaya Langalangi lives near the beach.
I wake up because I'm hearing these weird booming noises. I walk outside. Doom. I feel it. I see people standing by the sea. I walk over.
Damn. Check that out, man. That's the volcano eruption.
I first looked at the sky and I thought it was just normal sky. It wasn't until that, I sort of looked at it, it's white over here and then blue on that side.
Suddenly, A pressure wave generated by the eruption has produced an almighty sonic boom.
The sonic wave kicked that little kid, man. Like, he jumped back. But all I did was run.
The force of a volcanic eruption can trigger a tsunami.
We saw like waves over there, like waves where we don't see waves. I was trying to gather my dogs, my wife, and trying to get them to safety. The scariest thing that I've actually experienced in my life.
Sasaya makes it to higher ground with his wife and dogs. A tsunami hits the island. The driver has just seconds to escape the waves. On the other side of the island, Deborah Mai is at choir practice. Waves from the tsunami gush into the church. As the waves wash in, Deborah and her friends are surrounded. She's trapped, cut off from the outside world. Tsunamis are a devastating force of nature. In Greenland, these fishermen nervously attempt to secure their boats in anticipation of something terrible coming their way. A man watches from the cliff above. Suddenly, the waters recede, a signal of what's to come. The men run for their lives as the wave devours everything in its path. The tsunami rages inland, claiming the lives of 4 people. Locals watch the stormy surf in Durban, South Africa. A giant wave sends beachgoers running. They race to higher ground as waves roll over the beachfront towards shops and businesses. The promenade below is now flooded. The mini tsunami, a result of a cyclone on the island of Madagascar just days before. A beachside home on the island of Sulawesi, Indonesia. All seems well until a powerful earthquake rocks the island, causing the ground and buildings to shake, and residents to cling on for dear life. In the evening, a man leaves the house. Just moments later, disaster strikes again. A 5-meter-high tsunami wave hits with staggering force. The earthquake and tsunami left the island in chaos, and thousands of people lost their lives. Back on the island of Tongatapu, the eruption of an underwater volcano has triggered a tsunami.
Oh my God, praise the Lord.
Deborah Mai is caught by surprise when the ocean floods her church. The rushing water reaches the windows of nearby buildings, and the levels rise with each fresh set of waves. Homes are pulled apart. The pounding waves are relentless. The church baptized by Mother Nature.
I could see I could go mouth down to I how go out your lord.
When night falls, Deborah can finally escape. The volcanic eruption triggers tsunami waves around the world. The destruction to Tonga is unprecedented. The tsunami ripping buildings apart and tearing down trees. Tongatapu under a blanket of volcanic ash, claiming the lives of at least 3 people. Researchers estimate the volcanic eruption was the equivalent of nearly 18 megatons of TNT. For Deborah, the sound of thunder is a constant reminder of her traumatic experience. In Texas, an outbreak of tornadoes is causing disbelief.
Holy cow, that is a big, strong wind.
A twister scours past Rick Gore's ranch.
Ow, it stinks! The raindrops can feel like ice pebbles. They hurt. This wind is crazy. Damn, I might have got hit. I might have hit a freaking tornado. Ow! I can't even see. It freaking hurts. What am I gonna do? If I'm in a tornado, all I do is take cover and hope I don't get blown away. Man, I am like shocked. I've never seen one of these heavy-ass mats move. They are freaking heavy. And it was blowing that thing around like a piece of carpet.
Rick's hit by the tail end of the twister.
We're in the Texas storm. It's brutal.
The tornado passes the interstate.
Wow.
Where trucker Scott is taking shelter.
Ooh. All right, it's dying down.
It's amazing how quick of an event it can be, but how much damage it can do.
That was intense. Holy moly.
Over 200 miles south, a separate tornado is tearing towards the suburb of Round Rock, Texas. It strikes with violent intensity.
It's a tornado. Where do we gotta go?
Jonathan Polk is having lunch.
We heard several people say, there's a tornado coming. It was moving rapidly, and as it got closer to us, I could see some very large debris. This thing is gonna hit us direct. There was just no time to think, no time to prepare. I ran in, there's people in front of me, there's people behind me. I saw another guy jump down kind of underneath the bar, so I did the same thing. It sounded like the whole place was just coming apart. And as fast as it hit, it was over, like in the blink of an eye. It was very dark in there. There was glass everywhere. Part of the roof had been ripped off. But, you know, it's actually raining inside this restaurant.
Wait, what happened?
There's a lady on the ground. She's hyperventilating.
Dude, look at your arms. Oh my God.
The glass had created shrapnel that just kind of blew across the room.
Oh, the glass is shattered. Look at that bowl, look at that bowl. Take some video, bro.
A lot of those vehicles had either been moved sideways or had windows knocked out.
I'm glad we're alive, man. We all made it. We all made it.
It was so much of an emotional roller coaster crammed into a few seconds.
Back at Jacksboro Elementary School, the tornado has pushed the roof into the gymnasium and collapsed walls. But against all odds, the staff and students are unharmed.
I'm so thankful and so grateful that even in an F3 tornado, we were all okay.
Principal Michael Qualls is left to assess the damage.
This is unbelievable how in seconds weather can change so dramatically that it can destroy and impact lives and material things.
150-mile-per-hour winds destroyed around 80 homes in Jacksboro. The tornado that hit Round Rock tore an 8-mile path of damage through the town. The quick reactions of Principal Michael and others helped save lives.
You talk about real heroes. Our teachers being in a tornado-safe shelter, keeping kids not only calm, but also safe. Those are the true heroes.
It's February 2022, and a trio of deadly storms wreak havoc across Europe. A storm forms over the Atlantic Ocean, strengthening as it rapidly approaches the United Kingdom. A red weather alert is issued, warning for danger to life from flying debris. On the south coast of England, Storm Eunice whips up 20-foot waves, unleashing chaos to coastal areas. The huge swell crashes into boats unlucky enough to be caught at sea. Pummeling winds overturn trucks. Heathrow, the UK's biggest and busiest airport, which can handle over 1,000 flights per day. Plane enthusiast Jerry Dyer lives in Heathrow and live streams landings from the end of the runway.
The storms are what we're always looking for.
Even the slightest amount of gusts will catch pilots off guard. Who knew what was going to happen?
Planes flying into Heathrow are struggling in winds of 70 miles per hour.
Morning, folks. Here we go, straight in. Welcome to London Heathrow and Storm Eunice. Go on, get it down, get it down. Go on, lad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, not finished over yet. I could hear gusts coming towards me. Hey! It was like a steam train. It's the biggest challenge for a pilot is having crosswinds. Oh, surely not, surely not. These aircraft were having to control their movement with the side winds, with the crosswinds hitting them at an angle, so they had to fly in literally sideways. Oh, I don't reckon he likes this very much. Fair play if he gets this one down. Oh, fair play. All the passengers looking out the left window like, which direction are we actually going in here? We had around about 30 go-arounds. Come on, come on. Hold on to it, hold on to it, hold on to it. Which is when the pilot decides that he's going to go around, he's not happy with the approach. Come on, mate, you can do it. Get it on the ground. Oh. It's a lot more dramatic because you see the wings flexing. Oh, no. And then you get the ones that are very, very close to the runway, which almost scrape the runway. Oh, no, he didn't like that. And that's when the go-around is at its most dramatic. OK, folks, sorry about that. We've had to go around.
Nearly 600 miles away is the port city of Hamburg, northern Germany. The river Elbe flows through the city. It's a waterway used by ferries to transport commuters. But a storm hits Hamburg. The ferries battle choppy waters. Dirk Pappendorf catches the ferry to work, prepared to risk the full force of the weather up close.
We're sitting on the front row and just enjoying the view of the waves crashing against the window. And it's very spectacular to see. You got this feeling in your tummy, what you have in your roller coaster all the time. So it went up and falling down and going up again and falling down. The waves are crashing onto the window.
Suddenly, the swell seems more sinister.
You see the wave coming towards you. It's getting larger and larger. The windows fill up like you were filling up an aquarium, and then it crashed. The pieces of glass together with the water was flying in my direction. I was sitting there, and in a split second I was entirely soaked. Yeah, it's as someone took a bucket of water and flushed it at you with full force. Yeah, it's I think the same feeling when sitting in the cinema and watching like a catastrophic movie. I stood up as quickly as possible and went to the back. The people who were sitting in front, like me, were like completely soaked.
The ferry struggles onto the pier.
It turned directly into the wind so that the wind was hitting it from the side. And the whole boat was swaying from the left to the right.
Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. But Dirk suffers cuts to his head and arms from the broken glass.
The next time when there are these conditions, I will probably take some seats in the back.
the city of Krakow in Poland, nearly 900 miles east of Hamburg. The storm has produced a violent tornado, which tears roofs off buildings. Meanwhile, at London's Heathrow Airport,
oh, easy, easy, easy!
aircraft enthusiast Jerry Dyer is still monitoring the jet's landing in full force side winds.
The unpredictability of a sudden gust of wind.
Here's a car round, number 2 GP.
Is always something that's going to catch out even the most hardened of pilots.
Jerry captures a Qatar Airways flight as it approaches Heathrow. Captain Khalifa Al-Thani is at the controls.
The winds are hitting the side of the aircraft, hitting the tail fin at the back. That's why he's having to counteract it, which is literally very small movements. They look big, they look very dramatic. When he was coming in, he was still a little bit out of control.
That was a bit nose up, wasn't it?
200 miles.
Captain Al-Thani approaches the runway, passing Jerry below. 200,000 viewers watch the attempt to land with bated breath.
50, 40, 30.
Look at those wings flexing, man. Jump on the reversers.
In spite of the high winds that sent other planes careering off, Captain Al-Thani successfully lands at Heathrow.
Storm Eunice was probably one of the most intense filming shoots that we've ever done. Because of the intensity of the winds, the crosswinds, all those elements coming together, it's a thing of beauty, really, to see.
Yeah, that'll do. You're down. Hey! Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, he's down. Oh, my goodness me.
Tornadoes, an unstoppable force of nature. Violent and unpredictable. And twisters which hit during the night are twice as likely to be deadly. They're harder to spot, and warnings can be missed when people are sleeping. In December 2021, the Quad-State tornado left behind a path of destruction 128 miles long. 21-year-old Nick Gorman is from the U.S. state of Illinois.
Oh my goodness.
I love the adrenaline that you can get. I've also been fascinated with weather and storms since I was a kid.
It's December the 10th. A volatile weather system merges with unseasonably warm air, producing a tornado.
An extremely dangerous tornado is located over Litchfield, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Take cover now.
Officials across 4 states warn of imminent danger. Nick plans to intercept the tornado near the city of Hayti, Missouri.
We were definitely pretty nervous. We knew that there was going to be a significant tornado outbreak that was going to happen overnight. A lot of people don't receive warnings at night.
Douglas Lewis is a deckhand who works on the Mississippi River, pushing barges upstream. It's early evening, and his tugboat hits the city of Caruthersville, Missouri. The tornado threat has been upgraded from a warning to an emergency.
Life-threatening situation, seek shelter. So we're shoved in here to the bank, and it's coming down on us.
The lightning strikes, they increased as it got closer. The first thing that I saw was what looked like just steam.
I don't know what this smoky stuff is, but it's eerie.
Just boiling up from the water.
across the river right here where we're at. And I think that's it. Over there where it's real dark.
It was pitch black because the cloud cover, but when the lightning would hit, I'd be able to see, you know, kind of what was going on.
So we got a front row seat, that's for damn sure.
I realized that I was staring right at a wedge as opposed to a funnel. It was a monster.
And all that smoky stuff is whipping off in that direction. So it's sucking up the air.
At the last second, realized that it was coming towards us.
Nick and his friends catch sight of the wedge tornado just a few miles east.
Tornado crossing I-55. Right there, got it. Right there. Got it. Tornado crossing I-55.
Got it, big wedge.
Once we saw the lightning bolts, we could actually see the full giant wedge tornado itself. I did not expect the tornado to be that large.
Go, go, go, go, go. Watch out for power lines.
Or anything.
Yep.
Oh, I see it. It just crosses over here now?
Yep.
It's on the left edge.
Holy crap,
we're
this
gonna
is
get hit bad.
so much.
We're gonna get hit by RFD really bad right now.
Yes.
Right there. Yep, I got it.
Keep going, we're good.
At the nighttime, we have to go based off of lightning strikes in order to see cloud features.
Bear stage too, yeah.
Welcome to the service.
Oh my god.
There's you a wedge. Holy crap.
Oh, that's not good. That's about to cross the interstate into population. Oh my god.
They're heading straight for it.
It was pretty difficult to pinpoint exactly where it was.
Go straight, go straight. No, we're good.
Oh, there it is. It's right there.
The air pressure changed as well, and it made all of our ears pop. That's how we knew we were like really dangerously close.
Worse still, Nick has no phone signal.
If you lose cell service, you don't know where the tornado is going to be at.
Just keep it straight.
I'm trying. Oh, you gotta watch for debris too, Brad.
I know.
We came really close to get hit by it.
Semi down?
Semi, yep.
We noticed that there was a trucker that was crawling out of his truck that just flipped.
It's just cable barrier. He's crawling out.
Wait, here. Hey! Get inside! Right here? Huh?
The tornado actually flipped his truck over the barrier.
The fast wind.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know.
You survived the tornado.
Yeah.
Come on, light it up. There it is, right there.
Power flash.
Right there.
I don't know what's up.
Back on the river, the boat crew hunker down inside.
All right, we're taking a direct hit from an F4 tornado right now.
A few seconds later, you can just the whole boat shaking.
The wind is so strong, and it's coming right over the top of us. Man.
I thought about my kids and stuff. We were vulnerable, and we're only hooked to the tow by 4 pieces of rope.
What are the odds, right?
The boat's taken a direct hit.
See, that came right across the top of us at almost 130 mile-per-hour winds and tore down all them trees.
We had been moved about 1,000 feet downriver.
Man, we couldn't have picked a worse spot to stop.
Our wind instruments on the boat clocked it at 121 miles per hour across our deck.
It was big. It broke the stand and threw the boat way over there.
But the huge tornado isn't done yet, and it spawns another twister. The city of Mayfield, Kentucky, is in its way. Buildings are blasted with wind speeds of 190 miles per hour. In the nearby town of Barnsley, Deputy Trent Arnold searches for survivors in the rubble. A call comes in from a frantic grandmother. Her 2 baby grandsons are missing.
Hello? She honestly thought that they had been basically picked up from the area and were gone.
Over here, over here.
Hold on.
A resident has heard a baby crying in the debris.
Hang on.
We're looking for a 15 months old.
We went right to that area and we just started looking through the debris.
White, male.
Hey, baby.
We got the feet. Take a 15-month-old.
And sure enough, one child was wrapped in a blanket.
Central, can you send there?
Hey, baby. Hey, oh my God. Oh,
Incredibly, it's a baby in an upturned bathtub, thrown 3 meters from his home.
As I was taking the blankets off, I was amazed that this house is completely in a pile of rubble. Child was taken from the bathroom, thrown outside in the bathtub, but was virtually untouched.
The boy's brother also survives.
She okay? What do we got?
No cuts on the leg.
That's both of them.
The youngest, I believe, was in the bottom of the tub.
Deputy Arnold hands one of the babies to their grandmother.
Both of them are okay.
Oh, praise God, Lord Jesus, I love you. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh,
The grandmother's reaction will probably be one thing that sticks with me for many years to come. She was so relieved and just ecstatic.
And look here. Here's the little one.
yeah.
Right here. I told you I'd get him.
Earlier, she'd put both her grandchildren in a bathtub with a Bible when the tornado hit.
With the precautions that the grandmother had taken, I feel like she truly saved her grandchildren's life.
One child is taken to hospital for a head injury, but both went on to a full recovery.
It's a very great feeling to know that my actions, as well as the actions of everyone else that helped that night, helped reunite those children safe back with their family.
All right, go ahead. Oh, it's okay.
There you go.
Good deal. Good deal. She okay?
Absolutely, it's a miracle.
The quad-state tornado ripped across 4 states in 4 hours. Over 80 people lost their lives. Survivors count themselves very lucky.
It's definitely shown me the dark side that Mother Nature has to offer.
It was terrifying just knowing that we had come so close to something just so devastating.
The combination of mountain terrain and heavy rainfall increases the risk of mudslides. Southwestern China. Heavy rains have triggered a massive mudslide. Homes in the village bear the brunt. And muddy waters force drivers to flee the debris. The mudslide sweeps down roads, tossing cars around like toys. Record rainfall in Ecuador has weakened a hillside in the capital Quito, flooding the city with mud. Fresh waves of debris sweep down the street, taking vehicles with the powerful flow. The cars are no match for the deadly show of force. The vehicles still have their engines on as they crash into each other. At least 24 people died. Sichuan Province, China. Teachers and over 30 students are walking to school when the route is blocked by a mudslide. A torrent of mud is unleashed. people take huge risks to document the event. Eventually, the school group take a chance and cross over the fragile path of fresh mud. Thankfully, they make it to the other side, and all were unharmed. In this episode, we've seen how every second counts when a tornado strikes.
Weather can change so dramatically that it can destroy and impact lives and material things.
We've experienced the merciless power of a tsunami.
We saw like waves over there. Waves where we don't see waves.
We have witnessed heroic pilots flying into the face of a storm.
Oh, surely not, surely not.
It's a thing of beauty, really, to see.
And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, unlocking life and unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
We can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, Hurricane Ida unleashes terror in New York City, leaving families trapped in flooded basements.
When I woke up and I was floating, just staring at the ceiling.
A lakeside resort turns into a pool of flames as wildfires engulf Northern California.
Go, man, go! Look at his fire right there! Please just fly!
I heard loud roar, roaring and crackling.
Oh my God! Go!
And an adventurer braves winter storms and hungry wolves in the Canadian Arctic.
Hearing them howling was like pretty deeply terrifying, actually.
Hurricanes, the most violent storm on Earth. Their most powerful weapon isn't the wind, but the aftermath of flooding. It's August 2021, and a Category 4 hurricane slams into the US and the state of Louisiana. Hurricane Ida surges inland, moving northeast. 1,000 miles away is the city of New York. Ida merges with a wet and strengthening storm front. The stage is set for the mother of all rainstorms. September the 1st, and rain descends on New York City. Forecasters predict flash floods. 500 miles north in the state of Maine, Richard Peake sets off to visit his friend Wesley Pandy in New Jersey.
I told him, I says, well, there's this storm that's coming. Be up my house or my place before it gets really, really bad. Then all hell broke loose.
The remnants of Ida dump record-breaking rain on the state, flooding roads and homes. Pittstown, New Jersey, 7 miles north of Wesley's farm. On his way to see Wesley, Richard has driven into floodwaters and his truck has stalled.
Okay, the water's getting deeper. Like it's up to the bottom of my door. I might be getting flooded here in a little bit. I'm just gonna sit in here.
The water was getting faster and deeper very fast.
Richard calls his buddy Wesley.
I said, man, don't come out here. This is dangerous.
I said, well, it won't be that big a deal. I'm coming with a tractor and we'll get you out of there. All right, you ain't never seen water like I just seen. I've never seen water run like this.
Wesley braves the elements, driving to his farm to collect the tractor.
I'm gonna go rescue my buddy, R. Peake. He is stuck in Pittstown, New Jersey, a little bit worried.
Jeez Louise, that ain't good. All right now, I ain't liking it much. I ain't liking it much at all.
Very soon there were trees coming down the road at me.
See, there's a tree going across the road right there. Y'all see how deep that is out there?
It went from being water there to being a river there to being rapids.
And good Lord, me and the Big Dodge are in your hands right now. That's all I can say.
All I do is sit and look, and I'm looking, and there is no escape.
Oh, I think I feel water on my feet. Oh yeah, I got water in the floorboard now. I might have to climb up on the seat. Yeah.
Now I'm sitting in the truck and the floor is wet.
I had never seen flooding like that in New Jersey, ever.
Wesley takes off on the tractor, heading for Richard, who's stranded 7 miles north.
My 49 years, I've never seen water in places that it's at. It's kind of crazy. I hope when I get to Richard that I'm able to pluck him out of that truck.
Meanwhile, in the city of New York,
Live in a basement, they say. It would be fun, they say.
water spills into basement apartments. The town of Cranford, New Jersey, receives 9 inches of rainfall. Janice Valley lives with her family 2 blocks from the river, and their basement is flooded.
The water was coming in through the windows, and there was just no stopping it. My concern was all of us just being safe. We just quickly tried to pick things up and save what we could.
I don't think there's a thing I can do. Not a thing I can do. I've seen videos of people being in situations like this. I never wanted to be one of them.
40 miles east, Richard's hoping for the best, but there's no sign of Wesley.
Richard's stuck in a low spot down here. He says, it's up to the doors. I said, well, you just step off the damn, out of the truck and up into the tractor and let her go.
I could see the water getting higher and higher on the door.
I know one thing, I ain't gonna get in that water if I have to. If it gets up to the windows, I'll climb up on the roof of this thing.
At what point am I gonna have to climb out the window and climb on the back of the truck?
That means it's up over the fenders back there. That's not a good sign.
Richard is miles away from home with the floodwaters rising. He has no idea if Wesley will make it in time.
I was afraid.
Oh, Lord, I'm in your hands here.
In 2020, the state of California experienced its worst ever fire season, when more than 4.1 million acres burned. Lake Berryessa, the largest lake in Napa County, home to the popular tourist spot of Markley Cove. Couple Lee and Kathy Gray live close by and both work there.
Lake Berryessa is a beautiful lake situated in the mountains. It's a man-made lake with a dam. There's lots of boating that goes on and fishing.
It's August 2020. And an unprecedented 12,000 lightning strikes spark wildfires throughout the state. Lee and Kathy take refuge by the lake at the now empty resort.
Smoke all around.
It's just everywhere was smoke. It was crazy.
We're safe. We're on the lake.
I could see the fire going across the horizon behind us. It seemed to be going across this way and not coming at us.
Kathy has to watch and wait, alone on the dock, while her husband Lee tries to secure what boats and equipment he can.
Flames. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. I noticed that there was flames that weren't there before from the opposite direction, like it was coming from two different directions.
Hundreds of separate fires are burning around them.
There's some more smoke over there, and more smoke over there. Ugh. I hope our house survived.
Her home and her husband are in danger.
Oh my God, look at that. And it's coming down this side. That's this side of the freaking mountain. Oh my God, look at that. There was flames coming over the hill then, and it was coming over from the opposite side of the houseboat, on the other side of the cove, coming over that mountain.
Kathy's surrounded.
That's like right there. Right there. Oh! It was devastating the whole area. I'm not liking this. How did that happen so fast? It was starting to like scare me. Looks like a volcano. Oh my God. Babe, I need you to come back. Where are you?
Lee's in the parking lot, seeing just how close it's getting.
There's flame right there. There it is. Look at that.
I could see smoke coming over the mountains, and then I was starting to see flame.
They're engulfed by smoke and fumes from the fire.
Just getting ready to come over the mountain. It was hot. It was hard to breathe. On one side of the houseboat, and here we have on the other side. Okay, this guy is getting ready to come over the mountain.
On the other side of the water, the flames were reaching the main businesses.
It's getting close to our store.
That's when I told my boss, I said, I don't think we're gonna have a resort the next day.
Man, that is getting bad. Oh, man.
Meanwhile, Kathy has reached breaking point.
No. I want out of here! Why isn't he back? I just was kind of upset that he wasn't there for me so we could figure out what to do.
I could hear it.
I heard the crackling, and it was close, and I heard just loud roar, just roaring and crackling, and
Oh my God! He better get his ass back here. I'm scared right now. I don't have any way to get in contact with anybody.
we were just sort of clueless of what was going on.
I gotta go find Lee.
Just in time, Lee's back with a boat so they can escape.
I felt a sense of huge relief when I saw him.
Get on.
You get in sort of this survival mode.
Oh my God. Go!
Everywhere was smoke. It was red. It was just like being in hell or something.
Go, man, go! Look at his fire right there! Just go, please, just drive!
We went out the cove and into the wider part of the mouth of the lake.
Are the cabins burning? Oh my God. We were supposed to be in the cabin. I don't think so.
Lee and Kathy escape with their lives. 40 miles north, high winds blow the fire towards the city of Vacaville.
Fire's been notified.
Lieutenant Keith Hopper and Sergeant Mike Ferreira have very little time to evacuate the residents.
The flames were very intense. I could feel the heat.
Our goal was to notify as many people as possible.
This particular property had quite a long winding drive to the top of the property. So we get up to the top, and this house is a beautiful, beautiful home, and the lights were on inside.
No, you gotta go now. Let's go. Now.
Right behind your house.
You don't have time to carry your stuff. Let's go. Come on, man. We don't have time. You have got to go now. You have got to go now. Let's go.
You know, people are afraid. They don't know exactly what to do or where to go.
Come on, come on, come on. Okay, let's go.
It's difficult to sometimes try to convince people to leave their home and all their personal belongings.
Come on, let's go. Do not stay. Your house is not going to make it.
My thought was just to express the urgency that you have got to leave. You can't stay. You won't survive.
Quick right.
Copy 1731, thank you.
Maybe in the
The officers are just north of the city, in a remote spot they don't know well.
This is an unfamiliar area for most of us. So this was an added effect of it being really smoky, flames, and having to, in an area that we just don't know about.
We're city police officers, not county or country police officers. So that was a little bit of a challenge.
Please knock on the doors and windows at every residence to make sure that nobody was there.
We're trying to evacuate people. We're also trying to visually keep an eye on the fire.
We need a hard notification on what's closed. What along Pleasance Valley has been cut off?
And it was really hard to tell just how close we were.
They continue working through the night. But it takes a full 6 weeks before the wildfire is contained. The lightning complex fires were composed of numerous wildfires sparked by lightning in August 2020. The blaze destroyed 375,000 acres, becoming one of the largest fires in Californian history. Kathy and Lee's home survived, but the Markley Cove Resort and its store are decimated.
Just a bunch of rubble.
You going first or me?
It's devastating. It looked like a different planet. We had to keep reminding ourselves where we were on the road, what part of the road we were on, because it just didn't look the same. Everything was just gone.
The actions of emergency services evacuating residents from the wildfire undoubtedly saved lives.
If those first responders had not taken on that task, I don't know what would have happened ultimately, but I'm certain some people would have perished in that fire.
Back in the Northeast, the remnants of Hurricane Ida have washed over the coastal states with unexpected intensity. The power of the storm dumps record-breaking rainfall on the city of New York.
Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order.
And for the first time in its history, the National Weather Service issue a flash flood emergency for the city. Public transport grinds to a halt. Floodwater breaks through platforms, threatening to wash commuters onto the line. Cars are submerged as streets turn into rivers. Water pours into buses, forcing drivers and their passengers to escape. The path of Ida includes New Jersey. Richard Peake is caught in raging floodwaters after driving to meet his friend Wesley.
That car there moved now. See that car right over there? He was facing the other way a while ago, so this water's done moving him around.
I could see there were other people over there, and they were looking in my direction.
I got people standing over there, and they're worried about me. I can tell by the look, by their body language.
They were a good 50 feet away from me, and the water between us and them was raging.
I might be a little worried about me myself. There goes a tree down the river, look at that.
Tree, roots, and everything passed me on the right, which was the deeper side.
Gee, that's not good. I see that tree there.
How long can I continue to sit here before I have to get out and have to get on top of the truck? What's going to happen if I get out of the truck and the river washes me away? Well, I'm probably not going to live through that.
I don't want to make the 6 o'clock news tonight or anything like that.
This wasn't gentle water. It wasn't water to float on, it was water to die in.
Hang on now, hang on.
The likelihood of it being fatal was increasing, and that was scary.
Racing to the rescue is Richard's friend Wesley in his 12-ton tractor.
See a tractor throw water like that? I made the decision to come on down and head for Richard.
In flooded Cranford, New Jersey, Janus Valley's basement is flooded.
You see my son walking across the basement. He was walking upstairs.
Little does Janus know, pressure is building. Suddenly,
it sounded like an earthquake.
the basement wall has collapsed. Janus is in the room next door.
The water was so loud. You could just hear the water keep crashing, and all I could hear was my son screaming. The door had flown off the hinges, and that was my last recollection.
She is thrown across the room as water gushes in.
I woke up, and I was floating, just staring at the ceiling. Your whole life flashes before your eyes.
Janus is pulled to safety by her husband, and miraculously, the family escape unharmed.
I am so blessed to have survived. The fact that we all did is truly a miracle.
As the night wears on, emergency teams are struggling to find stranded motorists.
I need you to get out of your car. I need you to get out of your car right now. Go towards my patrol car.
In the heart of central New Jersey is the township of Ewing, with a population of 36,000. Officer Justin Quinlan has been called to reports of motorists trapped in floodwaters.
19 Ewing, I'm on foot. Got a lot of people kind of calling for help.
I made my way through the water. There's just like a small little creek that kind of ran through that area.
All right, I'm coming.
All of the water, it just overflowed and just taken complete over.
You guys gonna be able to walk up there? Okay. Anybody else stuck over here?
They pointed to a spot over at the guardrail that's a little bit further down.
An elderly motorist is out of her vehicle and exposed to the full force of the water.
Just hold on, okay?
I saw she was just holding on to the railing. It was an elderly woman.
I'm trying to get over to her at the guardrail, but the water's moving way too fast.
I'd say she was in a pretty great deal of danger. I knew my heart was beating out of my chest, but I just knew I had to get to her.
I'm gonna try and go up and around.
So I just decided to try and trek across the water. I kind of just shuffled to make sure I kept some good footing. Once I got to where I could feel the curb and the guardrail closer to her, I knew that I had something to hold on to.
Hold on, dear. Don't move, okay?
Your purse? My purse is heavy.
You could tell she was, worn out. She put a lot of effort into holding on to that guardrail and holding on to that purse as well.
Are you injured right now?
No.
Okay, swing your leg up over this guardrail for me.
I had her kick her leg up over the guardrail and sit down.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're just gonna straddle it.
Yeah.
Seat your butt down nice and tight. Okay. This is gonna be our brace.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna hold on to this.
Okay.
I don't know what's moving with this water, so I don't want to try and walk across, okay?
Okay.
God forbid there's a big log that comes loose or something like that.
Okay.
Okay? What I want to try and do is just stay here until they get here and they'll rescue us.
The current's too strong. Officer Quinlan's only option is to wait for backup.
I was really afraid that, something would sweep us out and then we'd both be in an even, a worse situation than we are already in.
Well, I'm not going to let you go anywhere now, okay?
Back in flooded Pittstown, the sound of a tractor.
I hear a big tractor coming. I bet that's him.
The sky kind of lit up with the lights on the top of his tractor.
Coming in here like hellbound for high water. I bet that's him.
What I didn't expect him to do is to drive straight into the river at full speed.
I know that's him. What a crazy man.
The Canadian Arctic in the Yukon Territory. A vast, untouched wilderness where temperatures can drop to a minus 40 degrees Celsius. Ben Page from Yorkshire, United Kingdom. Adventurer, geographer, and filmmaker. 2014, Ben embarked on an epic challenge to cycle around the world solo.
I was 22 years old. I just graduated from university and I set off on this big long bike ride for a big adventure. I started at the very southern tip of South America in Patagonia and rode from there up to the very top of North America.
15 months into his journey, Ben reaches the city of Whitehorse in the Yukon Territory. It's late winter, and Ben plans to cycle the Canadian Arctic, where he will endure freezing temperatures and an unforgiving landscape.
I was very inexperienced, I'm from the UK, so we don't ever see snow in the UK, really. Never mind, like, very cold temperatures. So it really was kind of this big step into the unknown.
Ben's destination is the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk and the frozen Arctic Sea, almost 2,000 miles north, a journey of 30 days.
The whole journey up in the Arctic was kind of spectacular, it was thrilling. I'd never been in a landscape quite as stark and beautiful and expansive as that.
He reaches the Dempster Highway, a lonely gravel road used by truckers heading to the far north.
Almost at the end of my first real leg. Started bottom of South America down there, and then somewhere in that big blue haze over there is the Arctic Ocean.
The conditions are tough, but Ben enters the small town of Fort McPherson on the banks of the Peel River.
Got chatting to some local people there, and they said, hey, you seem like you're after a bit of an adventure. There's a frozen river, and it's passable in winter, and if you want to go and ride it, we really recommend it.
The detour will take him down the frozen Peel River, a 280-mile journey, leaving him out in the open and exposed to the elements.
People saying that, well, the weather window is clear for the next 3 days, and then there's going to be a storm coming in. This route was going to take me 2 days, and the storm forecast was for 3 or 4 days ahead, so it really felt like there was not really too much risk.
As he sets off to cycle the frozen river, temperatures drop to a brutal minus 29 degrees Celsius.
There was just miles and miles, probably hundreds of miles of forest just spanning out. And there was a slight road that had been kind of carved into this river. Road is like a really loose term. It was kind of this thin little patch of clear ice or compacted snow that I could follow.
But he's not alone in the wilderness.
Some local people there warned that there'd been a pack of wolves seen on the river a couple of days earlier. I've never really had many run-ins with wild animals, and I think that really started to get to me.
With the threat of wolves preying on his mind, Ben gets cold feet.
I'm so scared of this threat of wolves. And I don't know if I'm being completely irrational, but then the only person I can reason with is myself. And I'm just going around in circles, telling myself that it's fine and telling myself that no, I need to be careful. And just over and over again, just can't decide.
On top of the wolves, the weather's closing in.
So as this wind's picking up, I'm hearing the tent starting to flap. And, it's bucking and bowing.
Ben has been caught out. The winter storms arrived 2 days early.
The wind was just whipping. The biggest concern during it was that the tent was going to get blown away. The wind subsides. I'm kind of lying there, not really sure, a little bit intimidated by the situation. And then through the silence of the night comes this really faint, distant howl of wolves. There's this pack of wolves, this perhaps hungry pack of wolves in the woods.
The wilderness can turn deadly in a flash. In Kerala, India, 23-year-old trekker has slipped down a steep cliff and found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Trapped in the narrow crevice without food or water for 2 days, a rescue party is assembled. The Indian Army mountaineering team are sent in. The Navy attempt to reach the man by helicopter, but they can't fly close enough and there's too much downdraft. Eventually, the mountaineering team abseil down. As he is pulled to safety, the relief of the trekker and rescuers is plain to see. In Mexico, daredevil kayakers take the plunge down a small waterfall. The adrenaline is pumping. The last kayaker approaches the edge. He's wedged behind a rock at the base of the waterfall. Friends rush to help, but he's pinned in and struggling for his life. He's just out of reach. Miraculously, he's worked free by his pals.
You okay? Yeah.
The remnants of Hurricane Ida have fueled a brutal rainstorm event across the US Northeast. There's a flood of epic proportions in New York City. In Pittstown, New Jersey, Richard Peake's trapped in his truck as water levels rise.
Come on, buddy.
Richard's friend Wesley is on a rescue mission.
I just drove right out into the water.
It's good to have friends in high places, let me tell you. Hey, was this really necessary?
He was quite happy to see me.
I'm gonna go to the other side, Richard. It's going faster over there, I would.
I couldn't get close enough to his truck.
I want you to step out your window. Yeah. On the other side, I'll back in.
We decided that he would go to the passenger side of his pickup truck.
He backs up the other side and he's trying to get close enough to me so that I can reach him.
I got to the other side of his truck where the water was rushing, probably going 30, 40 miles an hour.
I was trying to get something that I could grab onto because I didn't want him to grab me and us both fall in the river or something.
Elsewhere in New Jersey, police officer Quinlan and an elderly motorist are hanging on for dear life in treacherous waters.
Thank you so much. I'm so nervous. Oh my God, I'm so scared.
I never would imagine that much water could have that much power. I'm a 260-pound, man. It was about to sweep me off my feet with no issue. I held on to her a little bit, trying to, warm her up, just because she was getting a little bit cold.
I'm getting nervous because I can feel the water coming up a little higher.
Yeah, I see it. It's getting higher.
Yeah.
I definitely raced against time because it was still raining, and the water was still rising. I did fear for us a little bit.
You a religious woman?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Lord, pray for us real quick.
More help is on the way, but the water's cold and getting deeper.
This water continued to elevate. Where would we go? What would be the next course of action?
Yeah, 235. I got a report. When you pulled up, said that her elderly mother got out of the car.
That's me. I'm the elderly woman.
So I could hear dispatch making this a priority call.
Meanwhile, 68-year-old Richard prepares to climb out of his truck, but one slip could be lethal.
I was able to lean out and get a hold of a rail on the side of his tractor.
I'm stronger than you think I am. All right.
And then he grabbed me.
I'm going to hold on to this man, Richard Peake, as tight as I can. I'm not going to let him die.
You're gonna give me this? Holy moly. Okay, come on up. Woohoo!
That's when we started shouting and saying hallelujah and celebrating being alive.
Okay, one lonely farmer done rescued me.
The fire truck had just arrived as he was driving me out.
Richard must abandon his truck in the floodwater until it could be towed out.
You didn't know we was gonna have this kind of fun.
I was relieved that he was there. He was relieved that he was alive. You know what? That water's rising.
Oh, heck, you saw how fast it was going. I see the tree come down through there 40 feet long with the roots and everything. I'm gonna call Honey Babe now and tell her I ain't dead. Wes just saved my life, Honey Babe.
Yeah, no.
I'm on the way to his house.
Just a normal day for old Wes, you know?
We lived through it and we got to tell the story, so even though I was soaking wet, I was still pretty happy.
And in the town of Ewing, backup also arrives for Officer Quinlan.
They're coming to you, okay? I'm gonna stay right here.
I responded to an emergency call. Now they're coming to get me because I'm in a situation that I can't get myself out of. Seeing them show up, it was the most overwhelming feeling of relief. They threw a bag across with some rope, and they started bringing their guys across.
You all right? Yeah, I'm good. Take her first.
Yep. You're gonna be good here?
Yeah, you're good.
You're gonna come with me.
So they tied off onto that telephone pole.
No!
And they used that to, strap us in.
Come with me.
The elderly woman's guided across the raging water to safety.
I had no choice but to walk across to get to her. She was holding on for dear life.
And they focused on getting me back across.
Are we laying down?
Yeah.
They said, just, hold on, go on your back, you're gonna be fine.
We're going now.
You're going under, you're gonna get soaked, and you're gonna get even more wet than you were.
Officer Quinlan heaves himself across the ferocious current.
Copy that, thank you, good job.
The woman's taken to hospital, but she wasn't seriously injured and made a full recovery.
I believe her daughter reached out to us. I did, have a couple emails with her, so it was really nice to hear that she was doing well. She was very thankful for everything.
Hurricane Ida tore through 1,500 miles of the U.S. The city of New York received 3 inches of rain in 1 hour. And 45 people in the Northeast lost their lives across 4 states. Hurricane Ida delivered an unexpected blow to the Northeast. The catastrophic impact serves as a reminder to respect the power of water.
I know Mother Nature probably better than 99% of people. I was just shocked that she could be so brutal.
Look at this.
And have no mercy on a lot of folks.
The nature of a hurricane is that it can catch you unawares and not leave you time to escape. And if it does, it can be fatal.
Back in the Canadian Arctic, there's a winter storm, and Ben Page is frozen with fear by hungry wolves outside his tent.
Hearing them howling was pretty deeply terrifying, actually.
Thankfully, the wolves kept their distance, and Ben survives the night.
Woke up the next morning and it was just white. Everything was white.
The storm's early arrival has buried the ice road under deep snow.
All this fresh snow and all this wind-blown snow that had covered the route that I was following meant that I couldn't ride my bike. And all I could do was push the bike.
Ben is trapped in the wilderness, 40 miles from civilization.
It really was like this big seesawing of emotions where I felt really helpless and hopeless.
You do question why I'm doing it. The ups and the downs.
The beauty of being the only person in this entire white landscape can also be daunting and scary because, you know, if anything goes wrong, there's no one there to help you. My feet would just be clomping into the snow and making it very slow and hard work.
I don't like this. I don't want to be here. I want to just... I want to have that wonderful option of just handing in my ticket and saying, right, that's me done. In a place I've no experience, I've never been, I don't really know where I am.
His only option is to struggle on.
There are these two little bobbing lights, or what I thought were two little lights coming in the distance. So I wasn't sure if, you know, lack of food or whatever was kind of making me hallucinate a little bit. And as they got closer, I realized that they were two snowmobiles.
Hey there!
They had been radioed to come and find a lost man.
Right, yeah, we found the guy at Husky River.
And they knew that this storm had come in and had come in early. They brought this body sled for me, in case they weren't finding a living person, but a frozen one. And that, I think, was probably the starkest moment.
Rescued from the elements and the wolves, he's safe. But determined to finish his Arctic cycle, Ben forges on through the freezing conditions.
I wanted to reach the end of the continent. The end of the continent was 3 or 4 days bike ride away.
So cold. But this is the last day of cycling. 60 kilometers to go, and then I'll have hit the Arctic Ocean, the Arctic Sea. And I'll be finished.
Finally, his end goal is in sight, reaching the frozen Arctic Ocean.
I was cycling on this big expanse of frozen sea.
It's a rocky road to realizing your dreams, but there is no other road I'd rather be following. Woo! At last, the finish line. What a sight for some very sore eyes.
The 2,000-mile cycle to the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk is complete.
I had been dreaming of this feeling for so long, ever since I'd concocted the idea.
Despite the experience, Ben continued his solo adventure in more extreme weather, covering 5 continents and 40,000 miles.
Being up in the Arctic, being in that severe cold, gave me a huge appreciation for the dangers of weather. It gave me this deep understanding of what we as humans can cope with and what we can tackle.
In this episode, we have witnessed a best friend saving the day.
Holy moly!
Oh my God! I want out of here!
We've seen what happens when wildfires spiral out of control.
Do not stay! Your house is not gonna make it!
We've experienced the dangers of the Arctic wilderness. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
die. A tornado has been confirmed. Protect yourself from flying debris.
The weather, an uncontrollable force, unlocking life and unleashing chaos. As our planet heats up, the weather is getting more extreme.
Oh my God!
More terrifying.
That is insane. We're gonna lose everything.
And even more catastrophic.
God damn it, go!
With incredible self-shot footage.
Golf ball size hail!
It seemed like a war zone.
From the front line of fear.
The heat and the smoke, it was so intense.
We witness firsthand.
We can't stop the water. Water is the strongest force we have on Earth.
The wrath of Mother Nature.
Do you see flames from where you are right now?
In every direction, yes.
Large tornado!
From twisted tales of terror.
It looked like a bomb went off.
Earth-shattering natural disasters.
We didn't have time to get out.
We felt a huge earthquake.
And stories of sheer destruction.
It was sad. Like I've never seen the devastation with my own eyes.
We meet the people who have stared death in the face.
I was under the water and fighting for my life.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God! Oh my God, oh my God.
And survive the full force of the world's deadliest weather. Coming up, stuck in the middle of a hurricane. Oh, wow. With a flat tire and in the line of fire.
It's like lethal tumbleweed.
In Canada, nowhere to go.
This is a disaster.
As homes are washed downriver.
You're on my tree! I was crying and I said, I don't want to die.
An ice skater is on thin ice in New Jersey.
Get away! Get away!
And a cliff edge in Brazil collapses after heavy rain. In the US, Louisiana bore the brunt of Mother Nature's fury in late 2020. Hurricane Laura caused widespread damage in August. Repairs were ongoing when extreme weather returned in the form of Hurricane Delta.
National Hurricane Center is issuing advisories on Hurricane Delta, located just inland over the northeastern portion of the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico.
Gabe Cox and Jeff Mangum are tracking Delta's movements on the radar.
The 2020 hurricane season was just absolutely insane. It was a record-breaking season. There are a record number of hurricanes. We experienced what's known as rapid intensification, when a storm basically just explodes. So you had these storms approaching the coast of the United States, and they would go over these waters that are warmer than average in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's just jet fuel for hurricanes.
Hurricane Laura was less than 2 months before Delta, and homes in Louisiana are vulnerable.
When we drove out to Hurricane Delta, we were driving through the same areas that we had just been in weeks prior, and they were still cleaning up.
There weren't a whole lot of residents present because homes have been destroyed. There had been so many places of living that were wiped away or damaged or still didn't have electricity.
But deadly weather doesn't care. Hurricane Delta's next in line in a season of wild hurricanes.
At one point, we noticed that the eye of the storm wobbled just a little bit, and so we knew that we had to get back in the car and reposition ourselves. And as we're doing so, this extremely heavy rain band moved over our car, and it was an immediate whiteout. You couldn't see anything in front of you. We started noticing the power poles starting to lean, the power lines starting to wobble, and we knew we had to get into a safe place.
Where am I going? Yeah, right here, take a look.
As we're driving, the air pressure dropped so quickly our ears popped.
Gabe and Jeff find themselves in the small town of Gaydon, Louisiana.
That's when we hit a massive rain-covered hole in the road. The right front tire blew out.
We had to settle for where we were and park the car with a flat tire.
Stuck in the car, going nowhere, they have to find a safe place to ride out the storm.
We're seeing there's parts of roofs coming off, there's a ton of shrapnel going all over the town, and it was all blowing in our direction.
The only option we had at that point was to abandon the car and to run down the street to more substantial buildings. And we ran as fast as we could to these safer structures. Immediately, once we got behind these buildings, we noticed pieces of roofs starting to fly by us in the street. Pieces of debris, these huge pieces of shrapnel, large metal pieces, were flying down the road.
So we are not in a great position right now. That is our car. We're tucked behind walls here.
I had to shout to Jeff because he couldn't see him coming.
Jeff, get out of there! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
And these pieces of shrapnel go flying by. It's like lethal tumbleweed.
In 2021, the Canadian province of British Columbia experienced a year of weather extremes. From heat waves and forest fires to tornadoes and catastrophic flooding. The community of Spence's Bridge, where the Thompson and Nicola rivers converge. Kim Cardinal's dream home is situated right on the river.
Our life there was amazing. I would have the grandkids up for 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, they wouldn't even want to go home.
Look at that, beautiful. Love living here. Woo!
Kim has a menagerie of animals, but her beloved horses are her pride and joy.
Hello, Miss Foxy.
I have 3 horses. I have an actual full-size horse, a miniature mule, and a miniature pony.
The small town of Hope, nestled in the wilderness, surrounded by the mountains of Fraser Valley. Father and son, Mark and Jeremiah Sterbrel, live on the outskirts of town.
What we have here is a retreat that's in the mountains. We're about 20 kilometers from the closest town. There's only one way in here, actually, and that's over our bridge.
It's November 2021. A long, narrow band of moisture, known as an atmospheric river, dumps the region's average monthly rainfall in just 24 hours.
Say goodbye to our home.
Kim's home is at the mercy of the rushing river, which has risen by almost 3 meters.
Water at this point was just coming right around our house now, like a river.
The river has come.
The water just kept coming and coming.
Look at my home. This tree's gonna go, look at, she's leaning.
Elsewhere in the province, saturated mountainsides crumble and collapse. The deluge overwhelms the Coquihalla River, which borders Mark and Jeremiah's home.
These rivers can go from a trickling stream to just a raging torrent in a few days. It's like a jaw-dropping awe at the power of water.
This is a disaster.
Mike Pellet and Uti Lerner are touring the area in a huge RV.
The river, you know, now it's super brown and muddy and it's huge.
This is absolutely insane. If you could hear the boulders, it's just crazy.
The water's moving boulders the size of a Volkswagen. They're huge.
The full extent of the storm's damage becomes clear.
That's where that RV was. This here car, we're probably only about an hour away from this car being swept away too. All these trees are gone. That's the road. It's not looking great. Maybe say a few prayers for us.
Bridges are no match for the ferocious floodwater.
Hey Jared, tell us what's going on here. Bridge is gone. Lots of helicopters.
And this is the Coquihalla River. We don't want to get too close to this edge here.
When you start seeing the damage add up and the rain isn't slowing down, then all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, enough is enough already here. When's it going to stop raining?
All right, let's go up to the exit and see what we can see.
We drove the opposite way to check the bridge that was on the other side.
Lots of water coming through here. Water finding a new way. Oh my goodness.
All of a sudden, we saw a car floating down the river.
The bridge which connects the Stebrals' home to nearby towns is destroyed.
The water's still high, it has gone down, but the devastation continues. Just a couple hours ago, we just had this come down. So now we are definitely isolated. We cannot make it through at all.
This is stuff you see on TV, right? And we're living through this.
Mike and Uti, in their RV, are stranded on the highway.
Where we would have normally driven in and out across this bridge to the north, you can see that is a gigantic, gaping washout.
We are at the Coquihalla River. This is some catastrophic hole.
There's no way out. Meanwhile, the water level's rising dangerously fast around Kim's home.
The water had surrounded the house so fast. And I was just like, oh, not my house.
A mother and her litter of puppies are trapped inside.
Just walking back and forth to get the animals out. It's great. Oh, my tree! I'm up!
I couldn't believe that it took the tree. Wow, that's close to the house. Like, is our house going to stay?
The floodwater is treacherous.
I couldn't cross anymore. And we still had our big dogs in the house.
I'm in surreal right now. I can hardly get back to my house to get the rest of the dogs out.
There's no stopping the force of Mother Nature. Her fury can destroy buildings and man-made structures in seconds. The small village of Batsiri, India. A huge landslide sends dozens of giant boulders hurtling down the mountain at a terrifying speed. The rocks strike the approach to a bridge at the base of the mountain. But as the rocks land closer, people flee inside a building. All they can do is pray falling debris won't hit their means of escape. But the flying rocks snap an iron bridge in half with a single strike. In the province of Guizhou, China, heavy rains and powerful winds batter the suspension bridge, leaving this motorist with second thoughts about crossing. It's designed to carry cars and trucks, but the wind is undermining its strength with every gust. After the storm, it's impassable. All that's left is twisted metal and major structural damage. It's June 2020 in southern China. Severe floods have softened the foundation of this 4-story house. The ground gives way and the building disappears into the river. Leaving nothing but dust. Thankfully, a family of 6 had fled the house just minutes before, and no one was injured. January 2022, a month which saw widespread flooding across Brazil. Rivers are swollen by weeks of rain. Almost 17,000 people are forced out of their homes due to the floods. Furnace Lake in Brazil, a popular tourist spot. The tranquil green waters of the lake are surrounded by towering cliffs, caverns and waterfalls. Ana Martins da Costa and her husband Alexandra are enjoying a boat trip on the lake with their children.
Linda, o local é muito bonito. E você tá ali cercado de pedras, né? Pedras gigantescas, tipo 30, 40 metros de altura.
Eu acredito que devia ter de 9 a 10 lanchas no local. Nunca passou pela cabeça da gente que pudesse acontecer qualquer coisa de ruim naquele passeio.
Boat pilot Junior Gianna is taking visitors on a tour of the canyons.
Então tem uma cachoeira de um lado e uma cachoeira do outro. E aquela alegria, o pessoal tirando foto, curtindo música, tudão.
But the danger of rockfall is high in rainy months. And the recent downpour which drenched the state may have loosened the rock face. Suddenly, the cliff face begins to crumble.
A gente viu umas pedras pequenininhas caindo, a gente até achou que fosse normal, ninguém assustou. Logo depois caíram umas pedras um pouco maiores, aí a gente assustou.
Boat pilots and passengers shout to warn those closest to the cliff. Junior can hear the commotion. His boat is on the other side of the canyon.
Aí o pessoal gritando, sai, sai, tá caindo pedra, tá caindo pedra, tá caindo pedra.
Then, disaster strikes.
Eu tava no barco, olhei para cima, vi aquela pedra gigantesca caindo.
For some, there's no time to escape.
E questão de segundos veio uma onda gigantesca, cobriu a nossa lancha, uma água escura. Aí todo mundo foi para debaixo d'água.
Ao mesmo tempo que a pedra caiu, a onda veio e atingiu a lancha afundou muito rapidamente em questão de minutos. O sentimento é de pânico, né? De que você vai morrer, né?
Gente, eu lembro muito tipo de relance, tipo filme, fraga a cena, a correria, assim, o pessoal gritando, pedindo ajuda.
It's a chaotic struggle to survive.
Eu olhei pra frente e já vi o pessoal, as famílias gritando, pedindo ajuda.
Anna and her family are all in the water.
Aí olhei pro lado, vi uma criança com 2 pedras assim em cima do peito.
The child is their youngest son, Henrique.
Aí eu ajudei, parei minha lancha, tirei, ele pegou e entrou para dentro da lancha também.
Junior manages to scoop Anna and her family out of the water.
No ponto, eu levei, no caso, no ponto mais próximo, que era Lagoa Azul.
Emergency services arrive and help tourists to shore. Everyone is in shock. Tragically, 10 people didn't make it back, and 32 people were injured. Anna and her family escaped with cuts, bruises, and broken bones. Officials suggest that heavy rain in the area could have contributed to the rockfall.
Foi assim, eu falo que foi filme de terror que a gente viveu.
Pelas vítimas, das 10 pessoas que morreram lá no acidente, mas fica uma gratidão muito grande também a Deus pelo livramento que nós tivemos, né?
For the family, the date of the accident now has a new meaning.
Agora a gente tem uma nova data de aniversário. Falei que agora a gente tem que comemorar isso todo ano, porque a gente renasceu.
Back in Canada, torrential rainfall in British Columbia has led to landslides and unprecedented flooding. Kim Cardinal owns a retirement property on the river near the community of Spence's Bridge.
There goes the pump house. The next will be the house. Lauren's driving the truck through the water to get the dogs. This has never happened before. Why is it happening now? Like, I just kind of went into a bit of a shock, I think.
The town of Hope. Non-stop rain has led to the collapse of bridges. 10 miles west is the Coquihalla Highway, the main route in and out of the town.
You see these highways and you think that is something stationary that should never move. And then all of a sudden you come back to it and it's gone.
The Stebrel family are cut off from the outside world.
The road crews can clean up a mudslide pretty quick. Within, a couple days, they can punch through. But then when we saw that these bridges were being taken out as well, it's something you see in an apocalyptic movie, and it's just so jaw-dropping.
Mike and Uti are stranded on the same stretch of highway.
This is serious, like we're stuck here.
They're caught between 2 broken bridges.
Michael, nothingness. We are in between the highway, stuck. This side, the bridge is gone.
We're standing there, we're like, is this really happening? But we can see
spooky.
it. We're like, okay, well, obviously it's happening and there's no bridge. Now we're stuck. We know we're stuck.
Just past this way, there's about 30 or 40 cars that were stuck there yesterday. And we'll stay there. I think there's still people in it. I saw lights on.
Rescue teams swoop in to save 250 people cut off by a mudslide. Amidst the chaos, no one knows Mike and Uti are also trapped. In Spence's Bridge, Kim and her husband Lorne are trying to rescue their dogs.
Getting the dog out. Come on, Maggie, had a girl. Come on, baby. My husband was going back and forth getting animals out, and I was crying. He carried the puppies out in a carry kennel. A day nobody wants to remember.
The next day, Mark and Jeremiah head out in search of another escape route.
Hey, there's someone there.
We thought, oh my goodness, somebody else is here. He pulled up and it was this guy named Mike, and we introduced ourselves. And
you guys stuck here? Oh man, yeah, holy
And
smokes.
Mike Mallet.
Mike and Uti join the Stebrels looking for a way out.
We're gonna see if we can actually make it to the other side of the highway. There's a service road on the other side that could possibly take us across a couple of the out bridges, and we can make it to town possibly. We'll see.
There was one more way that we thought we could get a vehicle out. And it was by utilizing some of the forestry roads.
We came to it, and the approach on the highway side had actually been completely washed away.
There's just no way out.
Further north, a landslide in the night has washed Kim's dream home downriver.
I just broke down and I said to my husband, I was crying, and I said, I don't want to die. And my husband put his arms around me and he said, Kim, if it happens, at least we're together.
Our home is gone. Everything. The chicken coop, all the peacocks. And we just, by the nick and grace, got to parse us out. And as soon as we got them out, because they ripped up by the road, the whole road went.
Kim's isolated on an island of highway with her husband and their animals.
We were trapped.
The tree never ever was there before. We don't even know where it came from. This little piece of land here that I'm standing on, all the way around to down there where you can see there with the fire. The road is gone completely. Nobody comes, nobody looks, and we don't have cell phone service. You think they would be sending helicopters over or something?
With no hope of rescue, Kim fears for her beloved horses.
The road has gone so bad, and I'm gonna have to turn these guys loose. Because I can't get them out. Winter should be smart enough to go way up there. We hope he's Spicy, but Spicy's not going to stand a chance because the cougars are going to take her. And they won't. I know they won't come and get them out of here.
I was saying goodbye to them.
I love you, Winter.
In Louisiana, Gabe Cox is stuck in a small town with a flat tire in the middle of Hurricane Delta.
So we're just hunkered down here until the worst of it ends.
I heard this roar. And when I peeked around the edge of this building, an entire roof was crashing down the road straight towards the wall I was at. I had a split second to get back behind the wall.
Holy cow.
It was a deafening sound of this entire roof, and I could see sparks flying. We would see whole roofs getting ripped off.
Gabe's sheltering with his friend, Jeff Mangum.
You're hearing unnatural sounds. You're hearing pieces of roofs and gas stations and homes literally be pulling off of the foundations or the tops of these buildings, and they make these horrible sounds. We finally decided that we're going to make a run for it back to the car, and we were going to try at some point to change the tire.
Jeff makes it to the car, but the danger's not over.
I turned my camera to face the building that Jeff is parked behind just in time to see the entire roof of that building come flying off. The roof rips off and lands directly behind Jeff as he's sitting in the car. And it's sending sparks, it's sending debris flying.
Despite the flying sheets of metal, they have to get the tire changed.
We've got to go ahead and replace our flat now so we can get the heck out of here.
Changing the tire was really risky. The difference is now we can't see the debris, we just hear it.
Yeah, roof's coming off above us.
We had pieces of debris blowing over us and blowing around us. And Jeff was laser focused on fixing that tire, and I was keeping an eye on his back.
Oh, geez.
With the tire fixed, they can finally make their escape and head for safer ground.
I feel extremely lucky to have walked away from that experience, not only alive, but uninjured. It is really remarkable.
Everything has worked out okay. We're safe, and we have some stories to tell.
As they drive out of town, Delta's continuing to heap more misery on an area still heavily bruised by recent hurricanes.
Never underestimate the power of these storms. They can fluctuate so quickly.
It's just a tragic situation and a reminder that Mother Nature is a real force to be reckoned with.
Lake Musconetcong in New Jersey, a reservoir covering over 300 acres. It's January 2022. The area is experiencing the coldest weather of the year. The water has frozen over and transformed the reservoir into a perfect place for ice fishing and skating. It's a playground for biker Rodrigo Oborski.
When the lake freezes, I start the tires with nails and I go on the ice and do some drifting, wheelies. When you drive on the ice, it's a different experience. It's like nothing else. There's some risk involved, like obviously you can go through the ice.
Officer Robert Popelka from Stanhope Police Department gets a call about a man who's fallen into the frozen lake.
He headed over to Netcong. Apparently there's people in the water. There was a motorcycle out on the ice that was riding that hit a soft patch of ice and fell through. We got a call that the vehicle and the subject was possibly in the water.
The man in the ice is Rodrigo, who's stranded 400 meters from shore.
I flew over the handlebars, I hit the ice, broke through. I'm like freaking out. Something takes over and you just do whatever you have to do to survive. I was able to jump back on the ice. Immediately I started to freeze.
Officer Popelka pulls up at the lake.
You got people in the water, right?
But a fisherman has already fallen in while trying to help Rodrigo. Another police officer is already out on the ice.
He had a rope and was trying to pull a male out of the ice. Matt, I got a rope! Quarters, we do have people in the water. I started heading out towards his location. My adrenaline was flowing. I wasn't even thinking about it.
Rodrigo's body temperature is dropping rapidly.
Once the time started going by, like my hands were freezing, my ears, my hair, everything was turning into ice.
Officer Popelka tries to reach them with a rope.
Once I got about 50 yards or so offshore, the ice started cracking underneath me, which I could tell appeared to be pretty weak. Give him the life jacket too, it's cracking already.
The man trying to rescue Rodrigo has got out, but someone else is now out on the lake.
A female that was on ice skates started to skate over towards me to grab my life jacket and my throw bag to bring out to the other officer to assist him. And when she got like 25 feet from me, she fell through. We got more people in.
The ice is too thin to hold any weight.
I directed my attention and started going towards her.
Officer Popelka tries to reach her, but the ice is fragile.
I could have become a victim pretty easy from where I was. I laid down on the ice to spread my weight around.
The situation is going from bad to worse.
I got squads coming in FD. If you want a hand this way, we got 2 people in the water. It escalated quite a bit. I was worried, and she was able to keep her head above water. I had my throw bag, and I threw it to the female. Come help me, Paul. Come help me, Paul.
Both police officers heave her out of the water.
That's it. She's out. Orders, both parties are out.
But Rodrigo's still stranded beyond their reach.
It's really thin. I know.
I would say 20 meters of open water between the sheet of ice that was connected to the shore and the sheet of ice that I was standing on.
Easy. You need to spread out. I'm trying, right? Relax. I'm trying.
The fire department arrives to help, but the ice can't take any more extra weight.
Get away! Get away! Get away! Get off the ice! Off the ice! I knew I was on weak ice and didn't want to go through the water.
The skater is pulled across the ice to the shore.
I was relieved that she was out of the water and she was okay. I don't want to stand up because I don't want to go in. Just get me over to where it's thick. I had one of the first aid squad members throw me a rope and drag me a little bit to get me to where I was on a little bit stronger ice. I think I'm all right. My fat ass will make it back in.
Across the lake, Rodrigo's wet clothes cause his body temperature to drop.
I was just trying to survive, honestly, and trying to stay warm.
Finally, Officer Popelka reaches dry land. A rope is secured to a rescue sled, and Rodrigo manages to cling on.
They strapped me to that, and they hooked themselves to the same rope, and that was a long rope.
At that point, he was pretty cold. We were worried about him having hypothermia. Get up here on the snow, guys, and pull it from up here. Pull it from up here.
The rescue team begin to haul him in.
Everybody was pulling from the shore.
Go. There was, 1,000 feet of rope out we had to pull in. All right, we're gonna get some wind on it. We all took turns just helping pulling in the ropes.
You right, Rod? We're here. We're here, bro. You all right?
Rodrigo makes it to shore after 45 minutes in the icy water.
Once I got to shore, I can barely walk.
Thank God. You see him get assisted up off the rescue sled, and then they brought him right to the ambulance to get him warmed up.
I've never been that cold. I couldn't stop shaking. My hands felt like they were gonna explode. Like the tip of my fingers, they felt like they were gonna burst.
All right, man.
All worked out, man. Nice job.
4 different crews worked together to rescue all 3 victims. Rodrigo and the other 2 who fell through the ice are treated at the scene. Fortunately, all are unharmed.
Yeah, it makes you feel good, that nobody got hurt. Everybody's still alive. Things definitely could have been a lot worse. Mother Nature is definitely not something to mess with. That's for sure.
Without the rescue team's help, Rodrigo probably wouldn't be alive to tell his story.
Yeah, the scariest experience I had in my life. I was lucky to survive.
Back in British Columbia, record rainfall has been devastating. Kim Cardinal's home has been washed away. She's trapped on a small section of highway with her husband and horses.
I love you, Winter.
We have a bond. I can't explain it, but we have an extraordinary bond, me and Winter.
A police helicopter spots smoke from a fire they lit as an SOS signal. But there's only space for 1 person on board.
My husband said he will stay with the dogs and the horses until we can get them out.
I love you.
With road access cut off, there's no way out for Kim's horses.
I know a lot of crazy horse people up here, and we're gonna get our horses out. We will find a way.
On the outskirts of the town of Hope, the collapse of 3 bridges has left the Stebrel family and campers Mike and Uti stranded on the same 2-mile stretch of highway.
Here I am, doing my water duty, getting fresh water for us from the Stebrel house.
The Stebrel family share their home and provisions with their new neighbors.
As much as we helped them, they also helped us.
We sure hit the jackpot getting stuck with you too.
Finally, the water levels drop, and the difficult task of fixing the broken bridges begins.
The water is sure way, way lower and super clean now. So they're gonna start working on this crossing, and they're working on the crossing at 192 exit Sawakwa. Things are looking up.
Mike and Uti can finally leave the stretch of highway that's been their home for 28 days.
When we crossed that thing, it was just like, wow, so emotional.
It was kind of a sad day, actually, because we had built a great relationship.
And there's good news for Kim Cardinal. A daring and difficult rescue is underway. All 3 of Kim's horses are airlifted off her property. A unique rescue in British Columbia.
Winter!
And Kim's waiting for them.
Winter!
The horses are sedated for their journey. 3-year-old Winter is rescued first. The smaller horses are carried in nets.
Oh, spicy.
The feeling of it was unreal, like happiness.
Okay, spicy girl. Her lips are dry.
They actually managed to get my horses out of there.
The animals are safe and well and stay in a rescue center until Kim can provide a home for them again.
Oh, my babies made it through the floods. Look at them.
Kim and husband Lorne take a helicopter ride back to their property, but they don't have a home to go back to.
This was the back driveway we used to drive down. It's gone completely. Our house is where the river is now.
That house has been there for 50 years. We lost all our land, our home, every belonging I've ever had. That was our dream, and it's gone. When you get gifted to have your animals out, and then the reality starts to click in that you gotta live again too.
British Columbia experienced flooding, mudslides and landslides in a chaotic November 2021. 5 people lost their lives, and thousands were forced from their homes. The cost of damage to highways and infrastructure is in the billions. For the Stebrel family and Mike and Uti, their shared experience has forged a bond for life.
I can't put it into words how much they helped us out.
What comes to mind is you couldn't have picked better people. It was such a perfect fit.
Good morning, Miss Molly.
And Kim's beginning the long process of rebuilding her life.
Mother Nature, she does what she wants. If she wants to take you out, she's gonna take you out.
When bad weather hits, it's animals that can be left high and dry. In Newfoundland, Canada, this group make a surprising discovery on the mountain.
There's a hole, and the poor little moose went down in it.
A moose has fallen into a deep tree well.
I guess we're gonna have to try to get him out.
Each year, more people are injured by moose than bear, so it's a risky rescue.
We're coming for you, buddy.
The 4 friends start digging an escape route, hoping their new pal will be grateful for the help.
I think if we just like make a little ramp for him to get out. Yeah, he should be all right. Oh, he's trying. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy.
Moose can grow up to 2 meters high and can become aggressive when frightened.
Here he comes. There you go, buddy. Now go away from us, not towards us, please. Oh, he got his back scarred up on the tree.
The injured moose gathers some strength for a few seconds.
There you go. Go find your friends.
Before heading back to the herd.
Yeah, okay.
Much to the relief of its 4 saviors.
There you go, buddy. He's lucky.
In Tennessee, USA.
The first thing, you understand I'm here for you.
A calf has fallen into a sinkhole. The frightened animal refuses to cooperate. The farmer's wife provides moral support from above.
Oh, well, this ain't funny.
Lifting a heavyweight heifer single-handed isn't easy. And the calf's not too happy about it either. And after a great deal of effort, freedom beckons.
Poor baby.
In this episode, we've experienced the terror of getting pinned down in a hurricane. We have witnessed horses helped by helicopter. We've learnt the cold truth about the dangers of thin ice. And next time, there will be more. Because deadly weather stops for no one.